301 Fangs. The reinforcements form Ouroboros definitely won't make it now. Zero Wing's forces had also been blocked at the outer perimeter of the Silverleaf Forest. According to Shi Feng's understanding, Darkstar currently had over 3,000 members searching inside the Silverleaf Forest, including practically all of Darkstar's elites. The 6,000 or so players blockading the outer perimeter were merely cannon fodder. If this stalemate continued, world dominators might succeed in carrying out a pincer attack with Darkstar, annihilating Zero Wing's forces. Aqua, would it be possible to break through on your side? Shi Feng contacted Aqua Rose and asked. With the current numbers we have at hand, definitely not. However, I've already mentioned this matter in the guild channel and have sent for more members to hurry over. We should be able to gather another 3,000 members in half an hour. The level and quality of equipment of our guild members are much higher than Darkstar's, so as long as we can join with these 3,000 members, we can break through their blockade, Aqua Rose said confidently. She had faith in their guild's combat prowess. Although Zero Wing had far fewer members than Darkstar, with Darkstar having well over 30,000 members, there wasn't much of a difference in the number of elite players each guild possessed. Of Darkstar's 30,000 members, more than 10,000 were newbies around level 10. Meanwhile, the elites that managed to reach level 16 only numbered around 6,000. On the other hand, despite recruiting only a small amount of players, their member count only hovering slightly above 5,000, there were actually over 4,000 elites in Zero Wing who were over level 16. If other guilds discovered this fact, they would be shocked. This was also why Aqua Rose had maintained an optimistic view of Zero Wing's future. As long as Zero Wing could assemble these remaining 3,000 members, they could easily deal with Darkstar's 6,000 extras. However, it would be impossible for them to engage in an all-out war against Darkstar. After all, there was still a big gap in the total number of elites each guild possessed. On top of that, Darkstar still had over 10,000 extras. Even if their combat prowess was weak, they could still overwhelm and kill Zero Wing's elites using the advantage of numbers. I understand. World Dominators is currently hindering Gentle Snow's group. You should stop trying to break through into the Silverleaf Forest from your side. Instead, turn around and begin a pincer attack on World Dominators. Let's take this chance to kick them out of White River City. Shi Feng issued his commands after some thought. However, Shi Feng's words had shocked Aqua Rose into a daze. Guild leader, we're here to save people. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to start a war with World Dominators right now? Aqua Rose asked worriedly. World Dominators was a first-rate guild. Although the main force of World Dominators was not based in White River City, they still should not be taken lightly. Just like Ouroboros, even though their main force was based outside of White River City, they were still the top guild in White River City. Moreover, wasn't World Dominators similarly one of the top 6 guilds in White River City? If Zero Wing headed over and attacked the members of World Dominators right now, it would be a declaration of war. Dealing with Darkstar was already a huge headache. If they had to face another one of the top 6 guilds in White River City, how could Zero Wing continue mingling in White River City? It'll be alright, just go. Remember, the moment you arrive, immediately use a guild war order to seal the location. Don't allow anyone from World Dominators to use a return scroll to leave that area and make sure you kill every single one of those bastards. Teach them that there is a price to pay if they wish to take advantage of Zero Wing, Shi Feng growled murderously. Although Shi Feng advocated a low-profile and secretive development, that did not mean that he would receive enemies with a smile, even when said enemy banged on their front door. Whether it was Darkstar or World Dominators, if they really thought Zero Wing was a sickly animal that they could easily bully, they should get ready to pay a heavy price. But what do we do about Fire Dance and the others? There are still more than 50 players with them, and they are all the cream of the crop of our guild. Now that they are all red names, if they die, our guild will suffer tremendous losses. Although Aqua Rose could discern Shi Feng's rage and killing intent from the tone of his voice, she still tried to dissuade him. I'll save Fire Dance and the others, Shi Feng answered with absolute confidence. Aqua Rose sighed at Shi Feng's answer. However, she no longer chose to pursue the matter, and instead she said, Fine, but as the guild leader of Zero Wing, don't you think you should say a few words to your fellow guild members as well? You haven't expressed your intentions since Darkstar declared war against us. Although nobody in the guild has said anything about it, considering the weight of this incident and the declaration of war against World Dominators, how can you stay silent? After the war with Darkstar began, both murderous intentions and excitement swept through everyone in Zero Wing. Many in the guild had expressed their eagerness for vengeance, speaking in the guild channel about how they were going to teach the bastards from Darkstar a lesson and show Darkstar know how amazing Zero Wing was. However, as the intensity of the battle between both guilds grew and the number of deaths increased, the atmosphere in Zero Wing became heavy. Even though they had fought for so long, they still hadn't managed to break past Darkstar's blockade around the Silverleaf Forest. The number of dead Zero Wing elites inside the Silverleaf Forest also grew as time passed, hence it was inevitable that Zero Wing's momentum would falter. At this point, most of the Zero Wing members had already lost their motivation to continue fighting, not to mention carrying out a pincer attack on World Dominators. Shi Feng, of course, was aware of Aqua Rose's concerns. However, compared to just speaking through the guild channel, Shi Feng had taken more decisive action and directly uploaded a post to the official forums. Darkstar, today you've dared to send tens of thousands of players to hunt the hundreds of players of Zero Wing. My Zero Wing guild will return this slight 100-fold. Even if we're down to our very last breath, we will massacre your 30,000 members as payback. The name of Black Flame, the chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom, had long since spread throughout the Starmoon Kingdom. Moreover, Zero Wing was also the first guild to own a guild residence. The moment this post uploaded, it immediately garnered the attention of the residents of Starmoon Kingdom. Crap, are they starting an all-out war? I show my support for Zero Wing. Zero Wing is as amazing as expected. Even though there are only several hundred, Darkstar actually had to send tens of thousands of players to hunt them. Does anybody know the final result? I heard that Zero Wing had lost over 300 members to Darkstar already, and there are still a few dozen being hunted down. On the other hand, Darkstar has already lost over 1,000 members. Right now, every player in White River City is discussing this matter. Amazing! With just several hundred players on their side, even when faced with more than 10,000 players, they can still kill over 1,000 players. Dozens are still alive too. I also want to join Zero Wing and become an expert. I despise Darkstar. If they can, they should duel Zero Wing fairly. What's so great about using numbers to bully someone? I am one of the members of Zero Wing that had been surrounded and killed. You guys should have seen how amazing our guild Sister Dance and Brother Black fought. Sister Dance weaved across thousands of players, killing over 100 Darkstar members in a row. Brother Black's spells instantly vaporized hundreds of Darkstar members the moment it landed. I have a video recording of the battle, so come to Zero Wing's forum section if you want to have a look at it. After Shi Feng uploaded his post, the entire forum exploded in a storm of comments. The players that had only recently started playing God's Domain also started paying attention to Zero Wing as a result of this commotion, especially after seeing the battlefield containing thousands of players. In comparison, the battle scenes they usually saw in movies were boring. The scene where countless stars crashed onto the battlefield, destroying the land and instantly turning hundreds of players into ash, especially stunned them. They couldn't help their boiling blood after watching this scene. After watching this video, many players started considering joining Zero Wing. 32-strong capital Shi Feng had used the name of Black Flame when he uploaded his post. Hence, just a few minutes after the post went live, it had already received a massive amount of visitors. The number of replies easily passed 10,000. Shortly after, the post had been automatically pinned at the top of the forums by the game officials, and there was also an additional bright red war tag on the post. This single word was eye-catching. Meanwhile, due to Shi Feng's post, the originally crestfallen guild members' fighting spirits immediately reignited, and they hungered for Darkstar's death. Moreover, the video of Darkstar's ambush of Zero Wing had also shocked its viewers. The video allowed everyone to understand that even players could become so powerful. When the stars of light descended, the scene seemed as if the world was coming to an end, and within an instant, hundreds of players had been vaporized. Even players outside of the spell's damage range were not spared as the wind generated by the spell's impact sent them flying. Seeing the power of this skill, everyone finally understood why Blackie had such a high level. While everyone else struggled to kill a single monster, Blackie could simply lure several hundred monsters and kill all of them with a single move. How could anybody hope to compare to such a leveling speed? After watching this video, countless players started dreaming of the day that they too could possess such power. Such a skill was far more useful than any piece of quality equipment. Darkstar, just you wait. I will kill everyone who tries to block our way. That's right, Brother Black and Sister Dance are waiting for us right now. How can we be so shameful? Aren't they just 6,000 monkeys? Even if I have to die 10 times over, I will extinguish Darkstar. The members of Zero Wing all released spirited battle cries as they glared at the members of Darkstar blocking their path. As long as Aqua Rose gave the command, they would charge and take action. However, just as they turned their gazes to Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's vice leader, Shi Feng's voice suddenly dominated the guild channel. I'm sure everyone is clear about what has happened today. Darkstar has declared all-out war against us, and they wish to wipe our names from White River City. Although we, Zero Wing, have just started our journey, and the member count of our guild cannot compare to the other guilds in White River City, Darkstar has actually started a war with us, thinking that we are easy to bully. What do you all think we should do about this? Kill them all. That's right, why should we fear fighting back? Now, let's show those bastards that, if they wish to swallow us whole, they should prepare to lose a few teeth. Since everyone is going to try their best, as the guild leader, I cannot be stingy. Before the battle, I sent for someone to retrieve some battle tools stored inside the guild warehouse. Everyone should now look for Vice Leader Aqua Rose for your share. Also, for those who participate in today's battle, you will gain 10 guild points for each enemy you kill. Those who manage to accumulate 10 kills will be rewarded 1 piece of secret silver equipment, while those who kill 50 will get a piece of fine gold equipment. If you manage to kill 100, you will even receive a private room in the guild residence. Even if you die in battle, you will still receive 10 guild points as compensation. The moment Shi Feng finished his monologue, everyone's hearts beat fervently and their eyes glowed with excitement. Zero Wing's administration was very thorough, and one could only use guild points to exchange for items from the guild warehouse. However, it was extremely difficult for members to earn guild points. If converted to coins, each guild point was worth around 30 copper. Meanwhile, trading them for a level 10 bronze equipment required 30 guild points, which would be 9 silver coins. Currently, level 10 bronze equipment only sold for around 7 to 8 silver coins on the market. To put it simply, it was not a worthwhile exchange. It was also for this reason that another batch of players had withdrawn from the guild. In fact, this was something Shi Feng and Aqua Rose had already taken into consideration. If the guild sold equipment cheaper than market price, then many members would try to take advantage of this fact to trade for guild equipment to resell elsewhere. They could then use the money to buy guild points again. Hence, the high prices were set to prevent an outflow of guild equipment and items. However, after the emergence of the guild residence and the additional benefit of renting private rooms, everyone in the guild no longer had a disfavorable opinion of the guild's administration. On the contrary, they all felt that the administration was extremely fair. Private rooms were something ordinary players dared not even dream of obtaining in other guilds. After all, the land in White River City and each guild residence could only contain a limited number of private rooms. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the guild would surely occupy these rooms. Ordinary members would never be able to enjoy this benefit. Yet, Zero Wing had defied all expectations and actually opened up a few private rooms for ordinary members. Ordinary members of Zero Wing could actually rent these private rooms for a low cost of only 2 guild points per day. Although the price was slightly higher than staying a night at a hotel, unlike hotels, one could accumulate double EXP buffs from private rooms. With this feature, it was definitely worth spending a few extra copper coins. The members present in this battle also heard of the benefits provided by other guilds. Although other guilds also provided rewards and compensation to its members for killing and dying in battle, the amount offered was far worse than Shi Feng's. 10 guild points equaled 3 silver coins. There were 3,000 members participating in this battle. If each one of them managed to kill one enemy, the total guild points awarded would be the equivalent of 9,000 silver coins or 90 gold. This was a massive sum of money. Moreover, Shi Feng also promised to compensate for each guild member's death. At the very least, he would have to spend over 100 gold. If converted to credits, 100 gold would be worth over 1 million. This situation reaffirmed everyone's confidence in Zero Wing's financial resources and background. With such great benefits, powerful financial resources, and most importantly, such an amazing guild leader, was it possible for such a guild not to grow powerful? Even if I have to die, I'll still drag at least 10 guys with me. Don't you have any ambition? Didn't you hear the guild leader say that he would reward those who managed to get 100 kills with their own private room? You have to be capable of actually doing that first. Have you not seen how easily Brother Black and Sister Dance managed it? The momentum pushing the guild members to kill their enemies was stronger than ever now. Although the guild would only rent out, not sell, any of the private rooms, one could imagine how much a private room would cost. It was definitely not something worth a measly 1,000 guild points. Although their chances of actually killing 100 people were slim, there was still a small possibility. Naturally, they would fight for that glimmer of hope. Everyone, come to me to receive the frost grenades. Each person will only get 2. Party leaders will get 3 frost grenades and 1 tier 0 attack or defense magic scroll. Team leaders and vice team leaders will receive 5 frost grenades and 1 tier 1 magic scroll. After Shi Feng finished his speech, Aqua Rose started distributing the supportive tools to every guild member. In order to display Zero Wing's might to everyone in Star Moon Kingdom, Shi Feng bled his pockets dry this time. He retrieved all the supportive tools from inside the guild warehouse for this battle. The moment everyone received the supportive tools, everyone felt even more certain of their victory over Dark Star. Just by arming all of them with a single frost grenade, they could easily force Dark Star's 6,000 members to eat a huge loss. Adding in the control effect of the frost grenades, their chances of defeating these 6,000 players increased by at least 30%. Vice Leader Aqua, how should we fight? We'll all listen to your commands. That's right. With these tools of war, I can easily kill over 10 people and earn a ton. 100 people, here I come. Let's hope that those bastards don't run away. Everyone started joking around as they felt confident in defeating Dark Star now. Since everyone is ready, follow me. Aqua Rose nodded. The next moment, however, she turned around and ran in the opposite direction of the Silverleaf Forest. 33. Hold nothing back. Deep inside the Silverleaf Forest, boss, I don't know what's going on with Zero Wing, but they've retreated from Silverleaf Forest's entrance. An assassin who used stealth to stalk Zero Wing's troops reported in the team chat. It seems that they're giving up on trying to get in. Ha ha ha. That Black Flame made such a bold statement, yet now he's fleeing with his tail between his legs? If we upload this news to the forums, he will definitely become a laughingstock. South Wolf laughed loudly when he received this report. Lone Tyrant's lips curled into a sneer as well, saying contemptuously, Zero Wing is just a gathering of nobodies. Since the very beginning, they have never stood a chance at victory. They should consider themselves lucky. If they waited until we finished wiping out Zero Wing's core team, we would have turned around and begun a pincer attack on them with world dominators. At that time, even their remaining 3,000 to 4,000 members would have no hope, and Zero Wing would utterly disappear from White River City. Guild Leader Tyrant is as amazing as expected. It turns out that you had such a plan readied as well. No wonder you are an expert capable of competing with Gentle Snow over White River City. Not only do you possess extraordinary strength, but your intellect is also at the top of White River City. South Wolf flattered as he came to a realization. As long as you can remove Zero Wing's name from White River City, the only obstacle in your way will be Ouroboros. However, with Dark Star and World Dominators working together, even the team led by Gentle Snow would no longer pose a threat. At that time, Guild Leader Tyrant would become the true overlord of White River City. It's still too early to make such claims. Lone Tyrant chuckled as pleasure filled his heart. He then continued, saying, ultimately, Gentle Snow is a well-known expert and leader in the virtual gaming world. I'm afraid that I'll need more strength before I can chase her out of White River City. When the time comes, it will also depend on whether or not Underworld plays its part. Ha ha ha! Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured. As long as Dark Star possesses a high chance of becoming the overlord of White River City, Underworld will invest greatly in it. When the time comes, Underworld will send even more experts to help Dark Star solidify its position as overlord. South Wolf laughed, answering with certainty. With your word, South Wolf, I can rest assured. Lone Tyrant laughed with South Wolf. Currently, confidence regarding Dark Star's future filled Lone Tyrant. Now that Zero Wing has given up on saving Fire Dance and the core members, although I pity them slightly, we should still quickly end their lives. When South Wolf thought of Fire Dance's sexy body, a lecherous smile unconsciously appeared on his face. 1-9. Elsewhere, Fire Dance and her group were currently in a very precarious situation. Players from Dark Star had them surrounded, and although they had constantly carved out a path of bodies, they could not use return scrolls to escape. Dark Star had the Silverleaf Forest under siege, and all exits were blocked. If this situation continued, they would, sooner or later, lose their lives. However, they could not afford to die. At this moment, there were only 30-plus players remaining in their team, and they were red names. As for herself and Blackie, their names were already close to turning black now. If they died, losing 3 or 4 levels would only be a small matter. The most crucial point was that they could not afford the loss of their equipment. Sister Fire Dance, what are we going to do now? The bastards from Dark Star have discovered our location again, Lonely Snow asked. At this moment, he appeared to be in quite a sorry state. After being surrounded and attacked over a dozen times, his willpower had started to falter as well. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, they could not find a way to escape from Dark Star. Let's retreat first, then talk. Aqua Rose and the others are currently breaking through the entrance now. Moreover, they also have a large stock of supportive tools, so they can definitely break past Dark Star's blockade. We just need to hold on for a little while longer before we're rescued. Fire Dance had also racked her mind, trying to think of a way to escape. However, Dark Star simply had too many players. No matter how they tried to run, another group of players always waited for them. If not for the fact that their equipment and techniques were so impressive, they would have long since died. Just as everyone was desperately running for their lives, Shi Feng contacted Fire Dance and suddenly joined the team. Guild Leader, you're finally here. A glimmer of hope immediately flared in Blackie's heart when he noticed Shi Feng join the team. Blackie's opinion of Shi Feng had reached blind worship long ago, and he believed that there was nothing that Shi Feng could not accomplish. In fact, Blackie wasn't alone in having such an opinion. Everyone in the core team thought so as well. Meanwhile, the originally gloomy atmosphere instantly dispersed upon Shi Feng's arrival. Guild Leader, you're even more amazing than the Fountain of Life. By simply joining the team, you have caused everyone's spirits to recover instantly. Their fighting powers have doubled, Fire Dance joked. Ha ha ha, I never knew I had such an effect. Shi Feng laughed. They all could not help but laugh with him. Instantly, the atmosphere relaxed. How are things on your side? Shi Feng asked. Dark Star has us forced into a corner, and it's practically impossible for barge through any of the exits. At most, I think we have another half an hour before we'll have to make a final stand against them. Fire Dance gave Shi Feng a brief explanation of their current position. Meanwhile, as a veteran of the battlefield, Shi Feng quickly grasped the general situation. If Fire Dance and her group faced Dark Star's 3,000 players in direct combat, the conclusion would be obvious. Even if they had Shi Feng with them, the result would be the same. After a long moment of silence, I understand. Head to these coordinates. I'll meet you guys there, Shi Feng said. Now that Fire Dance's group had been forced to such a corner, even Shi Feng could not turn the tides. Dark Star had 3,000 players fighting for them, not just 1 or 200. At this stage of the game, most players should have already learned quite a few skills, and of them, there would definitely be a few life-saving skills. Furthermore, their fighting techniques would have improved greatly. It was no longer possible for Shi Feng to slaughter them by the hundreds as he had with Martial Union. Fortunately, Shi Feng was very familiar with the Silverleaf Forest. After giving it some thought, he concluded that there was only one location, Fire Dance, and the others could head to survive. The chances for survival was less than 30%. However, a 30% chance of survival was far better than none at all. After all, if they faced Darkstar's 3,000-strong army, they would die 10 out of 10 times. Hopefully, Aqua Rose can take action quickly. Otherwise, we really will suffer a total defeat. Following which, Shi Feng disconnected his call with Fire Dance. He then activated the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement once more, teleporting to the meeting location that he gave Fire Dance's group. Although Guild War orders could seal off the usage of teleportation scrolls, they were completely useless against the power of the 7 Luminaries Ring. On the gravel road leading to the Silverleaf Forest, the players from World Dominators had already started battling the players from Ouroboros. Throughout their battle, both sides had constantly sent for more reinforcements, involving more and more players in the fray. Both sides were first-rate guilds with extraordinary backgrounds. To hinder Gentle Snow's advance, World Dominators had sent over 10,000 players to this fight. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow had even more players on her side. Currently, her army had increased to over 14,000 players. The intensity of the battle between these two guilds far outstripped the battle between Darkstar and Zero Wing. This massive encounter had shocked many players in White River City. Just what was happening in White River City? Why were 4 of the top 6 guilds in White River City battling it out against each other? Moreover, it wasn't just a minor skirmish between guilds. These 4 guilds had actually started a full-fledged war against each other, where only one side would rest when the other was obliterated. Such a situation was simply unimaginable in other cities. Players were still in the initial stages of God's Domain, and currently, every guild in God's Domain fully occupied themselves with raiding dungeons and development. Yet, these 4 guilds in White River City actually dared to start a full-fledged war. Regardless of which side won or lost, they would all be losers in God's Domain. Snow, this war is getting out of hand. Both sides have already incurred over 1,000 fatalities. If this situation continues, Emperor's Light and the Assassin's Alliance might be tempted to take advantage of the situation. I think we should retreat for now. After fighting for so long, we have fulfilled our duty to Zero Wing, Xiao Yoru urged as she looked at Gentle Snow, who currently issued commands. 304 ferocious beasts released. In reply to Zhao Yuru's suggestion, Gentle Snow merely shook her head and revealed a smile, not bothering to give any additional explanations. Are we just going to continue fighting like this? Although we have the advantage right now, if we wish to repel World Dominators, our losses will be immense. We might very well ruin the great advantage we have in White River City. Snow, you should know that the people of Starmoon City have long since had an opinion of you. If we lose the advantage we have in White River City, they will take advantage of the situation and cause you trouble. Zhao Yueru could not make sense of Gentle Snow's thoughts. Although they were good friends with Black Flame, it wasn't enough of a reason to destroy the influence they had obtained through painstaking efforts. The fight between their two guilds was no longer a simple skirmish, but a war that involved over 10,000 people. Without sufficient benefits, one should never start a war. War was not a child's game. Not only were they required to give out rewards and compensation to the participants, but they also needed to pay for many other expenditures. To put it plainly, war was just a way for players to waste money. Though it would not have mattered as much if they could pay these expenses using credits. After all, their families in the real world were both wealthy and influential. They could easily ignore such insignificant expenses. However, what they were not spending credits, but coins, a commodity that could not be easily obtained. If they continued fighting this war, the advantage they previously held over the other guilds in White River City would fall behind significantly. Zhao Yueru knew that Gentle Snow was a person who spoke of righteousness and possessed high morals. If it were for a personal matter, she would never allow her companions to fight in such a desperate war. It was also the reason many experts willingly followed and respected her. Even if it were for personal reasons, Gentle Snow absolutely would not drag in the entirety of Ouroboros in White River City. Is Zero Wing truly worth the effort to attempt to win this battle and protect them? Zhao Yoru asked in confusion. Yes, I believe my own foresight. Gentle Snow's crystal-clear eyes glowed with firm confidence. In truth, Gentle Snow wanted to say that she believed in Black Flame and Ye Feng's potential. In addition, there was also a great power hidden behind Black Flame. Even to this moment, Gentle Snow had yet to glean any important information about Black Flame. Not only could he form a connection with the Star Street trading firm, but he was also allowed to sell his products there. This was definitely not a feat that any ordinary power could help achieve. At the very least, to this day, Gentle Snow had yet to find any other guild successfully forming a relationship with the NPCs of a trading firm. Moreover, the experts in Zero Wing had practically appeared from thin air. If one claimed that no power supported Zero Wing from behind, then how was it even possible for a recently established guild like Zero Wing to draw in so many experts? Hence, Gentle Snow felt confident that she had made the right decision. However, if Gentle Snow discovered that Shi Feng had simply recruited people in Jinhai City who had been experts in the past, just what would her expression be? As the desperate battle between Ouroboros and World Dominators continued, the vice leader of World Dominators, Blood Halberd, experienced a slight headache. Has that gentle Snow gone insane? Isn't she just helping out some foreign guild? Is there a need to try so desperately? Blood Halberd appeared disappointed and confused as he looked at the casualty report he had received. As of this moment, they had lost over 1,500 players. Just the compensation they had to pay out had already reached astronomical amounts. The more Blood Halberd read the death toll written in the report, the darker his expression became. No matter how he considered things, World Dominators would undertake a huge loss this time. Guild Leader Tyrant, World Dominators has incurred an immense loss due to your great plan. If you don't compensate us appropriately, don't blame me if the relationship between our guilds turns sour. Blood Halberd was furious now. He felt that Lone Tyrant had used him as cannon fodder. Vice Leader Blood, please calm your anger. This entire incident was purely an accident. I did not expect Gentle Snow to be a madman. Rest assured, I will definitely compensate you for your losses. Lone Tyrant agreed to Blood Halberd's demands without hesitation. Or to put it in another way, he did not dare hesitate. Although Darkstar was powerful in White River City, it was still weaker than Ouroboros. If a misunderstanding occurred with World Dominators, it would be a disaster if they joined hands with Ouroboros to deal with Darkstar. Hence, Lone Tyrant had no choice but to compensate them. After all, he was the one who had requested World Dominators to hinder Ouroboros. However, Lone Tyrant's heart ached when he thought about how he needed to compensate for over 1,500 deaths. Fine. Since Guild Leader Tyrant has made such a promise, I won't say anything more. While Blood Halberd and Lone Tyrant conversed, Aqua Rose and the members of Zero Wing finally arrived at the battlefield between Ouroboros and World Dominators. It's up to all of you now, Shi Feng spoke in the guild channel. Guild Leader, leave it to us. At worst, we will just have to die once. No matter what, we are going to teach World Dominators that, if they wish to join hands with Darkstar to face us, they better not think of leaving unscathed. Right. Since they wish to start a war, we will show them that anybody who dares provoke Zero Wing will suffer the consequences. Energy filled the 3,000-plus members of Zero Wing that had hurried to the battlefield. The moment Shi Feng gave the order, they would instantly transform into ferocious beasts and tear apart their enemies. Good, listen to my command. Assassins, your job is to use stealth and sneak over to World Dominators healers. Shield Warriors, Guardian Knights, Berserkers, and Swordsmen, all of you are to charge into the heart of World Dominators and break their formation. Healers, follow the group closely and keep everyone in the unit alive. As for ranged attackers, block their path of retreat. We will not let a single one of them leave here alive. Aqua Rose will be in charge of commanding the ranged classes. Under Shi Feng's commands, everyone from Zero Wing took organized action. Very quickly, more than 300 assassins snuck to World Dominators' rear lines. Meanwhile, as all of the players from World Dominators were occupied with their battle against Ouroboros, none of them managed to discover the forces of Zero Wing arriving behind them, let alone the assassins sneaking up on them. Assassins, confirm your targets. Have 2 people deal with each target and kill the healers with certainty. Do not give World Dominators a chance to react, Shi Feng said in the guild channel. Guild Leader, we're in position, the Assassin Party leader reported. Good. On the count to 5, take action together. After the assassins make their move, Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights, remember to activate your life-saving skills immediately as you start your charge. You all are to become a wall for everyone else and block of every bit of damage sent at you. As you move closer to World Dominators, everyone is to attack using the frost grenades that you received to break their first line of defense. Afterward, shatter their formation. Does everyone understand? Shi Feng said. Following which, as Shi Feng started his countdown, everyone began to grow nervous. It was especially true for the assassins tasked with launching the first attacks. Meanwhile, the healers of World Dominators stood comfortably in their positions as they carried out their duties. None of them had any sense of danger instilled in them at all. However, they could not be blamed for this. After all, they had an army of over 10,000 strong between the perceived enemy and themselves. No enemy should be able to touch them unless they broke through the defensive lines. Also, even if 1 or 2 players managed to sneak past the front lines, what could they possibly do to several hundred healers? The moment they revealed themselves, they would die instantly. Good, on my command. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, kill. Let not a single one of them go. After Shi Feng's shout, all 300-plus assassins took action simultaneously, with every 2 assassins launching attacks on a single healer. When ambushed by an assassin, any ordinary healer would lose more than half of their HP, let alone an ambush by 2 elite assassins. Momentarily, many of World Dominators' healers felt a sting at the back of their heads. After they were forced into a fainted state, 2 piercing cold daggers slashed across their necks, followed by 2 frightening damages appearing above their heads. In the next moment, their bodies were no longer under their control. In the blink of an eye, World Dominators lost close to 200 healers. Immediately, Zero Wing's melee players began their charge. A moment later, Aqua Rose used a Guild War order to lock down the entire region, preventing any from using a return scroll to leave the battlefield. 305 Zero Wing's Mai. The sudden loss of almost 200 healers stunned everyone from World Dominators. It's an ambush. Run. Faced with several hundred assassins so close without any protectors by their side, the only way the healers of World Dominators could escape death was to run towards the main army of World Dominators. However, healers were inherently slow. The assassins from Zero Wing quickly caught up to them. Originally, if these healers had worked together to retaliate against the assassins from Zero Wing, they could have at least offered some semblance of resistance. It would not have been so easy to kill them. However, their decision to run immediately created chaos, and those who could have originally survived died as well. Without any healing or resistance, these healers were lambs to the slaughter. Zero Wing's assassins killed them arbitrarily. By the time the rear guards of World Dominators came to the rescue, a majority of their healers were already dead. Just as the surviving healers thought they were safe, they quickly discovered several thousand players charging in their direction. Every one of these players was like a ferocious tiger as they crashed into their enemies' ranks, and the several hundred players who served as World Dominators' rear guards were instantly dispersed. This situation allowed the assassins to continue their slaughter of the healers. Guild leader, not good. Our rear line has been ambushed, and we've lost over half of our healers already. These newcomers are fierce, and the rear line needs help to hold them off. One of the team leaders defending against Zero Wing's ambush hurriedly reported. What? Who are these people? Blood Halberd had been busy issuing commands from the front lines all this time. The moment he received the report, he immediately turned to look. He discovered that there were actually several thousand players charging and killing into their ranks, and anyone from World Dominators who tried to block their charge instantly died. These newcomers were like a sharp blade, instantly splitting World Dominators' forces in half with their precision charge. World Dominators currently fought a desperate battle against Ouroboros, and the damage they received from such an ambush was self-evident. Without the healers' support, the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights who stood on the front lines rapidly fell, one after another. The front line was also continuously forced into a retreat, and within moments, over 100 players from World Dominators had died. Damn, just who are they? To actually dare start a war against World Dominators, do they not want to live anymore? Blood Halberd's eyes had already become blood red from anger. He wished he could immediately chop their ambushers into a million pieces. Guild leader, they're wearing a six-winged emblem on their chests. They should be players from Zero Wing, a ranger reported. Zero Wing? Weren't they fighting Darkstar? Why have they suddenly appeared here? Questions filled Blood Halberd's mind. However, he halted his thoughts as he spoke through the guild's war channel. These losers have actually dared ambush us. They're simply overestimating themselves. Everyone, turn around and focus all your attacks on Zero Wing. Wipe these fools from Zero Wing out first. Blood Halberd was one of the upper echelons of World Dominators, and he had experienced many battles that involved tens of thousands of players in the past. Thus, he was very clear on what actions he needed to take right now. World Dominators was no longer a match for Ouroboros in this battle. Now that Zero Wing had ambushed them from behind, launching a pincer attack with Ouroboros, World Dominators was in a fatal situation. If they continued this battle, they would suffer total annihilation. The only options they had was to either break through from one side or defend their positions and wait for help. Since the second option was clearly not viable, the only option they had left was to break through and escape this battlefield. However, it was clearly impossible for them to break through from Ouroboros' side. That left them with annihilating Zero Wing. Regarding numbers and total combat power, World Dominators was above Zero Wing by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, on Ouroboros' side, Gentle Snow very quickly noticed that someone had ambushed World Dominators. Moreover, the ambush came from directly behind World Dominators. Although Gentle Snow did not know who launched the attack, this was a great chance that she could not miss. They might even be able to give World Dominators a huge blow in this situation. Everyone, charge forward. Don't let World Dominators reorganize their formation. Gentle Snow commanded her forces, wearing a faint smile on her face. To readjust their formation, World Dominators turned around to attack Zero Wing. Unfortunately, that decision came at a high price. Unwittingly, World Dominators lost thousands of their members. Blood Halberd's heart bled at this sight. Although they had fought Ouroboros for a long time, they had only lost around 1,000 or so players. Now, in just a few short minutes, they lost several times that amount. Kill. Annihilate Zero Wing. Blood Halberd bellowed through the guild channel as he pointed his sword at Zero Wing's 3,000 members. Currently, World Dominators still had close to 10,000 players alive. It would be an easy task for them to deal with just 3,000 players. Both sides immediately entered a desperate struggle, flames and arrows filling the skies. A few independent players that stood a distance away were thoroughly shocked when they witnessed this scene. This battle was far more realistic and shocking than any movie they had watched before. Sounds of smashing and swords clashing filled the surroundings. There was also the constant stream of spells bombarding the land, sending debris and dust flying into the air. This was truly a bloody battlefield. In this battlefield, personal strength was insignificant. When struck by hundreds of fireballs and frost arrows, even the most powerful MTs would die instantly. Very good. It should be about time to use them now. Shi Feng closely observed the battle through the live stream from Aqua Rose. After watching both sides clash for some time and seeing how closely packed the players on the enemy side were, Shi Feng commanded in the guild channel, "Use all your frost grenades and magic scrolls now. Hold nothing back and use all of them at once." The members of Zero Wing, who had long since hungered for this moment, immediately tossed the frost grenades in their hands. This time around, the members of Zero Wing only used basic frost grenades. Moreover, frost grenades were only half as effective when used against players, so each basic frost grenade only dealt 100 damage to players. However, with several thousand players using them simultaneously, the accumulated damage could easily exceed 10,000 points. Currently, a majority of the players in God's domain were around level 15, and even top-tier experts would be level 20 at best. Meanwhile, a level 20 shield warrior or guardian knight would only have around 3,000 HP. In the face of so many basic frost grenades, these players were cannon fodder. They could die at any given moment. Shortly after the basic frost grenades were thrown, a large swath of players from World Dominators died. As for those lucky enough to survive, they transformed into pure white ice sculptures. Immediately, the reinforcements from World Dominators who were just about to charge over were stunned stiff on the spot, intense fear permeating their hearts. As for Gentle Snow, who stood at a far distance, she had only noticed the center of the battlefield suddenly transforming into a snowy field. In this lush green land surrounded by blistering hot temperatures, this white contrast made for relatively beautiful scenery. However, Blood Halberd was not in the mood to appreciate this pleasing sight. Zero Wing's combined frost grenade attack had instantly killed over 1,000 players. Adding in the follow-up control effect of the frost grenades and Ouroboros' continuous assault from behind, the death toll in this brief moment was at least 3,000. Moreover, even without this wave of frost grenades, Blood Halberd had discovered something very important. Although Zero Wing only had around 3,000 members, a large majority of them were elite players. Not only did they possess high levels, but their equipment was also of good quality. With these two advantages, these players could easily take on 2 to 3 average players. If the 10,000 or so players of World Dominators faced off against 3,000 average players, it would not take them very long to annihilate the latter and break out of this pincer attack. However, it was a completely different story if they faced 3,000 elite players. There was absolutely no way to break through this hurdle in a short time. Not to mention, they also had to pay a huge price to do so. It was the same situation when World Dominators had initially hindered Ouroboros' advance towards the Silverleaf Forest. At that time, they had only used several hundred elite players to block Ouroboros' army of 2,000 players. Now that World Dominators faced 3,000 elite players, in addition to the previous frost grenade attack, Blood Halberd began to consider suicide. If he had known about this earlier, he would have chosen to break through the pincer attack through Ouroboros' side. It would have been much easier that way. How did Zero Wing come into possession so many elite players? Blood Halberd could neither understand why, nor did he try to understand it, as there was only one thing he could do right now. Everyone, listen to my command. All of you use return scrolls and leave this place immediately. Blood Halberd shouted reluctantly in the guild channel. This could not be helped. If they received several more waves of frost grenade attacks from Zero Wing, in addition to Ouroboros' assault, World Dominators would be annihilated. There was only one thing they could do now: escape. Although it would be both costly and time-consuming to use return scrolls, and even more people would die, it was a much better alternative than suffering total annihilation. Guild leader, this is not good. This area has been sealed. We can't use return scrolls. 36. The price of being a passerby. His subordinates' report stunned Blood Halberd. Do they really intend to fight to the bitter end? Blood Halberd's eyes turned crimson, his current mood similar to an imminent volcanic eruption. With the entire area sealed off, preventing the use of return scrolls, World Dominators had no way to escape. The steep slopes on both sides of this area left only one line of movement available. One could only advance forward or retreat backward. There was no third option available. Right now, however, Ouroboros blocked the road back to the city, while Zero Wing blocked the road to the Silverleaf Forest. Originally, Blood Halberd felt only contempt for Zero Wing's attempt to launch a pincer attack on World Dominators. Now that he had personally witnessed Zero Wing's strength, however, Blood Halberd no longer dared underestimate Zero Wing. Whether it was Ouroboros or Zero Wing, neither of them was easy to deal with. Blood Halberd's current situation could be perfectly described as being stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, inaction would similarly result in World Dominators' complete annihilation. Originally, World Dominators had come to this place simply to aid Darkstar in delaying Ouroboros' advance. Now, however, they had become the center of the war. Everyone, defensive formation. Blood Halberd commanded after a bit of thought, not daring to delay any longer. The members of World Dominators immediately formed a circle to repel attacks from both sides and reduce their losses. Meanwhile, Blood Halberd sent out a communication request to Lone Tyrant. Originally, Lone Tyrant was still joyous over locating Firedance's group. However, he suddenly received an urgent call from Blood Halberd. Vice Leader Blood, I will definitely send over the compensation after this entire matter is dealt with. Please stop rushing me, Lone Tyrant said, slightly annoyed. Compensation? Blood Halberd's anger boiled over when he heard this word. Originally, Darkstar was the one responsible for dealing with Zero Wing. However, World Dominators now had to handle both Zero Wing and Ouroboros, placing Blood Halberd's guild in such a dangerous situation. Was this something mere compensation could make up for? Guild Leader Tyrant, I promise to help you delay Ouroboros, not to start an all-out war with them. Now, not only have you let Zero Wing's forces run away, you're even making World Dominators face two guilds at once. Meanwhile you, Guild Leader Tyrant, only know how to utter the word compensation? Guild Leader Tyrant, you're good, you're very good. The more Blood Halberd spoke, the angrier he got. He felt that Lone Tyrant had plotted against World Dominators all this time. First, Lone Tyrant had let them fight it out with Ouroboros. Then, he had allowed Zero Wing's forces to escape. In order to escape, Zero Wing could only pass through the area where World Dominators and Ouroboros were fighting. In the end, Zero Wing had no choice but to start a fight with World Dominators. With this plan, Lone Tyrant could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Success meant that 3 of the top 6 guilds in White River City would receive a huge blow, with Darkstar the only beneficiary of this chaos. Lone Tyrant was certain that there was a misunderstanding the moment he heard Blood Halberd's words. After all, he had not intentionally allowed Zero Wing to escape. Instead, the players from Zero Wing had left on their own, and they just happened to encounter World Dominators on their way back, which resulted in World Dominators suffering a pincer attack. Everything was simply a coincidence. As for Zero Wing's decision to directly oppose World Dominators, any normal person would not do that. Currently, Darkstar was in an all-out war with Zero Wing, a war that would end only when one side was completely annihilated. Just before, Black Flame had even publicly declared that he would make Darkstar pay the price of 30,000 people. So, why would they suddenly go and provoke a first-rate guild like World Dominators? Only a person who wished to die a quicker death or a person with brain damage would declare war simultaneously on 2 of the top 6 guilds in White River City. However, no matter what Lone Tyrant said now, Blood Halberd definitely would not believe him. Hence, Lone Tyrant hurriedly said, Vice Leader Blood, I truly know nothing about this matter. I'll send my army over there right away. If we execute a pincer attack, I'm sure we can wipe out Zero Wing. Well, come quickly then, Blood Halberd shouted in rage. The more he listened to Lone Tyrant speak, the more disgusted he was with this person. Lone Tyrant had actually used World Dominators as bait. However, the priority right now was for the guild to escape this predicament. Everything else was secondary. Okay, I'll have them head over immediately. Lone Tyrant ended the call and promptly contacted his troops stationed outside the Silverleaf Forest. Of the 6,000 players there, Lone Tyrant sent 5,000 over to deal with Zero Wing, while the remaining 1,000 stayed behind to continue blocking the exits of the Silverleaf Forest. However, as time slowly passed, World Dominator's situation turned grimmer and grimmer. Zero Wing's 3,000 elites were incredibly zealous. After several consecutive charges, although Zero Wing lost several hundred of their members, World Dominators lost at least 3 to 4 times that number. Not to mention, Ouroboros was also madly assaulting them on the other side. After gathering up his courage, one of the team leaders of the elite teams, Lonely, walked up to Blood Halberd and asked in a soft tone, Guild Leader, if this situation continues, we'll definitely be finished. Are the reinforcements from Darkstar not here yet? If the elite members of World Dominators were to lose 2 or 3 levels, in addition to most of the weapons and equipment on their bodies, World Dominators would definitely not be able to compete for White River City any longer. I know that. But they still need around 10 minutes before they can arrive. At this moment, Blood Halberd's heart was bleeding in pain. However, he was helpless in this situation, unless of course Zero Wing or Ouroboros showed mercy and let them go. Blood Halberd's eyes shone when this thought occurred to him. He was not out of options yet. World Dominators and Ouroboros were bitter enemies, so it was obviously impossible to ask Ouroboros to show mercy. However, there was a slight possibility of success with Zero Wing. After all, World Dominators had never come into direct conflict with Zero Wing before. Also, Zero Wing's main enemy was Darkstar, while World Dominators was simply a passerby in this matter. Hence, Blood Halberd immediately tried to contact Shi Feng. Vice Leader Halberd to what do I owe this pleasure? Shi Feng asked, a smile on his face. When he received Blood Halberd's call, he had chosen to accept it right away. Guild Leader Black Flame, the war between our guilds is just a misunderstanding. World Dominators has a feud only with Ouroboros. We came here simply to fight Ouroboros, and we truly never intended to fight your guild. In regard to the losses and inconvenience caused to your guild, I can compensate you on behalf of World Dominators. As long as Zero Wing stops attacking us right now, I will immediately have our guild's finance department send over 1 million credits to serve as compensation. What do you think, Guild Leader Black Flame? Although Blood Halberd had tried to speak casually, he could not completely hide the panic in his tone. After all, at least one elite member of World Dominators was dying with each passing second. 1 million credits. In past virtual reality games, even well-known gaming workshops needed a month's time to earn such a sum. Hence, Blood Halberd's offer of 1 million clearly showed his sincerity. So, it was all a misunderstanding. Shi Feng acted as if he had come to a sudden realization, letting Blood Halberd feel a hint of hope. However, before Blood Halberd could even feel joy, Shi Feng's tone changed abruptly as he said, "I am moved by Vice Leader Halberd's generosity. Sadly, one of my shortcomings as a person is that I am extremely headstrong. Since it is a misunderstanding, let us just continue this misunderstanding then. You're making an enemy out of world dominators. Aren't you afraid of our retaliation?" Blood Halberd screamed in anger. "Vice Leader Halberd, what's there to get angry about? The moment we started playing this game, we were bound to meet with some trouble. If you aren't even prepared to suffer such a small setback, I think it is better for you to retire sooner rather than later. Although World Dominators is only playing the role of a passerby in Darkstar's plan this time, by provoking Zero Wing, you also have to pay a terrible price. However, don't you worry, Darkstar will soon be joining you all." After Shi Feng disconnected the call, he then contacted Aqua Rose, saying, "No need to be polite. Leave none of them alive. Show everyone the consequences for those who dare to be a passerby and have thoughts about Zero Wing. 307, famous in a single war, damn. This black flame is practically a mad dog that bites anyone it sees." Blood Halberd cursed. "I'll definitely remember this matter. If there is a chance in the future, I'll definitely not let him off. Vice Leader, we've lost too many healers. This long battle is also taking a heavy toll on the remaining healers' mana. They can't leave their combat status to use the magic spring, so they can only rely on mana recovery potions to replenish their mana. However, most of them have already consumed all the potions they have. If the reinforcements from Darkstar still don't arrive, we will definitely be finished," Lonely reported hurriedly. Naturally, Blood Halberd was aware of this matter. Before Zero Wing's intervention, World Dominators had been able to split its healers into two teams, with one team healing the players at the front, and the other falling back to replenish their mana and rotate them accordingly. However, Zero Wing's ambush had taken out over half of World Dominators' healers. If World Dominators were to insist on maintaining the rotation system, its death toll would at least double. Damn that lone tyrant. If he had not goaded me into hindering Ouroboros, we would not have fallen into this situation. Blood Halberd also hated Lone Tyrant greatly at this moment, regretting his decision to listen to him. If he had known that Zero Wing was so powerful, and also how insane Black Flame was, he definitely would have chosen to watch this entire affair play out from a safe distance. In the end, he now suffered from his own decision. Originally, there had already been a gap between World Dominators and Zero Wing in overall combat power. Now that World Dominators had lost the support of its healers, that gap had widened further. Following the crippling of World Dominators' healers, its players were like wheat being reaped, their lives effortlessly harvested by the members of Zero Wing. In contrast, Zero Wing's healers carried out their task with great zeal. The frontline players of Zero Wing found it hard to die even if they wanted to. Within moments, the mortality ratio of the two guilds soared to frightening heights. When Zero Wing initiated their ambush, the mortality ratio had only been 1 to 3, with World Dominators having the higher number of deaths. Now, however, that ratio had risen to 1 to 8 and would soon approach 1 to 9. In other words, for every player Zero Wing lost, World Dominators would lose 8 or 9 players. On the other front, the players from Ouroboros were fighting valiantly as well, and they had succeeded in pushing the original mortality ratio of 1 to 1-2 up to the current ratio of 1 to 3. No, we can't wait any longer. At this rate, we'll be completely annihilated by the time the reinforcements from Darkstar arrive. Both anger and grief filled Blood Halberd at this moment. World Dominators had started this war with over 10,000 members, yet now only 5,000 or so members remained alive. Immediately, Blood Halberd shouted in the guild channel, "All of you, charge together with me. We're leaving with as many lives as we can." At Blood Halberd's command, everyone from World Dominators commenced a desperate charge while ignoring even the magical bombardments from enemy mages. Naturally, such an exodus only made it much easier for Zero Wing and Ouroboros to kill them. The price these two guilds had to pay also lessened greatly. However, with 5,000 plus players desperately trying to escape en masse, it was also impossible for the two guilds to kill every single one of them. In the end, less than 500 of the 10,000 plus members World Dominators had started this war with made it out alive, everyone else died. After suffering such a massive loss, World Dominators no longer had any chance of competing for dominance in White River City. Zero Wing really is amazing. Although they only number around 3,000 or so, a large majority of them are actually elite players. After obtaining victory in this battle, Zhao Yueru had a renewed opinion of the guild called Zero Wing. With only around 5,000 members in Zero Wing, its total member count was not even comparable to a third-rate guild's. However, after Zhao Yueru witnessed the combat power its 3,000 plus members displayed in this battle, she no longer found it strange for Zero Wing to be considered one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. Zero Wing was indeed worthy of its fame. Second-rate and third-rate guilds would be no match for Zero Wing at all. Moreover, the destructive force displayed by the frost grenades that Zero Wing had used was simply too shocking. If not for those tools of mass destruction, this war might still be ongoing right now, while the price Ouroboros had to pay would also be greater. Snow, your foresight is as diabolical as always. Zero Wing is indeed not a simple existence, Zhao Yuru giggled. Although World Dominators managed to escape with a few hundred of its members, its heavy losses this time means it no longer has any chance of fighting over White River City. Without this old nemesis of ours, Ouroboros has a greater chance of becoming the overlord of White River City. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at the giggling Zhao Yuru. The girl actually dared describe her in such a way. However, Zero Wing's performance had truly surpassed her expectations. Although Zero Wing had a mere 3,000 or so members on their side, in the face of World Dominator's overwhelming numbers, Zero Wing had lost only a paltry 1,000 or so members. This was definitely a brilliant battle record. If the beginning of this battle had not been so intense, the peak of mortality occurring during this period of time, Zero Wing would have lost at most 500 or 600 members in this entire battle. Meanwhile, World Dominators had lost over 10,000 players. One could just see how powerful Zero Wing was. After the end of the battle, both sides started distributing the spoils of war. Even leaving aside the equipment that was originally dropped by both sides, the number of weapons and equipment dropped by the 10,000 plus players from World Dominators remained quite considerable. Very quickly, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow agreed to split the loot in a 2-to-8 ratio based on the total value of all the equipment dropped. Zero Wing would receive 20% of the total loot, while Ouroboros would receive 80%. However, Zero Wing would mainly receive equipment of bronze rank or higher. Aqua Rose settled for such an unbalanced ratio due to Shi Feng's arrangements. As to why Shi Feng would propose such a division, firstly, it was his form of gratitude for Ouroboros' aid. Secondly, they had no use for that many pieces of equipment. The reason being, most of the equipment left behind by World Dominators were not even bronze rank. As for mysterious iron equipment, there were only a pitiful amount of them dropped in this battle. Arming the guild's normal members with such poor quality equipment might be fine, but for the elite members, Shi Feng had yet to fall to such a low standard. Hence, he was satisfied as long as he could obtain some bronze-ranked weapons and equipment to arm the newcomers of the guild. Meanwhile, after the battle involving tens of thousands of players ended, the independent players who had been observing it uploaded recordings of the entire battle to the forums. The battle instantly became a sensation in White River City. Nobody could have ever imagined that Zero Wing was actually so fierce. Its battle record was also brilliantly amazing. However, Zero Wing's decision to fight World Dominators confused many. Instead of killing the members of Darkstar, they had chosen to annihilate World Dominators, which had played the role of a passerby. Many people posted about Zero Wing's ruthlessness for such a decision. In regard to this, Shi Feng did not offer any explanation. Even when Aqua Rose raised this matter to Shi Feng, he only laughed it off without saying anything. In truth, Shi Feng really did have his own motives for making such a decision. On one side, there was Darkstar, a guild supported by a gigantic existence like Underworld. On the other, there was World Dominators, a first-rate guild with an extraordinary background. If these two guilds cooperated to suppress Zero Wing, such an alliance would be detrimental to Zero Wing's development in White River City, even with the help of Ouroboros. After Shi Feng found out that these two guilds had joined hands, the first thing he thought to do was to annihilate World Dominators in White River City. Although World Dominators was a first-rate guild, their main force was not based in Starmoon Kingdom. There were countless cities in God's domain. After World Dominators spread its forces widely, it had only a few experts in each city. The guild would only make a small investment in a small city like White River City. However, everything would change if World Dominators truly had a good chance of becoming the overlord of White River City. At such a time, the guild would definitely increase its investments greatly, and then, World Dominator's power in White River City would grow several-fold, making it even harder to deal with. In the past, Blood Halberd had achieved amazing feats in White River City. He also had the help of a first-rate expert like Lonely, so he had managed to develop the guild to the point where it had the possibility of becoming the overlord of White River City. As a result, World Dominators had boosted the number of experts and funding it sent over in order to solidify its influence over White River City. Thus, the guild's power in White River City greatly increased, and it became even more powerful than the current Ouroboros. Now that World Dominators had decided to oppose Zero Wing, Shi Feng definitely could not allow it to develop in White River City, otherwise they would have to face a powerful foe in the future. This was also the reason why Feng Xuanyang decided to annihilate Zero Wing without hesitation after Shi Feng rejected Feng Xuanyang's proposal. Although Feng Xuanyang's decision was due in part to his vicious personality, the more important reason was how very great a potential a guild that possessed a guild residence had. If he did not destroy Zero Wing while the guild was still in its infancy, he would be raising a tiger to serve as his future enemy. Shi Feng's actions were exactly the same as Feng Xuanyang's. He was killing a powerful opponent that was still in its cradle. Meanwhile, World Dominators starting a fight with Ouroboros at a place with only one escape route was the perfect chance for Shi Feng to do so. Naturally, Shi Feng would not let such a rare chance get away. Shortly after the battle with world dominators ended, Firedance and the others also arrived at the location Shi Feng had appointed. Guild leader, we've already arrived at the location you specified. What are we supposed to do next? Firedance said in the team chat after confirming her group's location. 38 Black Flame and Ye Feng good. I'll head over there now, Shi Feng said. Standing atop a tree, he inspected his surroundings before jumping off the tree and proceeding towards the meeting point. Now that Firedance and the others had accomplished the difficult first step, what remained depended solely on luck. If his plan worked, then Firedance's group would succeed in escaping. As for directly confronting Darkstar, choosing to face over 3,000 elites from Darkstar was simply suicidal. Oh, someone's coming over. While Shi Feng was transversing the forest, his keen 5 senses suddenly picked up on movement a short distance away. He promptly jumped up onto a tree. Towards the west side of the forest, a team of over 100 elite players was currently searching the vicinity as they moved. The majority of these players were red names, creating a very eye-catching sight. Moreover, none of them tried to hide their presence, which made it very easy for Shi Feng to discover them. Uncle South Wolf, Zero Wing, has played a significant role in the war between Ouroboros and world dominators this time. We also can't overlook the combat power Zero Wing displayed. It is definitely not as simple as it appears in the video recordings of their battle. If Zero Wing had not suddenly ambushed world dominators from behind, world dominators would not have lost so overwhelmingly. Now, world dominators in White River City is only an empty shell of its past self. Blood Halberd is also continuously lambasting Lone Tyrant with a barrage of curses. However, since Lone Tyrant does not dare to become hostile with Blood Halberd, he has no choice but to suffer in silence. Black Flame is truly decisive with his actions. Not only did he eliminate world dominators from White River City, he has also severed a large portion of Darkstar's support. In addition, the post he made before declaring war on Darkstar has led to the war between Zero Wing and world dominators receiving widespread attention. Using only 3,000 players to defeat a first-rate guild like world dominators, with such a brilliant battle record, Zero Wing has instantly risen to fame from this single battle, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Even I am starting to admire this person named Black Flame. The commentary of the female summoner walking beside South Wolf on Zero Wing's battle was eloquent. She spoke as if she knew every little detail of Shi Feng's plan. This girl was around 20 years old. She had a pair of beautiful eyes that was both bright and dazzling, making it difficult to discern the girl's thoughts. Her cherry lips were currently tilted up slightly, while her eyelids were curved into small crescents. The girl exuded a calm and mysterious aura. During the few occasions when she giggled, she would also reveal a noble and elegant temperament that drew the attention of others despite themselves. Yulin, you are Underworld's female Zhuge Wan. How can you uplift others' prestige while downplaying your own worth? That Black Flame simply got lucky. He definitely isn't as smart as you make him out to be. South Wolf felt that Yulin overestimated Black Flame, who South Wolf believed was simply an arrogant and despotic person. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's victory in the war this time and the subsequent trouble that visited Darkstar were simply coincidences. There was nothing worthy of their concern. Maybe I am overthinking things, Yulin laughed, having no intention of refuting South Wolf's words. Although Zero Wing has risen to fame with this single battle and they have also managed to cause us some trouble, their core team is still trapped in this Silverleaf Forest. We have them completely surrounded now. Even if Ouroboros and the rest of Zero Wing rush over here right away, they will still be too late to change anything. As long as Zero Wing's core team is annihilated, the guild itself will receive a fatal blow. At that time, we'll see how Black Flame can continue acting rampantly, South Wolf scoffed proudly. Zero Wing had only managed to garner the reputation it had today due to their continuous monopoly of the top 10 positions on the ranking list of White River City. The 8 experts of Zero Wing were known by all, and they still occupied the top 8 positions on the ranking list until this day. Nobody had managed to threaten their positions all this time. If these 8 players died today, they would definitely fall out of the top 10. Subsequently, Zero Wing would also lose the fame and prestige it possessed. I guess this could be considered a flaw of guild leader Black Flame. Players have always worshipped the strong. Although occupying the top position on the ranking list would bring him great benefits, if he fails to maintain this position, it would instead become a sword that will stab him in the heart. Yulon nodded. In the middle of South Wolf and Yulin's conversation, an assassin suddenly spoke in the team chat. Brother South Wolf, I found them. Assassins were not only proficient in the art of assassination, they were also proficient in the art of tracking. Hence, assassins were definitely the best choice when hunting for players. Good, even the heavens are aiding me. I will bring an end to Zero Wing. Blade, immediately inform Guild Leader Tyrant of this and have them come quickly. We'll go ahead and delay Firedance's group. The moment everyone arrives will be their time of death. South Wolf laughed. It is a pity Ye Feng isn't with them. Otherwise, I will definitely make him regret making a mockery out of Underworld. Regardless, I will use the deaths of Zero Wing's core team members as a greeting gift to him. Ye Feng? Uncle South Wolf, are you referring to the god-ranked expert of White River City, the Ye Feng? Yulon suddenly grew interested. What dog's fart expert? If he had not hidden himself, I would have already made him kneel and beg for forgiveness by now, Southwolf said in disdain. Yulin entered a deep contemplation after hearing Southwolf's words. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face, and a hint of joy glimmered in her eyes. It was as if she had found a new toy to play with. Laughing lightly, she said, "First, there is Black Flame, and now there is Shi Feng, a god-ranked expert. Zero Wing is truly an interesting existence." Just as Southwolf's group was closing in on Firedance and the others, Shi Feng hid himself within the dense treetops, waiting for Southwolf's group to approach him. "Guild leader, we're ready," Firedance said through the team chat. "Good. Firedance, you and the other assassins sneak over to their healers and prepare an ambush. Make sure to maintain a certain distance from their group and be careful of detection. Although it is unlikely that any of them have learned a stealth erasing skill, we cannot rule out even the slightest possibility. Wait until they have entered Blackie's attack range, then make your move. No matter what, do not let them discover our tracks," Shi Feng said quietly. After Shi Feng had discovered Southwolf's group, he had immediately contacted Firedance and ordered them to ready themselves to get rid of these players. Shi Feng had chosen to do so mainly because it was of utmost importance that Darkstar not find out where they were going. Southwolf's elite team consisted of over 100 players. All of them possessed relatively good quality equipment. Although there were a few bronze equipment mixed in, most of them were using mysterious iron equipment. This team was definitely one of Darkstar's core teams. Conversely, although Shi Feng had only around 30 players on his side, every one of them was an expert. It was not exactly impossible for them to eliminate these 100-plus elite players in a short amount of time. Not to mention, Shi Feng still had plenty of basic frost grenades and Tier 1 magic scrolls on him. Naturally, he had distributed quite a lot of them to Firedance and the others. In addition, if they could kill all these elite players, the deaths would cause significant damage to Darkstar. So, why not? Leave it to me. Saying so, Firedance immediately led 5 assassins and snuck over. Although Southwolf's group consisted of 100-plus elite players, their levels were only around level 17, with level 19 being the highest. Meanwhile, Firedance was currently level 21. Firedance's techniques and equipment also surpassed these elite players by leaps and bounds. All these factors combined allowed Firedance to effortlessly sneak up on the enemy's healers. The 5 other assassins accompanying Firedance were not weaklings either. They were all core members of Zero Wing, sporting equipment of mysterious iron rank or above, and were also at level 20 right now. When they snuck up on the healers of Darkstar, none of them were detected. So when Southwolf and his group walked into Blackie's attack range, they all remained unaware of the looming danger. "Kill," Shi Feng commanded through the team chat, and immediately everyone sprang into action. 309 ranked M. The 10 healers from Darkstar did not detect the presence of the 6 figures swiftly closing in on them at all. Firedance was extremely quick. She crossed the distance of 8 yards within an instant. The level 19 cleric that Firedance approached had no clue whatsoever. The cleric did not sense even a threat of danger as a snowy cold dagger stabbed into the back of his head. Before the cleric could even feel pain, another dagger, this one scorching hot, slashed his neck. After placing the level 19 cleric in a fainted state, Firedance immediately followed up with a flurry of attacks. Backstab, Shadow Strike, Quadruple Assassinate. A series of frightening damages appeared above the cleric's head. Firedance was currently using the pair of fine gold ranked daggers she had received from Shi Feng. In addition, the equipment she wore consisted of fine gold and even dark gold items. For her, dealing with a cloth armor class like a cleric was a piece of cake. She instantly killed the level 19 cleric who did not possess even 1800 HP. The other 5 assassins that moved with Firedance performed similarly well, killing their targets almost as quickly as Firedance had hers. They actually dared to lay an ambush on us. What a bunch of suicidal fools. Everyone, do not panic. Guardian Knights cast Protection Blessing on the healers. Rangers, mark those fools immediately. Absolutely do not let them disappear again. Elementalists, use Ice-type magic to restrict their movements. Everyone else, charge at them. Southwolf quickly issued commands after discovering the deaths of 6 of their healers, a cold sneer on his face. The shield warriors and berserkers closest to the healers reacted quickly. They used charge on the 6 enemy assassins in an attempt to save the remaining healers in their team. Simultaneously, the Guardian Knights of Darkstar cast Protection Blessing on the 4 remaining healers, reducing the physical damage they received by 50%. One could not help but admit that the Darkstar elites were truly skilled players. Their response made it practically impossible for Firedance's group to kill the remaining 4 healers now. In the face of the shield warriors and berserkers' charge, and also the barrage of frost arrows sent by the elementalists, Firedance and her fellow assassins promptly used wind steps, gaining more than a second's worth of invincibility thanks to the skill's effect. All 6 of them then turned around and ran, leaving behind only the corpses of the 6 healers they killed as they plunged into the forest. Despicable. Assassins, chase after them. Make sure you don't lose track of them, Southwolf bellowed, anger filling his heart. Their team consisted of 100-plus elite players. Yet not only had they lost 6 of their healers in an ambush by 6 assassins, they had even allowed these ambushers to escape. Wouldn't they become laughingstocks if others were to find out about this matter? Before the elites of Darkstar could set off in pursuit of Firedance's group, the female summoner, Yulin, suddenly shouted loudly, "Do not chase after them! Everyone, scatter immediately!" The moment Yulin finished speaking, she promptly sprinted away from this part of the forest. South Wolf was confused by Yulin's actions, failing to understand why she would do such a thing. However, he still chose to listen to her advice and started running. At the same time, in the distance, Blackie finished chanting the final verse of his spell's incantation. In the next moment, an enormous golden magic array appeared in the sky, covering a large part of the forest. Shortly after, a dazzlingly brilliant star appeared from the magic array and plummeted towards the forest. One after another, the Darkstar elementalists with quick reactions responded by immediately activating instantaneous movement. Meanwhile, the other classes also activated their own life-saving skills while doing their best to escape the effective range of the attack. However, there were a few players from Darkstar that failed to respond appropriately. Moreover, Blackie's Stars of Light possessed a very large effective range. Hence, when the first star impacted the ground, the blast caught over a dozen Darkstar players. The continuous bombardment of the Stars of Light easily wiped out even shield warriors that possessed more than 3,000 HP. To put it simply, all those within the Stars of Light's effective range died. What an amazing skill. Now that I'm seeing it in person, this skill is extraordinary as expected. Aside from Black Flame and Shi Feng, the top ranker of White River City cannot be taken lightly either. Although Yulin had managed to avoid the bombardment of the Stars of Light, she still could not help but marvel at the terrifying destructive power of the skill. Yulin, if not for your reminder, we would have lost more than just a dozen or so members. At this moment, South Wolf had yet to recover from his shock. After all, he had originally been standing at ground zero of the attack. If he had not escaped as quickly as he had, he might have been among the dozen or so players who had died. Uncle South Wolf, please contact Guild Leader Tyrant immediately and have them on the lookout in their vicinity. Make sure they don't split up, as the ambushers from Zero Wing are definitely not limited to just those 6, Yulan said in the team chat after surveying her surroundings. Yulan, you worry too much. Although we have lost some of our people, this team of ours consists entirely of Darkstar's elite. Firedance's group has only around 30 or so members remaining. In a direct confrontation, they stand no chance against us at all. The most they can achieve right now is an ambush on us. Now that they have revealed themselves, it is the perfect chance for us to pursue them. So, how can we choose to wait for our deaths in this place? South Wolf felt that Yulin was panicking slightly after seeing the Stars of Light. Originally, Yulin had wanted to dissuade South Wolf. However, the latter was simply too impatient. He also did not wish to miss this great chance to get rid of Firedance and her group. Hence, before Yulin could say anything more, South Wolf had already led the team off, charging in the direction where Firedance and the others had disappeared, just in time. Seeing South Wolf and his team running over, Shi Feng revealed a smile as he waved his hand. At Shi Feng's gesture, Cola and the other plate armor classes immediately charged forward to meet with the Darkstar members. The moment South Wolf's group noticed the dozen or so Zero Wing members charging at them, they too did not hesitate to hasten their steps, their eagerness to get rid of Cola and the others showing clearly in their eyes. Cola was the chief MT of Zero Wing, and his current level was at level 21. In addition, Cola was mostly geared with fine gold equipment, secret silver being the poorest quality for the items he had on him. The Arclight Guard in his hand was also a dark gold-ranked shield. With such good items, Cola's HP exceeded the 3900 threshold, and his defense was likewise frightening. When a flame explosion sent by one of Darkstar's elementalists landed on him, the spell barely managed to deal slightly over 300 damage. The caster of the spell goggled from shock when he saw such a low damage, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Meanwhile, an arrow shot by a ranger from Darkstar dealt only around 100 damage. The attack could barely be considered a scratch on Cola. To make matters worse, Cola also excelled at dodging. In the face of a sky filled with spells and arrows, Cola actually managed to dodge over half of these attacks. Meanwhile, standing at the rear, Violet Cloud merely had to gesture with her delicate hand, casting a basic recover on Cola. Instantly, the spell fully restored the 400 plus HP Cola lost, returning the Guardian Knight to full health. Moreover, Recover was a skill that restored the target's HP once every 3 seconds for a duration of 15 seconds. Seeing this scene, everyone from Darkstar was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of healer is she? I am a cleric as well, yet my Recover can restore only around 200 HP each time. She's already comparable to the top 5 healers of Darkstar. A cleric for Darkstar commented in shock. Originally, they were already having a hard time trying to kill Cola. Now that there was also an amazing healer supporting him from behind, it was simply impossible for them to kill him. Shortly after both sides started confronting each other, the players from Darkstar suddenly discovered a shocking matter. Cola's HP had actually risen past 5,000. Moreover, the heals he was receiving had also increased from the original 400 plus to 500 plus, making him even more impossible to kill. Unknown to the members of Darkstar, Cola's sudden upgrade was all due to the Arclight Guard's passive skill, Sound of Life. Every time Cola received an attack, he would receive a stack of Power of Life. Each stack of Power of Life increased Cola's maximum HP by 3%, and the healing he received by 2% for 1 minute, and Cola could accumulate a maximum of 10 stacks of Power of Life. Hence, Cola suddenly became much more powerful. Kill him. All ranged classes focus fire on him. South Wolf knew that if Cola did not die, it would be a huge blow to the team's morale. Therefore, killing Cola had priority. Immediately, half a dozen berserkers surrounded Cola, while the ranged damage dealers sent a continuous stream of attacks at him. They no longer treated Cola like a player but a boss monster. In response to their actions, Cola simply smiled in disdain. He then activated Protection Blessing, reducing the damage he received by 50%. Now, the highest damage the players from Darkstar managed to inflict on Cola did not exceed 200 points. A majority of the attacks were even below 100 damage. In the face of Cola's 5,000 plus HP, such damages were simply insignificant. However, due to the large number of attacks, Cola's HP quickly fell below the 50% threshold. Right then, Violet Cloud took action again. She casually cast Guardian Shield and Recover on Cola. At Violet Cloud's current level, her Guardian Shield would provide her target with a buff that could absorb over 700 damage. She followed up with Healing Light. In the next moment, a healing value of plus 1600 appeared above Cola's head, in addition to the 500 plus HP regenerated with Recover. Cola's HP instantly went back up to full again. 310 reversal. Originally, the Guardian Knight Cola was already a huge headache due to his high HP and defense, and Darkstar's players exerted quite a lot of effort in order to reduce his HP by over half. Yet, in the next moment, he was now back to full health. South Wolf nearly popped a vein when he witnessed this scene. Although Cola was an MT, the damage he dealt was not one bit low. A casual slash from his sword could deal around 300 to 400 damage to Darkstar's shield warriors. If Cola used a skill, he could even deal 500 to 600 damage, which was even higher than that of the berserkers of Darkstar. Moreover, Cola could tank 4 berserkers simultaneously, all by himself, and he even managed to send them flying back. Meanwhile, such a boss-ranked MT was now immortal due to a single cleric from Zero Wing. However, this still was not the end of South Wolf's headache. The MTs in his team were relatively high-ranking MTs in White River City. But, the 2 berserkers named Lonely Snow and Water Buffalo still sliced them up in no time. For example, one of the Guardian Knights of Darkstar had come under the combined assault of the 2 berserkers. At first, the Guardian Knight had received 2 normal attacks from the berserkers. Unfortunately, both attacks had achieved a critical hit, with Lonely Snow dealing over 1,400 damage and Water Buffalo dealing over 1,300 damage. Without leaving any gaps, the 2 then followed up with Beheaded, both of their skills dealing over 1,000 damage each. As a result, even though the Guardian Knight had 2 healers focusing on him, his 3,000 HP was still reaped away within an instant. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was even more amazing than the 2 berserkers. After dishing out a flurry of attacks, she followed up with a 7-star Eviscerate that achieved a critical hit, dealing over 2,300 damage. Within moments, one more Guardian Knight of Darkstar died. South Wolf had even begun to suspect that the members of Zero Wing were no longer playing the same game Darkstar's players were. After all, whether it was Zero Wing's MT, healer, or DPS, all of them were so powerful. On the other hand, the players of Darkstar were like paper, dying from just a touch. With merely a brief exchange, South Wolf's team had already lost 9 members. It should be known that all these players were core members of Darkstar. They were not random noobs that could be found anywhere on the streets of White River City. Each and every one of them was a skilled player, and they all had a good sense for battle. Although they were not comparable to experts, neither were they far from one. Yet even so, these elite players still died with barely any resistance. As the battle continued, the players from Darkstar grew more and more frightened. They had yet to kill a single player of Zero Wing, even until now. This was definitely a huge psychological blow to the elites of Darkstar. Don't panic. We outnumber them thrice over. Assassins and Rangers take out their healers first. As long as the healers are dead, the others will soon follow, even if their combat power is superior. South Wolf was no idiot, and he immediately sought to utilize Darkstar's advantage. Zerg Tactics. It was the easiest tactic for obtaining victory in any virtual reality game. As South Wolf had the numerical advantage, he could afford to divide his troops into 2 groups, one to pin down the enemy forces, and another to circle around and strike at the enemy's weak point. Very quickly, over 20 assassins and rangers from Darkstar flanked Zero Wing's forces and immediately charged towards Violet Cloud's group of 5 healers. Contrary to expectations, however, even when Violet Cloud's group noticed Darkstar's players charging towards them, none of them chose to run away. Instead, they continued healing their allies at the front, paying no attention to their attackers at all. In regard to the healers' lack of reaction, Darkstar's players did not give it too much thought. They simply continued charging forward, having concluded that Zero Wing's healers had already given up on escaping. When there was only a short distance of 8 yards between the assassins and Violet Cloud's group, an intermediate frost grenade suddenly landed, exploding in the midst of the assassins. Darkstar's Rangers, who stood 30 yards away, also received an intermediate frost grenade of their own. In the blink of an eye, both groups were frozen solid. A damage of 400 also appeared above each of their heads. Although the 8 assassins immediately used Vanish to escape the freezing effect, they were still unable to advance as an ice wall appeared, blocking the path between them and Violet Cloud's group. Meanwhile, the person responsible for casting this ice wall was one of the 5 demon generals that Shi Feng had recruited, Ice Queen Su Qianlu. Ice Wall was the perfect skill for this scenario. Without magic immunity, if the assassins were to charge into the Ice Wall one, their movement speeds would slow to a crawl. At that time, their fates would be as good as sealed. Although Ice Wall had a short duration of only 2 to 3 seconds, it still provided the healers with a brief, but important, moment of respite. As for the Rangers of Darkstar, none of them had any skills that could be used to dispel the effects of control skills, and neither did any of them possess any life-saving skills. Hence, they could do nothing but stand there and watch. At this moment, Shi Feng used silent steps and suddenly appeared behind these frozen Rangers. To Shi Feng, a group of immobile players was entirely negligible. Shi Feng was currently at level 23. He was also equipped with the newly acquired 7 Luminaries ring and had recently received the Golden Stigmata. His overall attributes surpassed these elite players many-fold. Moreover, Shi Feng currently had the Aura of Fire activated, the aura effect increasing his damage by 30% while also reducing his target's defense by 30%. Immediately, Shi Feng sent a level 8 thundering flash at the group of Rangers. Green arcs of lightning crackled as they instantly pierced the bodies of these Rangers. Damages of 11002, 15228, and 22140 appeared above each of the 12 Rangers' heads. Although none of Shi Feng's attacks had achieved a critical hit, these Rangers had only around 2000 HP. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's thundering flash had dealt more than 4,700 damage in total, far surpassing the Rangers' maximum HP. The members of Darkstar saw Shi Feng killing all those Rangers with a single strike. Each and every one of the witnesses was completely dumbfounded, their jaw hanging wide open. South Wolf nearly had his eyes pop out of their own sockets. The 12 Rangers simultaneously collapsed to the ground, their actions in complete unison. In the next moment, piles of weapons and equipment were scattered around their bodies. In this chaotic battlefield, this scene was both striking and shocking. The 12 Rangers were all either level 18 or level 19 players. Most of the equipment they used was also level 15 mysterious iron equipment, and every one of them had more than 2000 HP. Yet, they were killed off so easily. Moreover, it wasn't just one person that got killed but an entire group. For a moment, South Wolf believed that he was dreaming. He even considered giving one of his subordinates a slap and then asking said subordinate if it hurt to confirm whether or not this was a dream. As for the assassins of Darkstar who had been waiting for the ice wall to disappear, after witnessing this unforgettable scene, they had completely forgotten their original task of dealing with Violet Cloud's group of healers. They idly stood there as they watched their ranger companions die, their minds empty of all thought. They then swallowed a big gulp of saliva as they suddenly recalled an important matter. With the number of murders they had committed so far, if they died as well, not only would they lose 2 to 3 levels, they would even lose all the equipment on their bodies. Watching from a distance, Blackie was similarly astonished by the instant deaths of the 12 elite players. However, he had long since grown inured to Shi Feng's horror-inducing feats, so he quickly regained his composure and threw a basic frost grenade at the still-dazed assassins of Darkstar, freezing them once more. This time, none of the assassins could use Vanish to remove the freezing effect on them. Hence, they could only obediently stay frozen. Following which, Blackie chanted an incantation and used Hellflame. One could easily imagine the might of a Hellflame that was powered by the epic-ranked staff Mavis's Guard. Damages of over 1,000 points immediately appeared above these assassins' heads, and within 3 seconds, all of these assassins turned into ashes, leaving behind a pile of shining weapons and equipment. However, this was still not the end. After Shi Feng had dealt with Darkstar's Rangers, he then cast Firestorm, the activatable skill of the Aura of Fire, at the heart of the battlefield. Firestorm inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 yards for 5 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. In terms of damage, Firestorm did not lose out to Stars of Light by much. However, it had a much smaller effective range. Currently, Kola was surrounded by plenty of Darkstar's elite players. Before anyone could react, a storm of flames suddenly emerged above them, and the HP of all of Darkstar's players within 10 yards of Kola fell at a crazy rate. Although Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were classes with high HP and defense, Shi Feng's equipment was simply too amazing, which resulted in his current attack power being well over 800 points. With such a high base value, even though the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights of Darkstar possessed plenty of damage reduction items, they still received more than 2,000 DPS. As for the other classes, they received more than 3,000 DPS. Even when the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights activated their life-saving skills, which allowed them to halve the damage they received, they still could not avoid death. After Firestorm ended, All of Darkstar's players caught within its effective range were reduced to cinders. Only Cola and the other frontline members of Zero Wing remained alive. Darkstar's 40 or so frontline players had died. All of a sudden, Zero Wing's side outnumbered Darkstar's. Black Flame, why are you here? South Wolf instantly recognized the person responsible for killing the majority of Darkstar's players. At this moment, South Wolf's eyes were filled with incomparable shock as his trembling finger pointed at Shi Feng's crimson-red name. South Wolf failed to understand why Black Flame would appear at this place. He also could not understand why Black Flame was so powerful. Wasn't Black Flame just a forger? Originally, there had been a huge numerical difference between the two sides. However, in the blink of an eye, a strategic change occurred, all because of Black Flame's fleeting blow. Darkstar was no match for Zero Wing even when Darkstar had the advantage of numbers. Now that the situation was reversed, the end result was obvious. 311 absolute control. Watching up to this point, South Wolf knew that defeat was inevitable, though he was loath to admit it and his heart was filled with indignation. Currently, his team had fewer than 30 players, and practically all of them were mages and healers. He alone was the only melee class alive. With such a team composition, Darkstar stood absolutely no chance against Zero Wing's core team, which currently consisted of over 30 players. The single sword strike Black Flame had displayed far exceeded South Wolf's imagination. Not only was Black Flame inconceivably fast, his grasp of his skills had also reached perfection, as shown by his single attack's impeccable coverage of all 12 rangers. Such a feat required one to possess excellent control over the skill itself and the angle of attack as well. South Wolf was no fool, and neither was he a greenhorn that had been playing virtual reality games for only 1 or 2 years. As a representative of Underworld, he had met with and recruited lots of gaming experts before. He had also participated in a considerable number of team battles, so his experience in the virtual gaming world was quite plentiful. Naturally, he understood the strategy Black Flame had used since the start of the battle. Black Flame made the Guardian Knights, Shield Warriors, and other plate armor classes charge forward to lure the members of Darkstar into gathering around them. The female cleric, Violet Cloud, was pivotal to this strategy. Although on the surface her healing ability was only double that of the healers of Darkstar, the effectiveness she displayed during the team battle far surpassed that of 3 or 4 healers combined. Violet Cloud had an excellent grasp of the battle situation. Not only could she keep Cola alive and well, she could also simultaneously stabilize several other players' HP. Throughout the battle, she performed smoothly and calmly. She was definitely not an existence to be trifled with. Originally, Zero Wing already had powerful experts like Fire Dance, the team leader of Zero Wing's core team, and Blackie, the #1 player on White River City's ranking list. Now, South Wolf suddenly discovered that Zero Wing possessed not only Fire Dance and Blackie, Cola, and Violet Cloud were definitely first-rate experts as well. Everyone else in Zero Wing's core team were also all experts. Meanwhile, Black Flame, who had suddenly appeared, was even more terrifying. The strength he displayed far surpassed that of all those previously mentioned. The scene South Wolf witnessed was like a replay of the god-ranked expert Shi Feng slaying the hundreds of players of Martial Union. South Wolf could not figure out why there were so many experts gathering at a newly established guild like Zero Wing. Even a guild that was newly established by a major corporation could not achieve what Zero Wing had managed in such a short amount of time. Oathwolf truly wondered how Black Flame had accomplished such a feat. Although South Wolf was shocked by Black Flame's personal strength and by Blackie, who possessed a strategic-level skill that could affect the entire battlefield, Black Flame, you are indeed amazing. However, the entire Silverleaf Forest is already under Darkstar's control. Although your team of 30 or so players can easily defeat an elite team with more than 100 players, do you think you can do the same against 3,000 players? You have simply delayed the time of your demise. South Wolf laughed coldly as he looked at Shi Feng, his current appearance making it seem as if he no longer cared about the many elite players that had died. Let's go. It will be their time of death when guild leader Tyrant arrives. Since his team was no match for Zero Wing, South Wolf naturally would not remain in this place and increase his losses. The fact that he had discovered Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, here easily made up for the elite players he lost. After all, Black Flame's death would become a huge blow to Zero Wing's reputation and prestige in White River City. Coming and going as you wish, do you think the Silverleaf Forest is your house? Shi Feng smiled calmly, his eyes revealing a cold, killing intent. Since you've already pursued us to this place, I insist that you stay. Do you think you can keep me here? South Wolf laughed in disdain. He was an assassin, the class that boasted the greatest survivability in the wild. If he hid himself in the dense forest, nobody would be able to find him. You can try. If any single one of you manages to escape today, then I will let you go. Shi Feng waved, and all 30-plus members of Zero Wing immediately charged forward, starting their hunt of South Wolf and the surviving players of Darkstar. The reason why South Wolf had never participated in the battle before was to leave a path of retreat for himself. This was a habit of his. After all, once he entered combat status, he could no longer use stealth. At that time, he would only be left with Vanish to enter stealth mode. However, Vanish was a life-saving skill, so it should only be used at the most crucial of moments. Looking at the enemy players charging at him, Southwolf revealed a disdainful expression. Just as he was about to use stealth and hide himself in the dense forest, what's going on? Southwolf suddenly discovered that he could not use the skill. Like a prisoner deprived of his freedom, Southwolf frantically called out his skill bar to look for the cause of this situation. Boss Southwolf, we can't use our skills. What are we supposed to do now? The elementalists of Darkstar asked, frightened. Originally, they had intended to cast Ice Wall to delay Zero Wing's charge. Now, however, none of them could use any of their skills, and an elementalist that could not use skills was like a lamb to the slaughter. Aside from sacrificing their lives to earn a few extra seconds for their allies, they were helpless. Run first, talk later. Southwolf was confused about this situation as well, and he suspected that something must have gone wrong with the system. Since none of them could use skills, they could only rely on their 2 feet to escape. As an assassin, Southwolf had great confidence in his own speed. However, just as he was turning to escape, he suddenly discovered that his movement speed had been greatly reduced. Everyone else from Darkstar faced a similar situation as well. Just what is going on? Southwolf started panicking as the players of Zero Wing raced closer and closer to them. However, he was simply helpless in the situation. In the next moment, Southwolf noticed a black figure dashing past Cola and the others. Like a mad gale, the figure instantly caught up with the escaping players of Darkstar. This person was none other than Shi Feng himself. At present, Shi Feng's agility exceeded 240 points, and there were also the bonuses provided by the equipment he wore. In terms of movement speed, Shi Feng was definitely ranked at the apex of Star Moon Kingdom. Shi Feng used silent steps and appeared behind Southwolf like a ghost. He then said softly, "I've already said that you can't escape." Previously, while Shi Feng was conversing with Southwolf, he had secretly switched the Aura of Fire on the 7 Luminaries ring to the Aura of Time. Meanwhile, the Aura of Time reduced the movement speed and attack speed of enemies within a 100-yard radius by 20% and increased the cooldown of their skills by 20%. When its activatable skill, Absolute Time, was used, it would even prevent enemies within a range of 550 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. After Shi Feng used Absolute Time to envelope this entire area, everybody from Darkstar could not use any skills or tools for 20 seconds. Darkstar's current surviving members mostly consisted of mages and healers, so this restriction had truly rendered them completely helpless. One could say that the moment Southwolf's team stepped into this region of the Silverleaf Forest, their lives passed into Shi Feng's hands. Just what did he do? Southwolf's heart was filled with shock when he noticed Shi Feng appearing behind him. Before Southwolf could even ponder on the subject, Shi Feng's abyssal blade had already left its scabbard. Countless silver lights pierced the numerous vital points on Southwolf's body. Southwolf had only leather armor, so every one of Shi Feng's attacks managed to cause over 500 damage, while critical hits dealt over 1,000 damage. On the other hand, the mysterious iron-ranked chess piece Southwolf wore was like a piece of tofu. Not only was it easily pierced by Shi Feng's abyssal blade, each attack it received greatly diminished the armor's durability. Just 3 strikes had nearly reduced it to scrap already. Shi Feng's attacks were lightning fast, and he had brandished his sword 8 times in a single series. By the time Southwolf had recovered from shock, his 2,000+ HP was completely gone. Suddenly, Southwolf's field of vision turned gray, while his body fell to the ground involuntarily. Even as he died, shock and confusion still filled his face. As Southwolf had not participated in any of the battles so far, his name remained white all this time. After he died, only 1 piece of equipment dropped by his body. He also lost only a single level. However, were Shi Feng's attacks as simple as they looked? The reason why Shi Feng had chosen not to use any skills and had instead carried out only normal attacks was to destroy the equipment on Southwolf's body. When Southwolf died, nearly half of the equipment on his body had already turned to scrap. Now that he had dropped yet another piece of equipment, he had definitely suffered heavy losses. 3112 diving into danger. Alone after Southwolf died, the members of Darkstar were like headless flies. Frightened and scared, they fled in all directions. Zero Wing's berserker Lonely Snow swiftly closed the gap between him and an elementalist of Darkstar to 20 yards before using Charge to instantly catch up to and incapacitate the elementalist. After that, Lonely Snow used Thunderclap, Violent Strike, Suppression, and Whirlwind Slash in rapid succession, making quick work of the elementalist. Following closely, everyone else from Zero Wing took action as well. Against a group of mages and healers that could use neither skills nor tools, in addition to the fact that these classes were innately slow runners, the members of Zero Wing required no time at all to finish off the surviving Darkstar members. As these players died, they left behind piles of weapons and equipment. Ha ha ha, what a fun battle. Those bastards from Darkstar think that they are so amazing, but now, all of them are dead. Cola laughed loudly as he looked at the weapons and equipment scattered all over the ground. The frustration he had accumulated from continuously running away was completely swept away now. Firedance nodded her head in agreement, a faint smile appearing on her face. She then said with a light chuckle, "This battle was indeed a good stress reliever. None of us died this time, while Darkstar lost over 100 players. After this battle, Darkstar will have to reorganize their plans to pursue us." If they could deal with a team of over 100 elite players in such a short time, it also signified that Darkstar would be simply sending its members to their deaths if a team had fewer than 200 or 300 players. In order to reduce its losses, Darkstar would definitely consolidate its teams and at least double or triple the member count of each team. At this moment, Blackie and the others were laughing without restraint as well. After all, they were able to kill over 100 elite members of Darkstar. This would, without a doubt, be a huge blow to Darkstar. Collect the loot. Darkstar will be arriving here soon, Shi Feng commanded. The loot they obtained from killing the 100-plus elite members of Darkstar was extremely bountiful. They had collected close to 1,000 weapons and equipment, and a majority of them were even mysterious iron rank. The harvest they got from this single battle far exceeded even the harvest Aqua Rose obtained from the battle that involved tens of thousands of players. Even Shi Feng was somewhat moved by this harvest. Kill and plunder. Just from this battle, they had obtained the resources required to arm an elite team of 100 players. This was precisely the reason why, in the past, many large guilds preferred to kill and plunder the core teams of smaller guilds. Not only could they increase their guild's fame and prestige by doing so, they could also make a huge profit. They could upgrade their weapons and equipment much faster this way, compared to raiding dungeons and killing bosses. However, the harvest from this battle was still insufficient to offset the losses Zero Wing had suffered. After all, the weapons and equipment of Darkstar's elites were inferior to those of Zero Wing's elite members, not to mention those of Zero Wing's core members. Every core member of Zero Wing possessed quite a few pieces of secret silver ranked weapons and equipment, and some even possessed fine gold and dark gold ranked weapons and equipment. Guild leader, why aren't you leaving? Fire Dance looked curiously at Shi Feng, who had jumped onto a large tree. You guys go first. I'll hold down the fort. Shi Feng was not a lord who would sit comfortably in his throne while his subordinates fought. Since he was already here, naturally, he needed to take something away from Darkstar. But, guild leader, this place is too dangerous. You're also not an assassin, Fire Dance said worriedly. You guys have done enough. Let your guild leader handle the rest. Shi Feng waved them off, hurrying Fire Dance and the others to the designated location. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, everyone from Zero Wing was immediately moved. In God's domain, guild leaders who were willing to brave danger for his fellow guild members were definitely as rare as a phoenix's feather. Not to mention, Shi Feng was currently a famous existence in God's domain. If he were to die, his reputation would be greatly affected. Then, I'll stay behind as well, Blackie said. How could I be left out from such an important matter? Cola stepped forward. Suddenly, everyone else started voicing intentions to remain. All of you, stop making a fuss and leave with me. You all will only be a hindrance to guild leader if you stay behind. Fire Dance could feel the cold killing intent radiating from Shi Feng at this moment. She knew that he could no longer hold himself back. She then raised her head and looked at Shi Feng, saying, Guild leader, you have to be careful. Rest assured, I know my own limits. Shi Feng laughed. He then retrieved a basic stealth scroll from his bag. This scroll allowed players to enter stealth mode. The stealth scroll's effect had a duration of 1 hour, and as long as players did not carry out any attacks during this period of time, the scroll would remain in effect. Shortly after Fire Dance and the others departed, Yulan came hurrying over to this place with a huge team of more than 300 players. Sure enough, all of them died. Yulan sighed softly when she saw the ground littered with corpses. However, she was not surprised by this outcome. Obviously, the ambush before was meant to lure them into a trap. However, South Wolf had been too eager for success, which resulted in a team wipe as she had expected. Revive them, Yulan said to the healers in her team. Immediately, the 30-plus healers in the team started using resurrection skills. If players died outside of a dungeon, there were 2 methods for them to revive. The first method was to revive back at the cemetery. However, players were required to wait for half an hour before they could do so. The other method was to have one of the healer classes use a resurrection skill. Players could be revived immediately using this method. However, upon resurrection, players would have to wait another 10 minutes before resurrection skills could be used on them again. A short while later, all 100-plus elite players had been revived. Meanwhile, after being resurrected, South Wolf felt fortunate over the fact that he was not a red name. He had only lost 1 piece of equipment and fallen by 1 level after he died. Yet, when he discovered that most of the equipment he wore had been turned to scrap, he nearly went insane. South Wolf had been using level 15 mysterious iron set equipment, which could be obtained only from a level 15 team dungeon. In order to obtain the complete set, South Wolf had expended a huge amount of time and effort. Now, however, all of them were destroyed. Unlike field bosses, team dungeons reset only once every 3 days, and there were only a limited number of level 15 team dungeons within the region of White River City. Gathering the complete set had taken South Wolf 2 cycles. If he wished to obtain the set once again, he would have to wait through another 2 cycles. At this moment, Lone Tyrant arrived at the scene. He then asked, South Wolf, what happened here? How did all of you die? South Wolf was someone from Underworld, so he did not particularly care how many players from Darkstar had died. He cared more about himself instead. However, the same could not be said for Lone Tyrant. The strength of Darkstar determined his future as its guild leader. Now, more than 100 elites from his guild had died for no reason. The worst part was that these elites had lost most, if not all, of their weapons and equipment. The levels they lost could be recovered, but it would not be as easy to recover the equipment. We were lured into an ambush unprepared, and all of us got killed. However, I discovered something even more important. I don't know how he managed it, but Black Flame is now with the core team of Zero Wing. He has also become a red name at this point, so this is the perfect chance for us to destroy Zero Wing. Although Black Flame is very powerful, we should have no problems dealing with all of them if we send in a team of 300 to 400 players. We can still catch up if we chase after them right away. South Wolf's words immediately allowed Lone Tyrant and Yulan to come to a realization. Truly an interesting person, Yulan muttered softly, her interest towards the player named Black Flame growing. As for Lone Tyrant, his expression turned grim upon receiving this piece of information. Obviously, with Black Flame commanding Zero Wing's core team, their combat power had increased to frightening heights. Also, from South Wolf's description of the one-sided battle that took place before, Lone Tyrant also learned that Black Flame was a great expert. Not only did Black Flame possess extraordinary combat power, he also possessed a strategic level skill. A team of 100 elite players would definitely be insufficient to deal with him. Hence, they needed to rearrange their team compositions. Each team now had to have 200 players at the very least. Otherwise, they would only suffice as cannon fodder. Black Flame, you've actually dared show yourself here. Since you've come seeking your own death, don't even think about leaving this place alive today. Lone Tyrant revealed a sinister expression. He inwardly mocked Shi Feng for his foolish actions. In order to save Zero Wing's core team, Shi Feng had actually disregarded the dangers and barged into Lone Tyrant's domain. Shi Feng must not know how to write the word death. 33rd killing. The commander, gather everyone immediately and surround this area. I don't believe that they can grow wings and fly away, Lone Tyrant sternly issued his command. The news of World Dominator's defeat had already spread, and very few in White River City did not know about the battle that took place. This result had greatly boosted Zero Wing's prestige. If Darkstar could get rid of not only Zero Wing's core team, but Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, also, then they could destroy the fame that Zero Wing had accumulated up until this point. At that time, Darkstar would also garner fame themselves, killing two birds with one stone. Naturally, Lone Tyrant would not let go of such a valuable opportunity. Immediately, everyone from Darkstar started moving. Previously, they had tried to cover too large an area in their search. Now that Shi Feng and the core team of Zero Wing had exposed themselves, Lone Tyrant quickly concentrated their hunt. Soon, more and more Darkstar members gathered at the stated location in the dense forest. Shi Feng, who remained hidden in a tree, did not panic at this situation. Instead, he continued to wait for all the members of Darkstar to arrive. Come, the more, the merrier. Shi Feng inwardly chuckled as he saw that the number of players gathered had already exceeded 1,000. Before the battle even started, Shi Feng had already considered the consequences. If he had not come fully prepared, he would not have allowed Fire Dance and the others to obliterate South Wolf's team of elites. Guild leader, our members have surrounded this part of the forest. As long as any Zero Wing's members show themselves, it will be their death, a ranger reported as he walked up to Lone Tyrant. Good. Start shrinking the encirclement. Lone Tyrant laughed satisfyingly. He then looked towards Ming Sha, the team leader of the Underworld Guards, and respectfully said, In a moment, we will have to rely on Brother Ming Sha and your men to take care of the experts from Zero Wing. Rest assured, young Master Feng sent us to deal with Fire Dance and her team of experts. Although there is now an additional Black Flame added to the equation, the Underworld Guards can resolve this solution all the same. We won't let any of them escape, Ming Sha replied and nodded his head. In order to extinguish Zero Wing's core team, Feng Xuanyang had specifically sent a team of Underworld Guards to assist Darkstar. Feng Xuanyang had gone all out on this hunt. Every Underworld Guard was an expert that Underworld had spent many years searching for to recruit. Underworld had also spent massive amounts of resources on nurturing these experts further. Compared to Absolute Heaven, the top-tier assassin that Shi Feng faced before, these Underworld Guards were stronger, not weaker. Meanwhile, Feng Xuanyang had sent a team of 20 of such guards. One could just imagine the frightening might this team possessed. Even a 100-man elite team from Darkstar was no match for this team. Also, the leader, Ming Sha, was an expert among experts. In the virtual gaming world, he ranked near the top. Regarding pure combat techniques, he was on the same level as the snow goddess, Gentle Snow. However, as Gentle Snow was in possession of a huge amount of resources, in terms of equipment, Ming Sha was definitely no match for her. Originally, Feng Xuanyang had arranged for Ming Sha to go to White River City to deal with Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng was simply too elusive, as if he had completely vanished from White River City. Hence, Feng Xuanyang sent Ming Sha to deal with the top experts of Zero Wing, such as Fire Dance and Blackie. In regards to Ming Sha's strength, Lone Tyrant had personally experienced its power. Even though he was clearly above Ming Sha in terms of levels, and his equipment was of higher quality, he still suffered defeat at Ming Sha's hands in less than 20 exchanges. On the other hand, he had only managed to reduce Ming Sha's HP by 1/10. Meanwhile, after taking some time to focus on upgrades, Ming Sha's equipment could now compare to Lone Tyrant's. Now, Ming Sha was mostly geared with several pieces of level 15 secret silver set equipment and fine gold equipment. He also wielded a level 15 fine gold greatsword, the Bone Shatterer. His equipment certainly ranked at the very top of White River City. Lone Tyrant had estimated that, if he fought Ming Sha now, he would last 10 exchanges at most before his defeat. Now that he had so many players surrounding this area and a powerful team of experts like the Underworld Guards supporting him, even a top-tier assassin like Firedance could not escape. Just as Lone Tyrant felt confident and was about to declare that he would annihilate everyone from Zero Wing, a figure suddenly appeared in the top of a nearby tree. Someone's there! Ming Sha, who possessed acute senses, immediately discovered the figure. As Ming Sha turned his sights to the intruder, everyone similarly followed his line of sight. Indeed, in the top of the tree, they discovered a person quietly watching them. Black Flame. South Wolf immediately recognized the figure, his eyes burning with rage as he revealed this person's identity. At South Wolf's reminder, everyone finally realized Shi Feng's identity. After all, Black Flame had always been a mysterious existence, and most players had never actually seen Black Flame before. Now that this intruder had revealed himself, everyone from Darkstar discovered that Black Flame was just an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He did not even possess the type of aura that a guild leader should have. No matter how they looked at him, he was only an ordinary man. So, it is guild leader Black Flame. I didn't expect you to show yourself here. Since you have refused to walk the path towards heaven and have instead barged your way down to hell, today will be the day that you die. Lone Tyrant laughed coldly. He then commanded, "Everyone, kill him." Immediately, over 1,000 players from Darkstar surrounded and charged at Shi Feng. Their encirclement was tightly packed, and not even a fly could get past them. Faced with over 1,000 players charging at him, Shi Feng did not panic in the slightest. Instead, his eyes emanated a chilling glow as he glared down at Lone Tyrant, smiling faintly. It was as if these 1,000-plus players meant nothing to him. Meanwhile, as the recipient of this gaze, Lone Tyrant's heart inadvertently quivered. However, Lone Tyrant quickly dispelled this feeling because he did not believe Shi Feng could do anything to him while so many players surrounded him. In the next moment, however, Shi Feng vanished from the treetop and everyone's sight. "This is not good. He's trying to escape. Quickly, use Flare," Lone Tyrant hurriedly shouted. The Rangers quickly used Flare upon receiving Lone Tyrant's command, brightly illuminating the surrounding area. Within the effective range of Flare, all stealth-type skills would lose their effects. Yet, even after tens of flares had been launched, Shi Feng's figure still could not be found. What the players of Darkstar did not know was that, after Shi Feng had activated the Ring of Nothingness, his first task was not to escape, but to leap forward and charge towards the tree closest to Lone Tyrant. Hence, the flares used to seal his path of escape served no purpose whatsoever. Damn it, he plans to kill his way over. Use Flare and shine Guild Leader Tyrant's surroundings. When Yulin recalled the faint smile on Black Flame's face as he pinned Lone Tyrant with a glare, she instinctively felt that Shi Feng aimed to kill the commander. Only by doing could Shi Feng possibly redeem Zero Wing's fame and prestige. At that time, even if Darkstar managed to annihilate Zero Wing's core team, it would not damage Zero Wing's reputation if Lone Tyrant, Darkstar's guild leader, died at Black Flame's hands. After all, even though Zero Wing only had tens of players on their side, they would still have managed to kill Darkstar's guild leader while under the protection of over 1,000 players. At that time, Darkstar would be the one suffering humiliation. "Why are you all still daydreaming? Move!" Yulin angrily shouted when she noticed that none of Darkstar's rangers had reacted. However, Yulin suddenly felt that something was amiss. Instead of looking towards the outskirts of the encirclement, all of these rangers stared at the space above her. Immediately, Yulin raised her head, discovering a figure falling towards her, and this figure was none other than Shi Feng himself. Panic surfaced on Lone Tyrant's face. He never imagined that Shi Feng would be so suicidal as to come for his life. "Black Flame, if you wish to die, then I'll grant your wish." The corners of Lone Tyrant's mouth raised slightly. He then picked up his shield and sword, fully prepared to guard against Shi Feng's attack. What amazing courage! Ming Sha, who stood by Lone Tyrant's side, brimmed with fighting spirit right now, his eyes glowing as he watched Shi Feng fall. He then retrieved the Bone Shatterer from his back and stood in front of Lone Tyrant, acting like a highly defensive wall. Ming Sha secretly admired Shi Feng's performance, and he deeply wished he that could properly exchange blows with this man. However, responsibilities came first, so he had no choice but to get rid of Shi Feng. Even with Ming Sha protecting Lone Tyrant, Yulan still felt that something was off. After all, why would an intelligent and resourceful man like Black Flame carry out such a reckless action? As insurance, Yulan hurriedly commanded, "Guardian Knights, use Protection Blessing on Guild Leader Tyrant. All healers focus on healing Guild Leader Tyrant as well. Do not let Black Flame succeed." 314 True Expert. When Shi Feng landed soundlessly on the ground, he was only 20 yards away from Lone Tyrant. In the next moment, sacred heals graced Lone Tyrant, one after another. Lone Tyrant was one of the top 10 players on the ranking list of White River City. He was one of the apex MTs throughout White River City as well. Although he was only level 21 at the moment, he had over 3,700 HP, and he was not much weaker than Cola. With high HP and defense, physical damage classes such as assassins, berserkers, swordsmen, and rangers would find it extremely difficult to kill Lone Tyrant. Not to mention, Lone Tyrant now had a large team of healers keeping him alive. Moreover, there was also the great expert, Ming Sha, currently guarding him. Hence, Yulin was greatly confused as she watched Shi Feng's foolish actions. "Let me see what you were made of." Ming Sha smiled at the oncoming Shi Feng, and at the same time he lifted the Bone Shatterer and slashed it down at his enemy. The Bone Shatterer was a massive greatsword, yet Ming Sha wielded it nimbly and accurately. In a single strike he had completely sealed off Shi Feng's path of advance. At this moment, the surrounding melee players of Dark Star charged at Shi Feng, intending to make mincemeat of him. Meanwhile, the mages standing a short distance away also started casting their spells. As long as Ming Sha managed to delay Shi Feng for a few more seconds, Shi Feng would receive the bombardment of hundreds of spells. Even Zero Wing's chief MT, the Guardian Knight Cola, would lose his life if he received so many spells, not to mention a swordsman like Shi Feng. Yet, as if he did not see these mages readying their attacks, Shi Feng continued to charge forward, showing no intentions of slowing. Just as Ming Sha's second strike was about to land on Shi Feng's body, however, Shi Feng's entire person disappeared. Subsequently, Ming Sha's Bone Shatterer struck only air, generating a powerful gust of wind. The Elementalists, Cursemancers, Summoners, and all other ranged classes that were about to launch their attacks also interrupted their chanting after they lost sight of their target. Where is he? When Ming Sha failed to find Shi Feng in front of him, he could not help but examine his surroundings. Suddenly, Ming Sha felt a chilling intent coming from behind him. Spinning around, he discovered that, just like a ghost, Shi Feng had soundlessly appeared behind Lone Tyrant. If not for his acute senses, he would not have detected Shi Feng's presence at all. After Shi Feng used silent steps to appear behind Lone Tyrant, he immediately activated Absolute Time. With himself as the center point, all enemies within a 50-yard radius were now unable to use any skills or tools. Shi Feng then brandished the Abyssal Blade, casting Abyssal Bind on Lone Tyrant. Meanwhile, Lone Tyrant only felt a cold wind blowing on his back. Only after Shi Feng started brandishing the Abyssal Blade did Lone Tyrant notice that someone stood behind him. Horrified, Lone Tyrant hurriedly leaped forward, hoping to dodge the attack aimed at his back. As insurance, Lone Tyrant even intended to cast Protection Blessing on himself. However, Shi Feng was simply too fast. He had activated Absolute Time and Abyssal Bind almost simultaneously. Discovering that he could not activate Protection Blessing, Lone Tyrant's heart grew extremely anxious. In the next instant, 9 pitch-black chains bound his body, preventing him from moving even an inch. Meanwhile, the healers standing in the distance could only watch this scene play out. With their skills locked, the most they could do was provide moral support. Damn. Seeing that Shi Feng was the only person standing close to Lone Tyrant, Ming Sha realized that he had been tricked. Shi Feng had deceived him into leaving Lone Tyrant's side. Suddenly, a feeling that he had just been played for a fool grew in Ming Sha's mind. This was the first time he had felt such a feeling. Lone Tyrant was bound and completely unguarded right now. He was unable to resist in the slightest. If he, Ming Sha, had stayed by Lone Tyrant's side, even if Lone Tyrant were bound, he could have still helped defend against attacks. Now, however, he was almost a full 10 yards away from Lone Tyrant. If this were any other day, he could have closed the distance between them using the charge he had specifically reserved. Now, however, none of his skills would work. Even if he wanted to save Lone Tyrant, he was powerless to do so. However, he only needed around 2 seconds to close a distance of 10 yards. As long as Lone Tyrant could survive that long, Ming Sha was confident in stopping Shi Feng, preventing Shi Feng from dealing any more damage to Lone Tyrant. Naturally, Lone Tyrant had considered this as well. Hence, even when faced with Shi Feng's Abyssal Blade and Purgatory's Shadow, he still revealed his confidence as if saying, "What can you do to me?" He was a Guardian Knight who possessed 3,700 HP. It was simply impossible for Shi Feng to kill him in 2 short seconds. Unfortunately, reality had cruelly slapped Lone Tyrant in the face. When Shi Feng's chop landed on Lone Tyrant, who now had his defense reduced by 100% due to the effects of the Abyssal Bind, a frightening damage of 1,500 appeared above Lone Tyrant's head. This single slash had erased Lone Tyrant's confidence. Now, an expression of fear decorated Lone Tyrant's face instead. Immediately, Lone Tyrant struggled to escape Abyssal Bind. However, no matter how much energy he expended, the bone-chilling chains remained unperturbed. This was the first time Lone Tyrant had felt so powerless. He had over 1,000 subordinates and a team of experts protecting him. Yet Shi Feng regarded them all as nothing. Now, he could not even resist while Shi Feng arbitrarily slaughtered him. Shi Feng lifted the Abyssal Blade high. In the next moment, the abyssal blade, which was covered in green arcs of lightning, descended, and 3 arcs of lightning penetrated Lone Tyrant's body. 984, 11370, 1892. After Thundering Flash ended, Lone Tyrant's body fell to the ground. From beginning to end, Shi Feng had only used 2 moves to finish off Lone Tyrant, and the time he spent doing so had not exceeded 1 second. Shi Feng's attack power thoroughly shocked everyone from Darkstar. Shi Feng's performance was simply stunning. Even when faced with over 1,000 elites from Darkstar, he managed to kill Darkstar's guild leader, Lone Tyrant. Ming Sha was also stunned by this scene. He had never imagined that Lone Tyrant would die so quickly under Shi Feng's assault. "Everybody, get him. No matter what, do not let him escape." Ming Sha bellowed as he felt unprecedented humiliation. After finishing off Lone Tyrant, Shi Feng sent a chilling gaze to his surroundings. Those who received his gaze inadvertently halted their steps, and none dared to look Shi Feng in the eyes. Shi Feng was like a king that had descended from heaven. Nobody dared compete with him over dominance. Faced with Ming Sha's glare, Shi Feng simply raised his index finger at Ming Sha. He then made a hooking motion with his finger and softly chuckled. Ming Sha's rage burned even brighter after receiving such a blatant provocation. Immediately, he lifted his greatsword and charged at his opponent. In reply to Ming Sha's actions, Shi Feng gently waved the abyssal blade as he walked forward. Shi Feng had the presence of a king facing an ant's challenge, his mind appearing completely at ease. When the 2 swords collided, sparks flew. The impact of the attack forced Ming Sha to retreat multiple steps before he could stabilize himself. Shi Feng, however, had not moved an inch. The gap in strength between the two was clear at a glance. Giving Ming Sha no time, Shi Feng instantly charged forward and brandished his sword. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, Shi Feng's attacks were like a violent gale. Ming Sha desperately dodged and blocked the onslaught. However, each time Ming Sha was knocked back, it was very difficult for him to stabilize his form. After receiving over a dozen attacks, Ming Sha finally failed to block an attack. He received a hit to his abdomen, and the blow sent him flying. However, Shi Feng was not done. Shi Feng's feet suddenly exerted an explosive force, creating a deep pit in the ground as his body shot towards Ming Sha like an artillery shell. While his body remained in midair, Ming Sha was unable to exert any force to retaliate or dodge. The moment Shi Feng shot past Ming Sha, he brandished his swords multiple times. Each and every attack struck Ming Sha's vital points, all of them causing over 600 damage. In the blink of an eye, Ming Sha's life was no more. The scene dumbfounded the audience from Darkstar. What they had witnessed was simply Shi Feng flying past Ming Sha, followed by silvery sword streaks wrapping around Ming Sha's body. By the time Shi Feng passed Ming Sha's body, Ming Sha was already dead. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng dove into the dense forest with a few leaps, his figure completely vanished. At this time, some of Darkstar's members finally responded and rushed in the direction Shi Feng had disappeared. "Yulan, do we chase after him?" South Wolf worriedly asked as he looked to Yulan. South Wolf was very clear about just how powerful Ming Sha was. Yet, such a powerful expert still died at Shi Feng's hands. Moreover, from beginning to end, Shi Feng had not used any skills in the exchange with Ming Sha. He relied purely on techniques to kill his opponent. This was something that South Wolf had never dared to imagine possible in the past. Now, however, South Wolf finally realized what a true expert was. Yulan shook her head and released a soft sigh, saying, "Number, if Black Flame possesses such strength, even if we chase after him, what can we actually do to him? Not to mention, our speed can't compare to his at all. We should save our energy and give up." First, he had killed Lone Tyrant, Darkstar's guild leader, amidst an army of thousands. Next, while he was escaping, he managed to kill an expert like Ming Sha. This time, Darkstar had truly lost all dignity. Even if Darkstar managed to exterminate Zero Wing's core team at a later date, it would only add on to the gossip about Darkstar. This time, Darkstar had truly suffered a defeat. 315 breaking past the encirclement. Are we giving up? Just like that? South Wolf still held some resentment in his heart. After all, Shi Feng had killed him once before. "Then, what do you propose?" Yulin revealed a calm smile. She then pointed towards the direction of the silverleaf forest in which Shi Feng had disappeared, saying, "If you aren't satisfied, be my guest. However, you have already fully experienced Black Flame's horrifying might. Under that complete silencing skill, he can easily kill whoever he wants. As long as the cooldown for that skill refreshes, he might turn around and start another massacre. At that time, the first target he'll go after will be you." When South Wolf heard her reasoning, cold sweat permeated his forehead as he recalled the scene of Shi Feng killing Ming Sha before escaping. Even until now, fear lingered within him. But how should we explain things to young Master Feng? Although South Wolf feared Shi Feng, Feng Xuanyang was not someone he could afford to provoke. "I'll deal with young Master Feng. Today we experienced Black Flame's true strength, so consider it a great harvest. As for the other matters, let's leave those to Guild Leader Tyrant to deal with," Yulin said as she revealed a mysterious smile. She then turned around and left. Feeling helpless, South Wolf sighed and departed with Yulin. Now that both Lone Tyrant and Ming Sha had died, what could he, South Wolf, possibly do? Moreover, his main task for today was to show Yulan around the guild and allow her to assess the situation at Dark Star. Hunting Zero Wing was a side task. At a lake nestled in the Silverleaf Forest, Fire Dance and the other core members of Zero Wing had been waiting for a long time now. However, even after so much time had passed, Shi Feng had yet to show up, causing them all to grow slightly anxious. Sister Fire Dance, guild leader still hasn't shown up yet. Why don't we check on him? One of the 5 demon generals, the assassin, Flying Shadow asked. In the past, Flying Shadow had been a solitary person. However, his strength could rank at the very top of Shadow. Although he had not performed any outstanding feats during the early stages of the game, he had not performed badly either. In general, he had been an average player. In this life, however, after Shi Feng recruited him into the Zero Wing workshop, he immediately assigned him to Zero Wing's core team. Many in the guild had initially voiced their opinions against this matter. However, as time slowly passed, everyone finally realized that Shi Feng's decision was still as impeccable as always. It was not something the likes of them could hope to compare to. Within the Zero Wing's core team, Fire Dance had always been the publicly acknowledged #1 assassin of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the position of #2 assassin had been undetermined. However, after Flying Shadow joined the guild, his techniques rose rapidly with each passing battle and friendly competition. Very quickly, everyone began to acknowledge him, and now, he was considered the most powerful assassin in Zero Wing after Fire Dance. No, since guild leader has chosen to stay behind, he obviously is confident of obtaining victory. We will only be a hindrance if we try to help. Fire Dance shook her head and rejected Flying Shadow's proposal. In reality, however, she was also worried about Shi Feng. At this moment, a black figure pierced through the brush, landing by the lakeside soundlessly. Before anyone noticed, this black figure had arrived before them. Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were the first to detect this figure's presence. Instinctively, Fire Dance retrieved the daggers from her waist, preparing to meet with a great enemy. Soon after, everyone else discovered the presence of this newcomer as well, and they too promptly readied their weapons. Although they could not see this black figure's appearance clearly, the pressure the figure emitted was no less than a Lord-ranked boss. Guild leader. Fire Dance quickly recognized Shi Feng's appearance, and she was greatly shocked when she felt his aura. Previously, as they had been in a hurry to escape, she had not noticed Shi Feng's change. Now that she confronted Shi Feng face to face, she suddenly realized that Shi Feng's strength had greatly improved. Right now, even she could not determine exactly how powerful Shi Feng was. It was especially true for the sharp and frightening aura he emanated. It seems that all of you have improved greatly recently. You actually managed to discover me so quickly. Shi Feng examined his guild members and revealed a satisfied smile. Battles in God's domain were unlike any other virtual reality game. The improvement of a person's strength was not limited to techniques and equipment. One must also possess a bestial intuition. After all, the penalty for death was not low, so such an intuition was essential when engaged in combat in the fields. In reality, if players did not suffer death when grinding out in the fields, they could easily reach level 200 within 2 years. Yet, Shi Feng had taken a decade to reach level 200 in the past. Death was inevitable when battling in God's domain. In the past, Shi Feng had died countless times while participating in all sorts of combat. In God's domain, danger always lurked around the corner. Guild wars were only a small part of the dangers in God's domain. Thus, it was of utmost importance for a player to nurture a bestial intuition to avoid unnecessary deaths. It was also a key to leveling up quickly. People's lives in reality were simply too peaceful, so this bestial intuition had been completely buried deep in their bodies. However, as players experienced more battles in God's domain, this intuition would slowly rise to the surface. Meanwhile, the rate at which players improved also correlated to how strong their intuition became, and this was one of the main factors differentiating average players from experts. Shi Feng chose to appear so stealthily to test everyone's intuition, and the result had not disappointed him. Compared to several days ago, everyone present had improved greatly. Though, when compared to Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, everyone else's improvement paled slightly. Nevertheless, they were still much stronger than the average elite player. After Shi Feng finished evaluating everyone's strengths, he then said with a smile, "All right, let's leave this place. Follow me." Leave? This was exactly what everyone had constantly tried to do. However, it was simply too difficult to accomplish. Currently, Dark Star's forces locked down the Silverleaf Forest. With their team of slightly more than 30, it was impossible to fight their way out of the forest. In the next moment, however, Shi Feng gave everyone an underwater breathing potion. This potion allowed players to breathe underwater for half an hour. Following which, Shi Feng gulped down the breathing potion and jumped into the lake. He then dove into the depths of the lake. The team copied Shi Feng's actions, drinking the breathing potion and jumping into the lake as well. This lake was not just a pool of stagnant water. Instead, it connected to the other lakes found in the Silverleaf Forest. A player in the past had accidentally stumbled on this particular secret. This player had only managed to discover this secret as he tried to catch the silver carp found in the Silverleaf Forest. The silver carp was a precious cooking ingredient, and its flavor far surpassed the carp found in the real world. Moreover, after eating the dishes made using the silver carp, there was a very small chance for players to receive a permanent increase of 1 point to a basic attribute. Players could receive up to a total of 20 attribute points through consuming these delicacies. Unfortunately, the attribute rewarded was always random. Even so, players still valued the silver carp. Many players who were gourmands and wished to increase their strength would willingly spend a massive sum of money to purchase silver carp. So, silver carp had always been short in supply, and their prices had steadily increased over time. Back in the day, plenty of players would come to the Silverleaf Forest to fish for the silver carp. There was also no lack of bloodbaths due to competition over these silver carp as well. Shi Feng led everyone through one underwater tunnel after another, gradually distancing themselves from Darkstar's encirclement. However, Darkstar still held Silverleaf Forest's exits, so it was impossible for them to depart from the forest safely. A Guild War order could seal an area for 24 hours. During this period, no one could use return scrolls in this area. In addition, if enemy guild members logged out of the game while in this area, they would receive very harsh punishment. This punishment was far more severe than even the penalty for death, as it was meant to prevent players from abusing this method to avoid the war. However, Guild War orders had a cooldown time of 2 natural days. In God's Domain, that would be 96 hours. Hence, after players managed to endure and survive through the Guild War Order's effective period of 24 hours, they could return directly to the city using a return scroll. Shi Feng intended to take advantage of these underwater tunnels before anyone discovered their existence. By doing so, they could escape Darkstar's surveillance and wait out the seal of the Guild War Order. Darkstar had a lot of members inside the Silverleaf Forest. However, due to Shi Feng's group killing one of their teams, which had consisted of over 100 elite players, in addition to Shi Feng's impossible feat of killing both Lone Tyrant and Ming Sha amidst the encirclement of over 1,000 players, Darkstar no longer dared spread their forces too thin. They even called for more reinforcements to the Silverleaf Forest. Yet, even after thoroughly searching the area where the previous battle took place, they still could not manage to locate any traces of Shi Feng and the others. Time passed, little by little. After his resurrection, Lone Tyrant was like a madman as he sent out all members of Darkstar to hunt Shi Feng's team in the Silverleaf Forest. His insanity also attracted the attention of the players in White River City. Why was Darkstar sending even more players to the Silverleaf Forest? Were the thousands of players they had sent there before not enough to deal with the core members of Zero Wing? At this time, a new post from Black Flame appeared on the forums, and within the post, there was a video. This video bore the title, Darkstar's Guild Leader, Lone Tyrant's Death. 306 Moon. The confrontation between Darkstar and Zero Wing had already become explosively popular on the forums. Previously, using the name Black Flame, Shi Feng had declared that he would exact vengeance against Darkstar. In response, those who knew of Darkstar's strength were not optimistic about Zero Wing's chances of success. After all, everyone knew that Zero Wing had only recently established. It did not possess a significant background. However, Zero Wing was still the first guild in Starmoon Kingdom to possess a guild residence, so most considered it to have great potential. If it spent a few more months developing, it might become an existence that surpassed even Darkstar. At the moment, though, it was simply too early for Zero Wing to go against Darkstar. Yet, sometime later, such remarks about Zero Wing completely disappeared. World Dominators, veteran first-rate guild, had actually suffered defeat. Moreover, the guild had been eliminated from the competition for dominance over White River City. Zero Wing had played a significant role in achieving this feat, so it was apparent that Zero Wing was not as weak as everyone had imagined. Hence, the moment the video of Shi Feng killing Darkstar's guild leader, Lone Tyrant, uploaded, its popularity instantly grew. In particular, the scene where Shi Feng indifferently faced off against an army of over 1,000 elites and managed to kill Lone Tyrant by himself garnered huge amounts of attention. Shi Feng's actions made it seem as if killing the enemy commander while surrounded by an army as simple as taking something out of his pockets. A scene that was only possible in storybooks had actually occurred in reality. In the face of Shi Feng, the guild leader of Darkstar was like a little kid. Even as Lone Tyrant died, he had not offered the least bit of resistance. On the other hand, just a glance from Shi Feng caused the thousands of players of Darkstar to freeze in fright. At that time, Shi Feng was like a king. Before him, everybody else could only submit. Also, the scene in which Shi Feng killed Ming Sha as he departed was even more amazing. Anybody could tell at a glance that the berserker, Ming Sha, was not just an ordinary expert. Yet, even so, Shi Feng killed him effortlessly. However, this did not mean that Ming Sha was weak. Instead, Shi Feng was simply too strong. This black flame is too powerful. With his skills, he can rank on the God's Domain experts list. Not likely. That's the God's Domain experts list you're talking about. The Secret Pavilion has collected information on all experts in God's Domain to compile that list, and the God's Domain experts that rank on it are all monsters. Previously, even though the God-ranked expert Ye Feng had killed over 100 players all by himself, he still failed to earn a spot on that list. The secret pavilion was famous in the virtual gaming world, and one could find the secret pavilion's presence in practically every virtual reality game available. The experts list compiled by the secret pavilion was also well received by many players. After all, by browsing through the experts list, one could easily find information such as the major events that had occurred in God's domain, what kind of experts were present in the game, who the number one player was, and more. Players had no need to go through the trouble of searching for such information through the official forums. Any player who managed to earn a place on the experts list was a target for recruitment of all of the major workshops in the gaming industry. Although nobody knew whether Black Flame was capable of ranking on the experts list, undoubtedly, he had already earned his fame in Starmoon Kingdom. In the future, whenever people talked about Zero Wing, the first thing that would come to their minds would be Black Flame. Damn it, damn that Black Flame. Lone Tyrant burst into an uncontrollable rage when he discovered the video Shi Feng had uploaded. His original plan to destroy Zero Wing had completely backfired, and instead, he became the laughingstock throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Have we not found them yet? Lone Tyrant bellowed. Darkstar had suffered a tremendous loss this time. Not only had it lost more than 1,000 players to Zero Wing, but Darkstar's fame and prestige had also been destroyed. Lone Tyrant's reputation had gone up in flames. To make things worse, he still had to compensate World Dominators for its losses. The amount they had to pay would definitely put a dent in Darkstar's funds, damaging the guild's development. In this war, Darkstar had suffered a double loss. However, Lone Tyrant was completely helpless about this situation. Guild leader, we've already increased the number of people searching for them to 15,000. However, it's as if they grew wings and flew away. Even after rummaging through the entire Silverleaf Forest, we still can't find any traces of Zero Wing. I suspect that they have long since left the forest. Otherwise, if Black Flame and the core members of Zero Wing were still here, Zero Wing's and Ouroboros' forces would have carved a path of blood into this forest by now. They wouldn't have dispersed and went on to do their own things. Lone Tyrant's confidant explained slowly. Before, Lone Tyrant's anger had blinded him, so he had not considered this. However, now that he thought it through, it was as his confidant said. If Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, were still trapped deep in his enemy's territory, how could the other members of his guild possibly sit and do nothing? They would have charged forward in desperation. If Zero Wing had joined hands with Ouroboros based on Darkstar's strength, Darkstar would have no choice but to back off. Yet Zero Wing had not done so. Even the reinforcements Lone Tyrant had called in from White River City received no obstruction whatsoever from the other guild. Based on Zero Wing's inaction, one could conclude that Black Flame had indeed already left the Silverleaf Forest. Damn that Black Flame. We've wasted so much time and manpower. Lone Tyrant's eyes burned with anger. However, he was simply helpless against Zero Wing. It was no longer possible to deal with their enemy now. Previously, he had the help of World Dominators to hinder Ouroboros. Now that World Dominators was out of the competition, if Darkstar wished to deal with Zero Wing, it would have to fight both Zero Wing and Ouroboros simultaneously. Even with Underworld support, it was still not an opponent for these two guilds. Suddenly, Lone Tyrant seemed to age by several years. Pass on my command, everybody is dismissed. Those who should rest, rest. Those who wish to level up, go level up. As for the rewards and compensations, I will issue those later. After Lone Tyrant finished speaking, as if all the strength in his body drained away, his entire person became powerless. Soon after, everyone from Darkstar departed from the Silverleaf Forest one after another. As for the seal of Guild War Order, that too had dissipated. When the thousands of players from Darkstar hunted Shi Feng's group, having nothing better to do, Shi Feng and the others had spent their time searching for silver carp at a lake. Currently, nobody that knew how precious silver carp were. Moreover, now that the underwater areas of the Silverleaf Forest had yet to develop, one could find a large number of silver carp in the lakes in the area. Even in the very beginning, each silver carp sold for 20 silver coins. Presently, 20 silver was worth 3,000 credits. It could compare to the monthly salaries of white-collared workers. By the time everybody discovered the silver carp's value, its price had soared from the initial 20 silver coins to 2 gold coins. To an average player, such an amount was a fortune. During the several hours Darkstar had hunted them, Shi Feng and the others had managed to catch over 20 silver carp. They even discovered multiple treasure chests. Although they were only bronze and mysterious iron rank, it was still a considerable harvest. Guild leader, as you predicted, Darkstar has released the seal on the Silverleaf Forest, Firedance reported excitedly. Although everything had gone according to Shi Feng's plan, when everyone witnessed the area seal lifting so quickly, they could not help their astonishment. It was as if everything was within Shi Feng's grasp. That's that. However, we are now red players. If we aren't nobles of White River City, we won't have any way to enter the city safely. Most of us are already level 20, so if we wish to upgrade ourselves further, we need to complete our class change. Let's first wash away our red names. Otherwise, we can't enter White River City to accept our class change quest. Shi Feng was not particularly surprised about the seal on the Silverleaf Forest releasing. After spending so much time and manpower, Darkstar had still failed to locate any of them. As long as Lone Tyrant was not an idiot, he would definitely stop searching for them like a fool. 317 Town Capture Guild Leader. Our names are as red as blood right now. Most of us have killed more than 10 people, while Blackie and I have killed more than 100 each. We'll need to waste a lot of time to cleanse our red names completely. By the time we do, most of the players from the other guilds will have already reached level 20, Firedance said as she smiled bitterly. If a player wished to remove their status as a red name, they needed to remove the crime value they had accumulated. One of the most common ways to get rid of crime value was to wait, as a player's crime value decreased over time. However, if one's crime value was excessively high, they needed to punish evil and promote righteousness. However, although killing NPCs such as villains, criminals, and bandits would significantly reduce a player's crime value, there was no other benefit for doing so. Killing these NPCs would not provide players with any additional rewards or EXP. Moreover, these NPCs were very few and usually scattered all over God's domain. It would be fine if players hunted for these NPCs by themselves, but hunting as a group would be time-consuming and inefficient. Indeed, let's forget about cleansing your red names for now. We'll raise our White River City reputation. As long as you become nobles, entering the city as red names will not have significant consequences. We should have no problems taking on the class change quest. Shi Feng made his decision after some thought. Otherwise, it would take around 2 to 3 days' effort to cleanse such a high crime value. Everyone fell speechless when they heard Shi Feng's decision to raise their reputation in White River City to the degree of becoming a noble. Shi Feng made it sound as if becoming a noble of White River City was as easy as buying cabbage from the market. It was extremely difficult for players to raise their White River City reputation, and one needed to invest a lot of time to accumulate sufficient reputation points to become a noble. In this case, it would be much easier to hunt for NPC bandits. Guild Leader, do you have a method to increase our White River City reputation quickly? Blackie knew that Shi Feng would not speak without reason. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a hint of excitement as he looked to his guild leader for answers. A noble of White River City. Currently, one could count the number of players that had become nobles of White River City on one's fingers. After becoming a noble, not only could one purchase a business stall in White River City, but one could also receive high-level quests in the city. The rewards were enough to drool over. Although the EXP rewarded was low, the monetary rewards consisted of silver coins, not copper coins. Most importantly, nobles could receive a 10% discount when purchasing items in White River City. They could also receive a 30% discount when repairing weapons and equipment. Currently, every time they went to repair items, they would always leave with a stomachache. Due to the quality of their items, the repair fees were at least 6 times higher than the average players. If they could become nobles of White River City in the future, they would not become poor bastards whenever they needed to repair their equipment. They might even get the chance to enter the nobles' district. Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Blackie, saying, "Do you really think it is so easy to become a noble?" The team could not help their laughter at Blackie as he nearly choked from Shi Feng's reply. Although it is not easy to raise one's reputation in White River City, if one wishes to increase it quickly, there is indeed a method to do so. Guild Leader, is there really such a method? Kola asked excitedly. It was an absolute nightmare for him whenever he had to repair his equipment. Out of cloth armor, leather armor, and plate armor, the repair fees for cloth armor were the cheapest. On the other hand, plate armor cost the most to repair, and normally, the fees were at least double that of cloth armor. Ah, there is one method, town capture, Shi Feng nodded, revealing a mysterious smile. Shi Feng's announcement stunned his guildmates. What kind of trouble was Shi Feng trying to stir? They had just escaped from Dark Star's pursuit, yet now they were going to capture a town? Town capture? Kola was confused. Although he did not know why Shi Feng suggested they capture a town, such a thing was not easy. Level 50 elite NPCs guarded every town. There were even Tier 2 NPCs protecting them. Even with their strength combined, they wouldn't be a match for even a single Level 50 elite NPC, not to mention a Tier 2 NPC. That's right. However, we're not going to capture just any town. Instead, our aim is Creektown, one of the towns within the White River City region that's occupied by evil-aligned NPCs. As long as we capture this town, we can obtain a lot of White River City reputation points. If we're lucky, there might even be unexpected rewards, Shi Feng explained. However, it won't be easy. I'll need to make some preparations before we set off. Just stay here and catch some fish for now. I'll head back and make the necessary arrangements. I'll notify you guys once I'm done. After Shi Feng said so, he used a return scroll, town capture. During the middle stages of God's domain, this was a commonplace activity for players. There were plenty of small towns in God's domain, and a majority of these towns were not under the management of any kingdoms or empires. Instead, other forces occupied these towns. So long as players wished to establish their own empire in God's domain, it was a must for them to occupy towns. Meanwhile, if players wished to occupy a town, they needed to chase away the forces that occupied said town first. Only by doing so could they turn the town into their own guild town. They could then slowly develop and upgrade the town's rank. It was also not impossible for players to develop a town to surpass even Star Moon City. However, the conditions for doing so were extremely demanding, so it was very difficult for players to succeed. Moreover, capturing a town was easier said than done. Even if the current #1 guild in White River City, Ouroboros, went all out, they should not have any clue of how to capture a town. It should be impossible for Ouroboros to capture even the most bordered and resource-poor town. On top of that, now that Shi Feng had unsealed the Endless Abyss, towns had upgraded their overall strength in preparation for the assault from demonic beasts, making it even more challenging for players to capture a town. However, Creek Town, the town Shi Feng had chosen as his target, was slightly special. There was a hidden quest in White River City that would greatly reduce the overall strength of Creek Town. If the town were weakened, capture would become far easier. However, in order to accept this hidden quest, at the very minimum, one must first become a Viscount of White River City. Fortunately, Shi Feng just happened to be just that. After Shi Feng returned to White River City, he suddenly became the focus of the entire city. Any players who saw him immediately began whispering to companions or strangers by their sides. Shi Feng was a celebrity right now, and everyone in White River City knew about him. Although part of the reason why Shi Feng attracted so much attention was due to his blood-red name, the actual cause for his fame was due to the name Black Flame. The video of the battle in the Silverleaf Forest was extremely exciting. The scene where Shi Feng had leaped high into the air to finish off Ming Sha was particularly unforgettable. Countless players had tried to mimic Shi Feng's actions. Unfortunately, average players could, at most, jump 2 to 3 meters high. Compared to Shi Feng, who had managed to reach a height of 8 meters, the gap between them was simply too massive. Moreover, Shi Feng had brandished his sword 6 times while in midair, and every strike accurately landed on Ming Sha's vital points. Through their attempts to mimic Shi Feng's actions, everyone's admiration for him grew. Everyone knew that a player's basic attributes determine the gap between them and others. Only after making a comparison did they know just how wide the gap was between them and Shi Feng. Guild leader Black Flame, when will Zero Wing hold another mass recruitment? I've been waiting to join Zero Wing for a long time now, a level 17 male swordsman asked loudly. That's right, this little girl wishes to join Zero Wing as well. Big brother Black Flame, please tell this little sister when you'll recruit again. It can be our little secret, I promise not to tell anyone, a beautiful female summoner asked sweetly. Everyone's eagerness to join Zero Wing grew greater and greater. If Zero Wing had not announced to the public that it had temporarily halted recruitment in order to fine-tune the management of the guild, the stampede of players might have trampled Zero Wing's recruitment area by now. The crowd's enthusiasm started to make even Shi Feng grow afraid. Without a better choice, he said, everyone can rest assured that Zero Wing will definitely recruit for more members. Moreover, we will have even more slots available during the next recruitment. As for the time and venue, the recruitment will be held in 3 days at Zero Wing's guild residence. I hope that everyone will show up for the registration when the time comes. Finished speaking, Shi Feng hurriedly escaped. If he remained any longer, he might not be able to get away. In 3 days? Great. I can use that time to improve my techniques and strength. I will definitely pass the test and become a member of Zero Wing. After receiving a specific time, everyone grew even more enthusiastic. They all swore to join Zero Wing no matter what. In their minds, Zero Wing stood out like a sacred temple of experts. Assassin Fire Dance, Guardian Knight Cola, Elementalist Aqua Rose, Berserker Lonely Snow, Cursemancer Black Cloud, Cleric Violet Cloud, Swordsman Black Flame, Swordsman Ye Feng, and many other experts all belonged to Zero Wing. These experts possessed brilliant battle records in God's domain, and they were far stronger than other guilds' experts. 318 Bloodhand Shi Feng's return immediately attracted the attention of the various powers in White River City. When these powers learned about Shi Feng's return, in addition, his blood-red-colored name, they knew that Darkstar's encirclement had failed. Darkstar had dispatched over 10,000 members during this encounter, yet they still failed to annihilate Zero Wing's core members. This conclusion had greatly boosted Zero Wing's fame. Moreover, Lone Tyrant's death at Shi Feng's hands had also been a huge blow to Darkstar's reputation. Excluding World Dominators, which had already been eliminated from the competition for the dominance over White River City, Darkstar's current reputation ranked at the very bottom of the top 6 guilds of White River City. As a result, many players who had originally intended to join Darkstar now had their sights on Zero Wing instead. As things stood, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing surpassed Darkstar. After escaping the attention of the passionate players surrounding him, Shi Feng immediately draped a black cloak over his shoulders, covering his face and hiding his name. He then hurried towards the Adventurers Association of White River City. On the way, Shi Feng contacted Aqua Rose and had her bring around 60 core members to the Adventurers Association to meet up with him. 20 minutes later, Aqua Rose showed up at the entrance of the Adventurers Association with the requested guildmates. Every one of these core members wore equipment that was mysterious, iron rank and above. Among them, many possessed secret silver equipment. The group looked dazzling when they stood in front of the entrance, invoking the envy and admiration of many passing players. Although Darkstar's ambush and the battle with world dominators had significantly damaged Zero Wing, fortunately, the guild possessed a relatively large stock of bronze and mysterious iron equipment to compensate for the loss. Only, some time was required to regain the lost levels. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose's group consisted of players that had been busy raiding dungeons while the guild war had taken place. They had not been able to make it in time to help. Big Sis Aqua, why do you think the guild leader called us here? A female cleric called Snowgoose asked curiously. Isn't it obvious? Darkstar caused us trouble picking a fight. Our guild leader obviously wants us here to plan our payback, a berserker said, laughing. That's great. The dungeon we raided before was too far away, so we couldn't join in the guild war. Now, I'll get to teach those bastards from Darkstar a lesson. Snowgoose giggled as she waved her delicate fist around. Watching this scene, Aqua Rose could not help but laugh, saying, Snowgoose, aren't you a little too aggressive? Although the guild leader hasn't expressed his plans for us yet, I feel that he called us here for something else. Otherwise, if we start a war against Darkstar with the few numbers we have here, we won't even fill in the gaps between their teeth. Stop guessing blindly. In any case, we'll know what he wants us to do soon enough. Hearing that their guild leader had called them here for something else, Snowgoose's mood dampened slightly. The others also revealed disappointed expressions. Shi Feng finally arrived after Aqua Rose and the others had waited at the Adventurers Association's entrance for a short while. Guild leader, why are you still wearing a cloak? Are we not allowed to expose ourselves in this operation? Should we leave and sneak back over here? Aqua Rose could not help her confusion when she saw Shi Feng hiding his face. At this moment, Shi Feng looked like a wanted criminal who was afraid of being discovered. I hadn't intended to use it. However, being too famous doesn't help me either. If I remove my cloak, I don't think I will get further than the front door of the Adventurers Association, Shi Feng said, laughing bitterly. Forget about it. Invite me to the team and let's get down to business. From Shi Feng's brief explanation, Aqua Rose imagined the comical scene of a horde of players mobbing Shi Feng. Involuntarily, Aqua Rose's lips hooked up into a bright smile. The dignified guild leader of Zero Wing had been fearless even against an army of thousands. Yet now, he was actually afraid of his fans' enthusiasm. After Aqua Rose invited Shi Feng to the team, she passed the team leader position to Shi Feng. After becoming the leader of the team, Shi Feng immediately examined everyone's level, and he could not help but feel proud at what he saw. A majority of the team was level 19, while a small portion had already reached level 20. This was unimaginable in any other guild. As the various large guilds competed over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, naturally, they would not hurry to level up. In truth, the guild's actions were similar to putting the cart before the horse. Although obtaining the first clear of the 3 great dungeons was important, God's Domain worked differently from other MMOs. If players paid too much attention to their gains and losses during the early stages of the game, they could easily miss other opportunities. Take the promotion to become a Tier 1 class, for example. Level 20 dungeons specifically catered to Tier 1 classes. The only reason Firedance and the others had managed to clear level 20 dungeons was mainly due to the excellent equipment they possessed. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to achieve such a feat. Not to mention, there were still the 50-man and 100-man level 20 large-scale team dungeons. Hence, the earlier they completed their Tier 1 promotion, the better their chances were of obtaining the first clear of the 100-man team dungeon. The only benefit of obtaining the first clear of the level 10 3 great dungeons was fame among players. By obtaining the first clear of a level 20, 100-man team dungeon, however, not only could they increase their fame, but they could also encounter a great opportunity. Let's head to the second floor, Shi Feng said in the team chat. Normally, nobody visited the second floor of the Adventurers Association. This place did not receive individual guild players. Instead, this place was exclusive to guild teams. Sister Aqua, why do you think the guild leader has led us here? Snowgoose asked curiously. I don't know. Aqua Rose shook her head. She too could not see through their guild leader Shi Feng. However, it was precisely because of this that she had chosen to join Zero Wing. She then continued, however, this is where guilds come to take on large-scale quests. I wonder what kind of great quest the guild leader plans to accept. At this time, Shi Feng sat in front of the VIP counter. With a smile, the beautiful receptionist behind the counter asked, Lord Viscount, how may I be of service today? I wish to take on a guild crusade quest, Shi Feng requested. Okay. However, as the Zero Wing Guild is only a 3-star guild, there are only 4 locations available for a crusade. May I know which location Lord Viscount desires? The receptionist listed the 4 locations. They were rather remote towns, barren wastelands. However, dark forces occupied each location. Without 2,000 to 3,000 level 30 Tier 1 players, one should not even consider capturing it. Of course, this was only in the case for attacking normally. If it were a crusade, however, the difficulty of capturing the town would significantly decrease. Even so, it was still extremely difficult. If one attempted to capture these towns with only 100 players around level 20, it would be suicide. Creektown then. Shi Feng was very familiar with the crusade quests available in White River City. He chose Creektown, which was occupied by the Blood Hand Association, without hesitation. Among the many dark forces in the White River City region, the Blood Hand Association was one of the weakest and smallest powers. It ranked at the very bottom. Taking on any of the other 3 locations, each of which was controlled by lower middle-class dark forces, would be nothing more than suicide for Shi Feng and his team. They would have no chances of successfully capturing the town at all. Okay, a 1-star crusade quest will require a deposit of 30 gold coins. If the quest is not completed within 5 days, then the deposit will not be refunded. Snow Goose, who currently stood behind Shi Feng, widened her delicate mouth in shock when she heard the requirement of a 30 gold deposit. Just what kind of quest was this? To think that they actually needed to pay a deposit before accepting the quest. Moreover, the deposit was even 30 gold coins. Big Sis Aqua, what kind of quest is that? It actually needs 30 gold coins. Even if I sold myself, I still wouldn't earn so much money, Snow Goose said, stunned. Snow Goose's words left everyone speechless. Shi Feng, on the other hand, merely revealed a calm smile as he paid the 30 gold coins deposit gladly. He then said in the team chat, "This is a guild crusade quest. Unless one becomes a true noble of White River City, they can't even accept such a quest. Moreover, 30 gold coins is actually very cheap." Cheap? Everyone was truly speechless this time. At this stage of the game, 30 gold coins was practically the maximum a third-rate guild would possess. If they could not complete this crusade quest, those 30 gold coins would be gone forever. 319 Windbreaker. After Shi Feng accepted the 1-star guild crusade quest, he led everyone to the Twilight Temple. The Twilight Temple was a main hub for healer classes. Here, clerics, oracles, and druids could take on quests that rewarded high-level skills related to their classes. Guild leader, what are we doing here? Aqua Rose asked, confused. We're looking for assistance. Shi Feng smiled faintly, not bothering to explain further. After entering the main hall of the Twilight Temple, they saw level 180 elite guards crowding the temple. This hall also contained the statue of the Twilight Goddess, below which stood a level 200 priest dressed in red. An oracle advanced to priest after reaching tier 2. To Shi Feng and the others, a level 200 priest was an existence that they could only revere. At this moment, however, this priest dressed in red took the initiative to walk up to Shi Feng and welcome him. "Greetings, Lord Viscount," the priest said, fawning. "Greetings, esteemed Lord Priest. I wish to purchase some water of life. Do you have some here?" Shi Feng asked softly. The water of life was the spring water taken from the fountain of eternal life. It was sacred medicine in God's domain that could heal any wound in an instant. It could even regenerate a person's lost limbs, so the water of life was extremely valuable. To NPCs, the water of life held great importance. The Twilight Temple worshipped the Twilight Goddess. Meanwhile, the Fountain of Eternal Life was a godly relic that the Twilight Goddess had bestowed upon the Twilight Temple. Hence, throughout God's domain, only the Twilight Temple could possibly obtain the Water of Life. Lord Viscount, Water of Life is precious. This is a gift of the Twilight Goddess to we humans, and every drop is a treasure. It is not something a priest like myself can give to others casually, so I beg for Lord Viscount's forgiveness, the priest said, appearing slightly angry. However, a Viscount was a person of relatively high status in White River City. Even if Shi Feng's request angered the priest still had to endure and hold it in. If any other player stood in Shi Feng's place right now, the priest might have thrown them out of the temple already. Naturally, Shi Feng knew this. Although he had guessed that his identity as a Viscount would not get him the Water of Life, the priest's unwavering refusal still shocked him slightly. Shi Feng then activated the golden stigmata and looked at the priest, asking, "Will this not do?" Suddenly, twinkling golden stars appeared in Shi Feng's dark pupils. His body began to emanate a terrifying aura. In the face of this aura, the priest felt even his soul tremble. The priest was the manager of this Twilight Temple, so it was only natural that he would possess vast knowledge regarding God's domain. Stigmata were the war god's temple's symbol of supremacy, and they were categorized into 3 different colors: silver, gold, and purple. A person capable of controlling a golden stigmata was definitely a core character of the war god's temple. "Is it really not possible?" Shi Feng asked again. In truth, he was not confident in obtaining the Water of Life. If players wished to purchase the Water of Life from the Twilight Temple, the prerequisite was sufficient status among humans. As to what degree of status, even Shi Feng was unsure. However, characters like Weissman, the controller of a city, could definitely purchase some. Shi Feng was not a city lord, so if he wished to purchase the Water of Life, he could only try his other identities. If it were not possible to obtain any, he would have to look for other assistants to help him with the Crusade quest instead. After he gained sufficient status in the future, he would return and purchase Water of Life. After some struggling, the priest finally opened his mouth and said, "Lord Viscount, with your esteemed status, you can purchase 1 drop. "Okay, I'll take it," Shi Feng replied, slightly excited. However, his excitement confused the members of Zero Wing behind him. Wasn't it just a single drop of Water of Life? Yet it actually caused their usually calm and indifferent guild leader to grow excited. Could this Water of Life possibly be an epic item? That will be 300 gold, Lord Viscount. The priest carefully took out a small crystal vial from his pocket. Within this vial, there was a single droplet of dark blue liquid. Aqua Rose immediately revealed a shocked expression when she heard the required price of 300 gold. The others were stunned as well. However, Shi Feng was not surprised by this price. Instead, he handed over 300 gold to the priest without hesitation. His actions even seemed a little impatient. Aqua Rose was speechless when she heard the price for a drop of water of life. There was not a single guild in God's domain that could possibly afford such an amount. Hence, when she saw Shi Feng hand over 300 gold to the priest, her disbelief was overwhelming. Although Aqua Rose had long since known that Shi Feng was rich, she never thought his fortune was this vast. No wonder guild leader said that 30 gold was cheap before. Snow Goose finally understood Shi Feng's words back at the Adventurers Association. Indeed, compared to 300 gold, the 30 gold deposit for the Guild Crusade quest was nothing. With 300 gold, one could fully arm a 100-man elite team with mysterious iron equipment. In the end, just how deeply hidden is this guy? Just how much do I not know about Zero Wing? Aqua Rose shifted her gaze to Shi Feng, a complicated feeling possessing her heart. If Lone Tyrant of Darkstar knew about this, he would definitely regret making an enemy out of Zero Wing. Wars between guilds were mainly competitions in financial power. Meanwhile, by showing off its own financial power, Darkstar had simply shown off its slight skill in front of an expert. However, what Aqua Rose did not know was that Darkstar could have caused Shi Feng some significant problems had they really annihilated Zero Wing's core team. After all, Blackie wielded an epic-ranked staff. The others also possessed excellent dark gold items. If Darkstar had managed to obtain these items, the consequences would have been unimaginably dire. After Shi Feng obtained the Water of Life, he hurried over to a simple and crude-looking house located in the slums of White River City. In this house lived a middle-aged man with only a single arm. Originally, this man had been a powerful Tier 2 sword master. However, during the Great Demon War, he had lost one of his arms, and subsequently his strength deteriorated, reverting to an ordinary citizen. This man was Kite. Even before he had lost his arm, Kite had not been very famous in Star Moon Kingdom. After all, he was simply a Tier 2 swordsman, something common. The reason Shi Feng had come for Kite was mainly that of his potential. 5 years after God's Domain had officially launched, Kite had another name, Windbreaker. Nobody would have thought that a one-armed man living in the slums of White River City would, after becoming the personal guard of a player, one day grow to become a Tier 5 titled Sword Saint. The more shocking matter was the fact that the owner of this Windbreaker was actually just an independent player with subpar techniques, and this player was simply a lifestyle player. However, due to the presence of this Tier 5 titled Sword Saint, this insignificant independent player had actually become an existence that nobody dared to provoke casually. The same went for the first-rate guilds at that time. Many first-rate guilds and super guilds had also offered astronomical prices in order to recruit this independent player. Moreover, the prices they offered were much higher than what they would usually offer when recruiting a Tier 5 expert. The reason being, NPCs were different from players. NPCs of the same rank were much more powerful than players, not to mention a Tier 5 Sword Saint that received the title. Kite's strength far surpassed other ordinary Tier 5 Sword Saints. If ranked according to tiers, a title Sword Saint could be considered a Tier 5.5 class, and only Tier 6 God-ranked players could possibly suppress this Windbreaker. Esteemed Lord Viscount, how may I be of service to you? Kite asked, in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing when he saw Shi Feng entering his house. Although he had become a cripple with low status, his bearing was completely different when compared to the priest back at the Twilight Temple. 3020 Personal Guard. When Shi Feng saw Kite's depressing state, Shi Feng wondered just how much determination that independent player, Drunk Xiao, had when he decided to recruit Kite as his personal guard and invest in grooming swordsmen. However, reality had proven that Drunk Xiao certainly had impressive foresight. When choosing a personal guard, players relied on two things, foresight and luck. If a player made the wrong choice, they could only blame themselves for being dull and impatient. Before placing an NPC under their command, players had absolutely no access to said NPC's data. They would have no access even if they took in an NPC as a normal guard. In the case of Anna, Shi Feng could only view her data because she was an assistant provided due to an epic quest. Anna belonged to Shi Feng completely, so she fit under the category of a personal guard. After becoming a Viscount, players were given 2 slots for personal guards and 48 slots for normal guards. These slots were precious, as after signing the contract with an NPC, players were required to pay a considerable fee should they ever wish to dissolve the contract. If it were merely dissolving the contract for normal guards, most players could afford the fee. After all, normal guards were incapable of growth. As a player's strength grew, sooner or later, they would have to replace these normal guards. However, personal guards were a different story. Personal guards could grow with a player. Even if it were Shi Feng, he would not dare dissolve contracts of personal guards casually, as the price was simply too high. Hence, after players became Viscounts, they would be very careful when selecting their personal guards. They absolutely would not waste these 2 slots. However, leaving it empty was also unwise. Even if one accepted personal guards with slightly lower potential, these personal guards could be of great help when properly developed, especially when leveling up. Moreover, the sooner one started nurturing a personal guard, the stronger they could become later on. Also, players could not simply recruit any NPC they wished. For example, players could not recruit NPCs directly affiliated to the various kingdoms, empires, or the several strongest powers of God's domain. In other words, the NPCs must not be affiliated with any powers. In addition, the stronger the NPC was, the harder it was for a player to put them under their command. Hence, thoughts such as recruiting a level 200 tier 5 NPC should be kept to one's dreams. In the past, Drunk Xiao's decision to accept Kite as his personal guard relied on both foresight and luck. It was not a feat normal people could repeat. In this life, however, Shi Feng had decided that he needed to obtain the NPC named Kite, no matter what. Mr. Kite, I have just recently become a Viscount of White River City, and currently I am trying to recruit guards for myself. I wonder if you would be interested, Shi Feng asked. Kite looked a little excited when he heard Shi Feng's offer. However, when he looked at the empty space where his right arm used to be, he sighed and said, My lord, you too can see for yourself. I am but a cripple now, so I have no way to serve as one of my lord's guard. I realize Mr. Kite's concerns. I had heard that Mr. Kite became a Tier 2 swordmaster at an early age. During the Great Demon War, you have even managed to injure a Tier 3 demon heavily, though at the cost of your sword arm. Today, I have come to recruit you as my guard, so of course I have come prepared. Do you know what this is? Shi Feng smiled as he retrieved a small crystalline bottle. Within the crystalline bottle, there was a single droplet of dark blue liquid. Just by looking through the crystal wall of the bottle, one could already feel the boundless life energy coming from this droplet. Water of life. Kite immediately recognized this liquid, a hint of emotion appearing on his stone-cold face. After all, this liquid was something he had yearned for all this time. Now that it was in front of him, how could he not recognize it? That's right. As long as Mr. Kite agrees to become my personal guard, the water of life in this bottle is yours. Shi Feng smiled. Esteemed Lord Viscount, are you truly willing to use this precious water of life on a mere swordmaster like me? Kite asked carefully. In reality, Shi Feng's offer was touching. My lord, you should know that, with this droplet alone, even a Tier 3 powerhouse would agree to become your personal guard. Aqua Rose was greatly shocked when she heard Kite's declaration. She never realized the water of life was so precious. A single droplet could actually convince a Tier 3 NPC to serve as a player's personal guard. That was a Tier 3 class. Players revered even Tier 2 classes, let alone Tier 3 classes. If their guild could have a Tier 3 NPC as a guard, they could simply annihilate anyone who provoked them. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose's thoughts were too good to be true. Although the water of life could be enough to recruit a Tier 3 powerhouse, Shi Feng was simply too weak right now. He would not be able to recruit a Tier 3 NPC, even if he wanted to. Of course, I already know that, Mr. Kite. However, I value your potential even more. Based on your firm and unyielding will and the fact that you have not fallen to become a demonkin yet, I believe that you will one day become an apex powerhouse on the continent, Shi Feng affirmed. Shi Feng's words were not without justification. One should never provoke a demon. Shi Feng had simply met with the phantom of a Tier 4 great demon, and as a result, he bore its curse. If Charlene, a Tier 3 divine official, had not dispelled the curse for him, he would have had no choice but to delete and restart a new account. Meanwhile, Kite had fought a real Tier 3 demon, so how could he have avoided receiving its curse? A demon's power was the evilest force that could corrode a human spirit. However, after suffering the demon's curse for so many years, although Kite had lost his powers, he continued to live normally. He had not turned into a demonkin. If Kite had not possessed a firm and unyielding will, the demon's power would have devoured him long ago. Mr. Kite, I wonder if you are willing to become my guard? Shi Feng asked seriously. Since Lord Viscount is willing to accept a cripple like myself, how could I possibly reject my lord's good intentions? From today onwards, my lord will be my only master. I swear allegiance. Kite dropped to a knee in front of Shi Feng, receiving the water of life respectfully. System. Do you wish to assign Kite as your personal guard? Shi Feng clicked, agree. Following which, Kite's data appeared in Shi Feng's NPC managing interface. Kite Wafeng's personal guard, gender, male age, 39 loyalty, 90 charm, 60 physique, 40 wisdom, 81 growth potential, 26 class, tier 1 swordsman level, 30 HP, 8,000 attack power, 600 720 defense, 3,100 attributes, strength 25, agility 100, endurance 200, intelligence 90, vitality 100, intelligence 90, vitality. Although Shi Feng had mentally prepared himself, when he looked at Kite's data, his heart could not help but twitch. Setting aside Kite's other attributes, his growth potential was only at 26 points. This number was simply maddening. Shi Feng truly wondered how Drunk Xiao had managed to endure and nurture Kite in the past. Common ranked personal guards had 0 to 30 growth potential. Basically, no one wanted such personal guards. Bronze ranked personal guards had 31 to 50 growth potential. These were the lowest ranked personal guard players would usually possess. Mysterious iron ranked personal guards had 51 to 70 growth potential. Meeting personal guards of such rank was rare. Normally, one required honed foresight and had to carry out long-term observation to find such guards. Secret Silver ranked personal guards had 71 to 80 growth potential. Such personal guards were extremely rare. Normally, players that managed to obtain these NPCs would treat them like their own babies. Fine Gold ranked personal guards had 81 to 90 growth potential. These individuals were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Dark Gold ranked personal guards had 91 to 100 growth potential. If a player managed to recruit such a personal guard, as long as developed properly, the player's strength no longer mattered. As for Epic ranked personal guards, which were above Dark Gold rank, Shi Feng had never actually seen one before. He also did not know how powerful Epic ranked personal guards were. However, it would not be unusual if such a guard transcended the realm of normal men, achieving godhood. ch301 NPC Army. After Kite became Shi Feng's personal guard, he opened the crystalline bottle and drank the water of life within. When Aqua Rose saw Kite drink the droplet of water of life, which cost 300 gold, she could not hide her pained expression. As for the other guild members, they too gulped at the sight. 300 gold. It was enough to outfit a 20-man team with secret silver equipment fully. Yet, their guild leader spent that 300 gold on an ordinary-looking and crippled NPC. They could not help their envy. However, Shi Feng paid no attention to the others' thoughts. In the past, Drunk Xiao had become a famous character throughout God's domain due to his personal guard. Even when countless first-rate guilds and super guilds had offered astronomical prices to purchase this guard, Drunk Xiao refused to sell. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had only spent 300 gold to obtain this future Tier 5 titled Sword Saint. How was this not a worthwhile trade? Shortly after Kite drank the water of life, his body suddenly emitted a bright green light. This light originated from the water of life. Not only did it possess frightening healing powers, but it could also remove all abnormal statuses. A few moments later, Kite's body expelled a cloud of dark gas, and following its removal, Kite's originally pale complexion turned rosy red. The right arm that he had lost also began to regenerate at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1 minute later, Kite had fully recovered. Guild leader, at this moment, Aqua Rose dared not believe her own eyes. She had long since developed a keen intuition, so she could immediately discover the change in the NPC named Kite. Although Kite's clothing was still worn out, the aura he gave off no longer felt depressing. Rather, it was refreshing. At this moment, he seemed like a caged lion that had broken out of its confinement, releasing a heaven-shocking roar to let everyone know of its return. This is the real him, Shi Feng laughed. In the past, Drunk Xiao had gone through great pains for Kite. He had practically bankrupted himself to obtain a droplet of water of life. In this life, however, Shi Feng had easily accomplished Drunk Xiao's feats. Moreover, Shi Feng had managed to heal Kite while he was still level 30. In the past, Drunk Xiao had only managed to obtain the Water of Life after Kite passed level 100. Despite having the same growth potential, there would be a huge difference in strength between a personal guard nurtured from level 30 and a personal guard nurtured from level 100. His growth potential is as shocking as expected. Shi Feng could not help but mutter happily when he examined Kite's data again. Kite Yifeng's personal guard, gender, male age, 39 loyalty, 90 charm, 75 physique, 95 wisdom, 88 growth potential, 94 class, tier 1 swordsman level, 30 HP, 15,400, a 15,400 attack power, 839-60 defense, 4,500 attributes, strength 38-4, agility 36-4, endurance 420, intelligence 2,076, vitality 280. Kite's current attributes were worlds apart from the attributes he had before he drank the water of life. It seems that taking the water of life earlier has also affected his growth potential. Shi Feng could recall that Kite's growth potential in the past was 92 points. Now it was 2 points higher. After 90 points, even a difference of 1 point in growth potential would create a significant difference regarding attributes, let alone 2 points. These additional points would be of immense help to Kite's growth in the future. Kite, take these and use them for now. Issuing his instructions, Shi Feng retrieved several pieces of level 20 mysterious iron equipment and passed them to Kite. Although they were somewhat incompatible for the level 30 swordsman, they were all Shi Feng had at the moment. After all, Zero Wing had yet to start raiding level 20 team dungeons. They had only raided the level 25-man party dungeons. After Kite equipped the level 20 mysterious iron items, he appeared valiant and extraordinary. His attributes also increased significantly. His HP broke through the 18,000 threshold, his attack power increased past 1,400 points, and defense reached 6,000 points. Kite's defense far surpassed even Zero Wing's chief MT, Cola. Kite was practically a boss monster now. Let's go. We still have to recruit some more people. Shi Feng then led everyone to the Mercenary Alliance. The Mercenary Alliance was the best place for players to recruit normal guards. The NPCs of the Mercenary Alliance were all well-trained, and they were far more reliable than the NPCs players recruited randomly from the streets. Normal guards were different from personal guards. Players were required to pay for their services, and the prices varied depending on the strength of the NPC. With Shi Feng's current level, the strongest guards he could recruit were level 50 Tier 1 NPCs. A normal level 50 guard cost 5 silver coins per day, and the payment would be due once every 10 days. A level 50 tier guard cost 30 silver coins per day with payment due once every 10 days as well. The difference between a normal guard and a tier 1 guard was like the difference between a common monster and an elite monster. Thus, the price of a tier 1 guard was 6 times higher than a normal guard. Some tier 1 guards that were more powerful would cost even more. After arriving at the Mercenary Alliance, Shi Feng signed a contract with 48 level 50 tier 1 NPCs. Among them, some were melee classes, some were ranged classes, and some were healers. Of the 48 NPCs, there were 6 NPCs in particular that were more powerful than the others. They were tier 1 advanced guards, and they cost 50 silver coins per day. Shi Feng had hired these guards for 1 month, and the fee totaled to 468 gold. Shi Feng's financial power completely eclipsed all the guilds in White River City. Afterward, Shi Feng led the 48 NPCs and walked through the streets, the group of level 50 tier 1 guards looking valiant and mighty. Many players even consciously moved out of the way, not daring to block the path of this small army of powerful NPCs. Crap, why are there so many tier 1 NPCs? Did something happen in White River City? No, look, some of them aren't NPCs, but players. Aren't they members of Zero Wing? Where are they heading? The players quickly discovered the problem. This small army of NPCs and the members of Zero Wing were actually together. Moreover, all of these NPCs were level 50 tier 1 NPCs. With such a large NPC army who, in White River City, would dare make an enemy of Zero Wing? In the face of so many level 50 tier 1 NPCs, even Darkstar's army of tens of thousands of players amounted to nothing. The level suppression alone would leave the players of Darkstar completely helpless. Not to mention, these tier 1 NPCs also possessed many powerful skills in their arsenal. Zero Wing is too amazing. I heard that Zero Wing is going to recruit members again in 3 days. I will definitely have to apply. The number of players gathered on the street continued to increase, and many started recording this majestic scene. This army of 48 NPCs was more imposing than an army of thousands of players. The combat power this small army possessed was no weaker than the total battle power of a starting town. Although nobody knew what relationship this NPC army had with Zero Wing, the fact that Zero Wing could mobilize so many NPCs was already amazing. Meanwhile, the news of this matter spread quickly, creating a sensation on the official forums and increasing Zero Wing's fame once more. The members of Darkstar wore extremely ugly expressions when they discovered about this matter. Deeply afraid that Zero Wing would lead this group of NPCs to attack them, many of Darkstar's members chose to hide in cities or towns. Some chose to remove their guild emblems temporarily and secretly grind monsters. At the same time, the members of World Dominators were similarly frightened by this news, and they were also hiding, not daring to explore and level up. 322 Crusade against Creektown. Creektown was one of the border towns within White River City's jurisdiction. The town was nestled in a desert, and it was so desolate that not even birds would come to lay their eggs. However, such a small town was a popular gathering place for red names and those who walk the path of darkness. Unlike towns, cities like White River City were managed strictly. Hence, red names who had often killed other players for equipment during the initial stages of the game could only find a desolate place like Creektown to receive quests and level up. Near Creektown, high-leveled monsters dwelled, ranging from level 15 to level 30, which were perfectly suitable for players at this stage of the game. In Creektown, red names crowded the streets. Most of these players were above level 15, while only a few were below level 15. The Bloodhand Association, a dark force, managed the town, so naturally the NPCs here would not kill these red names. On the contrary, the NPCs welcomed these red names. Red names could also receive better quests depending on their crime value, and through completing these quests, they could raise their reputation among the dark forces they served. Guild Leader, there are over 1,000 players in this town. In addition to the NPCs guarding this place, I don't think we can conquer it successfully. After spending a long time scouting, Aqua Rose had obtained a general grasp on Creektown's overall combat power. Setting aside the fact that there were over 1,000 red names in this town, there were more than 500 NPCs guarding the town, the lowest of which was level 50. Among them, there was no lack of elite guards. There was even a few level 70 tier 1 guard captains. If they charged in, the actual number of enemy NPCs might increase further. With only 100 players and 49 guards, they stood no chance at all. Also, if a town were attacked, the NPCs within would not wait for players to close in on them before retaliating. Instead, all of the guards in the town would gather and fight back. Moreover, there was a huge difference between NPCs and monsters. The reason being, unlike monsters, NPCs knew how to coordinate with each other, making them far more difficult to deal with. Furthermore, these red names would definitely try to take advantage of their battle with the NPCs, inconveniencing them at the very least. Moreover, these red names were not easy opponents. The fact that these players that could survive as a red name until now and possess such a high level indicated that they had strong fighting techniques. Naturally, the equipment they used would be of high quality as well. Killing and plundering was their main occupation in the game, so even if they were not fully equipped with secret silver equipment, at the very least, they would possess bronze equipment or above. If any of these red names were in a guild, they could easily become the elite or even core players of the guild. Moreover, the frequent PKs they took part in allowed them to gain plenty of combat experience, so there was no shortage of experts among these red names. To put it simply, although there were only around 1,000 red names in Creektown, these 1,000 or so players could easily rival 2,000 elites of Dark Star. Thus, if they wished to conquer Creektown, the task could only be described with one word: challenging. Of course, we stand no chance against them if we attack normally. However, we have come here with a crusade quest. Shi Feng knew how difficult it was to capture a town. How could a crusade quest possibly be easy? If it were, the system would not reward players with shocking rewards and reputation. These red names were usually the bandits. They were not used to being the victims. This time, however, it was their turn to shed some blood. Fire Dance, how are the preparations coming on your side? Shi Feng asked through the team chat. The 48 level 50 tier 1 guards Shi Feng had recruited were no pushovers. Although these guards could not be used to kill monsters or raid dungeons, they could defend a town or private residence. More importantly, they could also help players complete large-scale guild quests. If not for this fact, Shi Feng would not have recruited so many tier 1 guards. However, even though all 48 were tier 1, they were insufficient to deal with all of the NPCs in Creektown. Moreover, Shi Feng had not intended for them to launch a frontal assault on the guards of Creektown. Among the 48 tier 1 guards Shi Feng had recruited, some were rangers and assassins. Hence, Shi Feng had tasked Fire Dance and the others to take along one of these guards to lure the Blood Hand Association's NPCs out of town. After all, the intelligence the tier 1 guards possessed was much lower than players. If Shi Feng allowed the tier 1 guards to lure the enemy NPCs, they could easily fail. Yet, if players lured the enemy NPCs due to the great disparity in attributes, the NPCs could catch up and kill the players. Hence, Shi Feng's solution was to have players instructing the tier 1 guards individually. We're all ready. We've grasped most of the basic commands, so we're only waiting for your command now, Fire Dance said with a smile. Good. After I initiate the crusade quest, all of you take action immediately. Remember not to lure the town guards too far, otherwise they will run back to town. After Shi Feng gave a few reminders, he then walked towards Creektown. Shi Feng stopped a few hundred yards before the town, taking out the crusade order. He then pointed the crusade order at the sky. Suddenly, rays of golden light shot from the crusade order, and in the next moment, a golden magic array appeared above Creektown. In the evening sky, this magic array was extremely conspicuous, and it quickly attracted the attention of many players inside the town. A short moment later, the magic elements of this array burst open, and one after another, golden ripples spread from this magic array, enveloping the entire region of Creektown. At this moment, if viewed from the outside, a protective golden dome appeared, covering Creektown. Creektown system announcement. Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creektown. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. Creektown system announcement. Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creektown. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. Creektown system announcement. Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creektown. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. The crusade announcement repeated 3 times, and all of the red names in Creektown were shocked by this notification. There was actually a guild that dared to capture a red name town. Shortly after, all of the players belonging to the dark forces in Creektown received another message. However, the message this time was from the Blood Hand Association. The message stated that, as long as they could successfully defend the town, all players would receive bountiful rewards. Moreover, players would receive achievement points for each enemy they killed. After the battle was over, players could exchange these achievement points for weapons and equipment. Zero Wing sure is kind. They have actually come to gift us money. Do they think they are amazing? Since they dared to come into our territory and make trouble, we'll annihilate every single one of them. The players of Creektown's blood boiled. Their killing intent rose to new heights. Although Zero Wing shone like the sun in Mid-Sky 1 in White River City, in their eyes Zero Wing wasn't worth mentioning. After all, they all had impressive techniques, and none of them mingled in White River City, so they had no need to fear Zero Wing's vengeance. Even if Zero Wing tried to take revenge on them, they only needed to hide, and Zero Wing could do nothing to them. The barefooted are not afraid of those who wear shoes. They were the hoodlums of God's domain, so why would they fear Zero Wing? Inside one of the bars in Creektown, an assassin clothed in black currently drowned himself in alcohol. The man felt like a piece of ice to others. He exuded a chilling intent that made others instinctively distance themselves. Shockingly, this man was actually level 20, and all of his equipment was secret silver equipment. In White River City, this man would definitely be considered a first-rate expert. This black-clothed assassin was stunned when he received the system announcement, the beer bottle in his hand falling to the ground. Zero Wing? Doesn't that mean that Yi Feng might show up as well? The black-clothed assassin's lips curled upward, forming a sinister smile. The last time, I lost to him because of equipment quality. This time, I'm going to take back everything that he owes me. If Shi Feng could see this assassin's appearance, he would recognize this person as none other than Absolute Heaven, the assassin that he killed in the past. 323 Nightmare. To avenge his hatred, Absolute Heaven had worked desperately to improve his techniques and upgrade his equipment. Now, even if Shi Feng were not involved in this sudden assault, he would still give the members of Zero Wing a taste of his new strength. However, just after Absolute Heaven walked out of the bar's entrance, he discovered the golden magic array hovering in the evening sky. This magic array was a result of the Crusade Quest's activation, and it would change the NPCs of Creektown. The guards that had originally been level 50 immediately fell to level 30, while the level 70 Tier 1 guard captains became level 50, the same level as Shi Feng's normal guards. Although Creektown's had been weakened, none of these guards delayed in taking action. The moment the warning bell rang, a storm of guards rushed out of the many buildings within the town. In moments, over 2,000 guards surrounded the town. These NPCs belonged to the Blood Hand Association. At this moment, they had all removed their disguises, and the normal guards had revealed themselves as Blood Hand Association members, while the guard captains were Blood Hand Association elites. Blood Hand Association members, elite rank, level 30, HP 100,000, lead 100,000. Blood Hand Association elites, Tier 1 elite rank, level 50 300,000, lead 100,000. Why have all the guards become weaker? What's there to fear? Even if they are weaker, can Zero Wing defeat so many NPCs? If Zero Wing wants to attack, we'll make them suffer the consequences. When the players of Creektown discovered that the guards beside them had suddenly grown weaker, worry grew in their hearts. However, they soon rid their minds of this worry. Even during its peak, Zero Wing only had around 8,000 members. Moreover, due to the surge of players that had withdrawn from the guild, they now had less than 5,000. Even if Zero Wing had mobilized all 5,000 of its members, in the face of 2,000 NPCs, charging into the town would be nothing more than suicide. At this stage of the game, players had yet to reach level 30. Furthermore, not a single player had managed to upgrade to a Tier 1 class. So, how could they possibly hope to fight against level 30 and level 50 NPCs? In God's domain, such a massive gap between levels was fatal. Begin, Shi Feng commanded in the team chat. Firedance and the others immediately took action, each of them commanding a level 50 Tier 1 guard as they charged towards the Blood Hand Association's army. The guards Firedance and the others controlled were Tier 1 rangers and assassins. Regarding movement speed, they were much faster than the Blood Hand Association members. Rangers also possessed ultra-long-ranged attack capabilities, and they could launch their attacks from 100 yards away. Hence, they were perfect for the role of a lure. Within moments, the Red Names of Creektown noticed several figures rushing at them with speeds that no players could hope to achieve. In the next moment, these rangers retrieved their longbows, knocking arrows and releasing them. Shoo! The arrows struck their targets, several level 30 Blood Hand Association members, from roughly 90 yards away. Each arrow dealt over 5,000 damage to these level 30 NPCs. If a player received one of these arrows, they would die with a single hit. The Rangers' attack attracted the attention of the Blood Hand Association NPCs. Without hesitation, over 1,000 Blood Hand Association NPCs unsheathed their weapons and charged. Seeing this, the Rangers turned on their heels and fled. Very quickly, they had drawn these Blood Hand Association NPCs away from the city. Weren't we being attacked by players from Zero Wing? Why are there level 50 Tier 1 NPCs as well? The Red Names were confused. They simply stood where they were, not following the Blood Hand Association NPCs in pursuit of the Tier 1 Rangers. Level 50 Tier 1 NPCs only needed a single hit to kill them. If they did not possess life-saving skills, fighting such an NPC was suicide. Moreover, they were all Red Names. If they died, they would pay a severe penalty. At the very minimum, they would lose 2 to 3 levels and a majority of their equipment. Naturally, they had to weigh the costs and benefits before they took action. Not to mention, they had never intended to charge with the NPCs since the very beginning. Instead, they had planned to take advantage of the confusion while the Blood Hand Association NPCs and Zero Wing clashed. Now, however, those NPC guards had lured away all of the Blood Hand Association NPCs. At this moment, even they began to wonder whether they should join in the pursuit or not. Just as these Red Names contemplated their actions, the Blood Hand Association NPCs had distanced themselves several hundred yards from the town. This is bad. The Blood Hand Association NPCs are gone. One of the Red Names realized the situation and shouted, "We need to go help them. If Zero Wing manages to kite and kill them, we'll be finished." This player's words shook everyone to attention. Unfortunately, these Red Names were neither a single group nor of a single heart. Most importantly, they all understood that the first person to charge into battle would also be the first person to leave. Even though they had realized how serious their predicament was, none of them were willing to take action first. Instead, they all chose to stay put and do nothing at all. None of these Red Names had discovered that, at this time, Shi Feng had already led the remaining 40 level 50 Tier 1 NPCs in a charge from another direction. When capturing a town, the NPCs were not the most troublesome obstacle. Instead, it was the players residing in said town. If the players and NPCs inside the town were allowed to cooperate without absolute strength, it would be impossible to capture the town successfully. Hence, the most important thing Shi Feng needed to do right now was to get rid of the players, only then would it be the NPC's turn to die. After players died, they had to wait half an hour before they could revive at the graveyard. Furthermore, if these red names died, even if they had the determination to continue fighting, they would not have the strength to present a challenge. The penalty they suffered was simply too severe. Although the 40 level 50 tier 1 guards did not possess as much HP as the Bloodhand Association elites, they still had over 100,000 HP each. Moreover, the opponents they faced right now were not NPCs but players. It would only take a single attack to kill a player instantly. When all 40 tier 1 guards charged at the red names of Creektown, they were like a group of ferocious beasts as they killed everything in their path. Although there were many red names in Creektown, they were completely unable to defend themselves against these guards. Shield warriors and guardian knights could take 2 hits at most. In the blink of an eye, red names died, one after another, littering the ground with bodies and equipment. In contrast, although the red names attacked continuously, due to the level suppression of over 30 levels, the damage the red names managed to deal was negligible. 1,000 level 20 players were required to take down a single tier 1 guard, let alone 40 guards. With the 40 guards sharing the damage from the enemy players, their battle recovery alone made up for the HP they lost. Not to mention, among the 40 guards, there were also clerics and other healer classes. A casual heal from one of these NPCs could replenish over 10,000 HP. Within tens of seconds, over 200 red names of Creektown died, while all 40 guards that Shi Feng led still had full HP. The disparity in strength caused the red names to despair. These NPC guards are too strong. We need to retreat and meet up with the Bloodhand Association NPCs. You bastards from Zero Wing are shameless. You actually brought level 50 tier 1 NPCs to capture a town. If you have the strength to face us, don't use those NPC guards and fight us fairly. The red names cursed Shi Feng at the others as they fought the NPCs. Shi Feng could only chuckle at their words. Immediately, he instructed the NPC mages to cast their AoE spells. Suddenly, rain of fire descended from the sky. In the next moment, thunderbolts struck down at the red names. When cast by the Tier 1 mages, the Tier 1 AoE spells could display their true might. The red names of Creektown died in batches. After several AoE spells landed, the battlefield fell quiet. Of all the red names that had resided in Creektown, only 400 or so remained, while everyone else was dead. This scene not only shocked the players of the town, but Aqua Rose and the others were also stunned. A single wave of AoE spells became a nightmare for the red players of Creektown. Run! Nobody knew who shouted, but every surviving red name agreed wholeheartedly as they fled in all directions. Let's start the slaughter. A majority of these red names wear mysterious iron equipment. Killing one of them will profit us more than killing a small boss. Such an opportunity will be rare in the future, Shi Feng laughed, following which, with Aqua Rose in the lead, both players and NPCs chased and killed the fleeing red names. When Shi Feng was the last remaining on the high slope, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Now that no one is around, you can come out, right?" Shortly after the battle began, Shi Feng faintly sensed someone spying on them from nearby. Moreover, the gaze that he felt contained a cold, killing intent. However, it was only a feeling, so Shi Feng had not paid too much attention to it. After his team left, however, this feeling became much clearer. He then activated the Golden Stigmata's skill, Omniscient Eyes. The skill allowed him to perceive everything within 100 yards, and all stealth effects were useless in the face of this skill. And, as expected, Shi Feng discovered an assassin slowly creeping up on him from behind. However, even after Shi Feng spoke, the assassin continued to hide. "Do you think I am playing a trick on you?" Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade and immediately sent a thundering flash behind him. 3 green arcs of lightning streaked across the air. In the next moment, a black figure suddenly appeared and swiftly dodged the attack. It was none other than the assassin that Shi Feng had killed before, Absolute Heaven. At this moment, shock filled Absolute Heaven's chilling gaze. Someone was actually capable of discovering his presence from such a long distance away. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. 324 times have changed, so it's him. After not seeing him for some time, his techniques and equipment have improved quite a lot. No wonder he could get so close to me before my senses picked up on him. Absolute Heaven had left a deep impression on Shi Feng. During the time Shi Feng had searched for the Ice Blue Devil Flame, this expert assassin had very nearly killed him. Afterward, Absolute Heaven had ambushed him again when he led Blackie and Lonely Snow to level up. At that time, Shi Feng's life had hung on by a thread. Since Shi Feng started playing God's Domain in this life, although he had made plenty of enemies, Absolute Heaven was the only person who had almost taken his life. After such a long time, Absolute Heaven would definitely be much stronger now that he had accustomed himself with the combat style of God's Domain. If Absolute Heaven had not been careless and underestimated Black Flame, Shi Feng's alternate identity, by not concealing his killing intent, Absolute Heaven might have successfully ambushed Shi Feng. "Now that I know you're there, you aren't going to escape?" Shi Feng revealed a calm smile as he turned to Absolute Heaven. "Escape?" Absolute Heaven revealed a hint of arrogance on his chilling face. I admit that you're strong. It is as expected of the guild leader of Zero Wing Black Flame. According to my estimation, your strength should be on par with Ye Feng. Last time, Ye Feng only managed to kill me because of my own impatience. It was my mistake to use all of my skills on Ye Feng so early in the fight. Otherwise, with his strength, he could not even dream of killing me. Now, although I have revealed myself, do you really think that you can kill me while I still possess all of my skills? Indeed, it is as you say. Unless all of your skills are on cooldown, it will not be easy to kill a top-tier assassin like yourself. Shi Feng acknowledged Absolute Heaven's power. However, times had changed. Although Absolute Heaven had improved, Shi Feng had also raised his strength. Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? A bet? Do you think that you can fool me? Originally, I intended to kill you today to show Ye Feng that I, Absolute Heaven, have returned. Since I can't kill you, you can tell Ye Feng this. When I, Absolute Heaven, wish to kill someone, that person will definitely die. Absolute Heaven laughed coldly. He then turned around to leave. If you want me to pass your message on, sure. However, the condition is that you need to escape. Shi Feng activated the 7 Luminaries ring. Using the Aura of Time skill, Absolute Time, he instantly charged at Absolute Heaven. Absolute Time prevents enemies within a range of 50-50 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. With this skill activated, all of Absolute Heaven's skills were in a similar state as a forced cooldown. Meanwhile, an assassin that could not use skills was like a tiger without claws or fangs. You think I can't escape? Absolute Heaven smiled confidently in reply to Shi Feng's taunt. He then tried to use blind on his opponent. If he could do so, he could escape from this place easily. However, Absolute Heaven immediately discovered that he could not use any of his skills. Suddenly, he started to panic. Nobody understood better than Absolute Heaven just how fragile an assassin was without his skills. However, Absolute Heaven was no ordinary player. He immediately calmed himself, turning around to flee. Absolute Heaven quickly concluded that such a powerful skill had to have a limited duration. It was impossible for the effect to last indefinitely. As long as he could drag the fight out until the duration of this effect was over, he could fly freely like a bird. At this moment, however, Shi Feng had already appeared at Absolute Heaven's back after using silent steps, not giving Absolute Heaven an opportunity to run. Soundlessly, Shi Feng slashed the abyssal blade at Assassin. Absolute Heaven responded swiftly and used his dagger to meet Shi Feng's sword. When the silvery gray abyssal blade collided with Absolute Heaven's dagger, he felt an immense pressure flowing from his dagger to his hand. That pressure then suppressed his entire body, forcing Absolute Heaven to kneel on the ground involuntarily. Such power, as expected from the person who killed Ming Sha, Absolute Heaven silently clicked his tongue. If he had not personally experienced Black Flame's might, he would never have imagined that Black Flame's strength was actually on par with a boss monster. At this moment, Absolute Heaven finally realized why a great expert like Ming Sha had been forced into a constant retreat and could retaliate against Black Flame. Shi Feng brandished his sword over 10 times repeatedly. Each slash was as abrupt as a thunderbolt and as heavy as a mountain. Faced with this brutal assault, Absolute Heaven had no other choice but to block as many attacks as he could. However, although Absolute Heaven could reduce the damage he received by blocking with his dagger, his HP still decreased, frustrating him greatly. Absolute Heaven inwardly cursed Shi Feng for being a despicable and shameless bastard. Shi Feng actually used force to suppress him. Shi Feng had not used any techniques and simply relied on brute force to brandish his sword. Shi Feng's way of battle, which traded a life for a life, prevented Absolute Heaven from displaying any of his techniques. If Absolute Heaven could use his skills, he could easily escape his current predicament. Unfortunately, none of his skills would work. Despite being a powerhouse, Absolute Heaven felt powerless. Just as Shi Feng was about to send Absolute Heaven to his death with a bombardment of attacks, Absolute Heaven suddenly felt that this situation was extremely familiar. It was just like when he had ambushed Ye Feng. Back then, he had used a magic scroll to seal all of Ye Feng's skills and had even frozen his movement, turning Ye Feng into a fangless tiger. At that time, Ye Feng could only escape and had not dared confront him head-on. Meanwhile, his current situation was almost exactly the same as the last time he encountered Ye Feng, only this time the roles were reversed. If he had known Black Flame possessed such a skill, he would never have closed in on Black Flame. Worse, he had even wasted time by chatting with his enemy, giving Black Flame ample time to set a trap for him. He had practically sought out his own death. Ha, it seems that I'm really going to die this time. With only a thread of his HP remaining, Absolute Heaven could already see his demise. He was currently a red name. If he died, he would lose all of his equipment. His level would also plummet. At that time, he would no longer have the ability to exact revenge on Ye Feng. However, just as the abyssal blade was about to collide with Absolute Heaven's body, it suddenly froze in midair. What? You're not going to kill me? If you wait until I can use my skills again, you won't be able to kill me. Absolute Heaven laughed coldly as he watched Shi Feng curiously. As I said before, I want to make a bet with you, but you thought that I only said those words to fool you and kill you. Now that you only have a thread of your HP remaining, it will only take me a casual wave to destroy your weapon, equipment, and level. However, I'll repeat my offer. Are you interested in placing a bet? Shi Feng asked, smiling as he returned the abyssal blade to its sheath. It seems that you're really not trying to cheat me. Then was the fight your way of proving that you wish not to kill me, but to make a bet instead? Absolute Heaven asked, greatly confused by Shi Feng's actions. He could not figure out just what was going through Shi Feng's mind. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I would even bother fighting you? Does it look like I have too much time on my hands? Shi Feng laughed bitterly. Absolute Heaven was suddenly rendered speechless. What? You still don't believe me? Shi Feng's expression turned cold. No, I believe you. Tell me then. What do you want to bet? At this moment, Absolute Heaven grew interested in the bet Shi Feng proposed. Bet your life, Shi Feng said straightforwardly. Bet my life? Isn't my life already in your hands? Absolute Heaven nearly cursed at Shi Feng. Shi Feng shook his head, then slowly he said, You previously mentioned that, as long as you can use your skills, you can escape from me easily. Isn't that right? That's right, Absolute Heaven answered without hesitation. Although Absolute Heaven had already witnessed Shi Feng's frightening strength, he was still confident that he could flee from this battle. Simply put, I don't believe you. So, let's make a bet. While you can fully utilize all of your skills, we'll see whether or not you can escape. What do you think? Shi Feng asked with a smile. 25 life and death? Are you toying with me? Absolute Heaven glared at Shi Feng, trying to figure out just what was going through Shi Feng's mind. However, no matter how he examined his opponent, he still could not see through Shi Feng, who had currently disguised himself using the demon mask. Absolute Heaven could only see a middle-aged man with a faint smile in front of him. No matter how hard Absolute Heaven racked his mind, he just could not figure out what Shi Feng was trying to do. After nearly taking his life, Shi Feng suggested gambling his life away. Was there a need for so much trouble? Wouldn't it be easier just to finish him right now? Why would I toy with you? Shi Feng laughed. Fine, I'll make the bet. What will happen if I survive? What if I die? For his own pride and honor, Absolute Heaven refused to die. If you escape safely, I'll do one thing for you. If you die, you'll have to do one thing for me. How about it? At this moment, Shi Feng finally revealed his true intentions. He had done everything so far all for this single goal. One thing, huh? Absolute Heaven considered it carefully. After giving it some thought, he looked at Shi Feng and said, If I ask you to kill Yi Feng, will you do it? Absolute Heaven's request caught Shi Feng off guard, but soon after, he let out a soft chuckle. In White River City, everybody knew that Black Flame and Yi Feng were the two symbols of Zero Wing. Never would Shi Feng have imagined that Absolute Heaven's request would be something like this. He had to admit that Absolute Heaven was indeed ruthless. If the public learned that Black Flame had killed Yi Feng, it would greatly affect Zero Wing's reputation. At the same time, it would also affect Black Flame and Yi Feng's reputations. However, be it Black Flame or Yi Feng, only a few core members of Zero Wing knew that both identities belonged to a single person, which was Shi Feng himself. Meanwhile, Absolute Heaven requested that he kill himself. The difficulty of this request was indeed quite high. What? Didn't you say that you'll do one thing for me if I win? Absolute Heaven smiled complacently. He then said, My request is so small, yet you hesitate? No, I just didn't think that you would make such a simple request. Originally, I thought you would want to kill me once. After all, I am the guild leader of Zero Wing, and Feng Xuanyang of Underworld possess a deep hatred of me. As long as you manage to kill me and pass on the recording to the higher-ups of Underworld, you will receive Underworld's attention. Your position in the organization will soar as well, Shi Feng mentioned. If Black Flame died, the prestige that Zero Wing had managed to accumulate due to his efforts would crumble. At this moment, Absolute Heaven suddenly came to a realization. He had actually forgotten about such a possibility. The loss and humiliation Darkstar had suffered caused Feng Xuanyang's hatred of Zero Wing to soar. The guild he had nurtured with so much effort had actually fallen into such a state. Naturally, he would not let Zero Wing off the hook. Hence, Feng Xuanyang put out a bounty to all members of Underworld stating that, as long as anyone from Underworld managed to kill the higher-ups of Zero Wing and cause trouble, the rewards would be bountiful. As long as someone could accomplish this task, they could gain fame, status, and wealth. If one could annihilate Zero Wing, receiving a promotion from outer member to elite member of Underworld would be a simple matter. There were not many elite members in Underworld. They were few and far between, but those who obtained the prestigious title would also become influential in reality. Every day, there were countless outer members in Underworld working as hard as they could to become official members. Only after becoming an official member could one possibly become an elite member. If he, Absolute Heaven, could kill Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing, there might actually have a chance at receiving the promotion to that elite group. Even if it were not possible, at the very least, he could still become an official member. Alright then, I agree to the bet. Let's start after I have fully recovered. Absolute Heaven directly agreed. After a few moments, Absolute Heaven's HP and stamina recovered completely. Shi Feng then took out a gold coin, suggesting, I'll toss this gold coin into the air. The battle will start the moment the coin reaches maximum altitude and begins to fall. How about it? Okay. Absolute Heaven was momentarily speechless when he saw Shi Feng use a gold coin as a starting signal. Was he not afraid of losing the gold coin? Currently, Absolute Heaven only had around 20 silver coins in his pockets. Even so, he was considered relatively wealthy. Yet, Shi Feng had actually taken out 5 times that amount and treated it like a toy. Comparisons are indeed odious. Let's start then. Shi Feng tossed the gold coin into the air. The coin soared upward. Only when it was around 4 meters above ground did its speed begin to slow, the coin faintly showing signs of stopping and succumbing to gravity. Absolute Heaven focused his gaze sternly on the coin. The moment it started to fall, he intended to use blind on Shi Feng immediately. He would then activate wind steps and start running towards the town. In such a wide open area, if he attempted to use vanish to enter stealth mode, Shi Feng would discover him easily. However, it would be a different story in town. Although terrain on the way to town was complex, aside from vanish, he possessed other life-saving skills and tools to help him get through this distance. As long as he could reach the town and use vanish, even if Shi Feng possessed excellent senses, it would be impossible to locate him. However, from start to end, Shi Feng had been paying attention to Absolute Heaven. He did not even take a look at the gold coin in mid-air. The moment the gold coin started to descend, just as Absolute Heaven was about to use blind, Shi Feng instantly vanished. Immediately, he appeared at Absolute Heaven's back, sending a chop towards the assassin. The speed of this attack was astonishing, and Absolute Heaven had no way to dodge. Absolute Heaven suddenly felt an icy feeling coming from behind him. Moreover, the blind that Absolute Heaven had used before had lost its target, becoming ineffective. Without giving it a second thought, Absolute Heaven immediately proceeded with the next part of his plan and activated wind steps. When activating this skill, he would become invincible for nearly 1 second. Absolute Heaven took advantage of this short moment of invincibility to block Shi Feng's attack, negating all damage. Moreover, Absolute Heaven also took advantage of the impact of Shi Feng's attack to send himself flying almost 6 yards away, creating a relatively large gap between Shi Feng and himself. Shi Feng inwardly praised his opponent as he watched Absolute Heaven's fleeing figure. If Absolute Heaven had not chosen to use wind steps and used block instead, Shi Feng's sword would have destroyed at least half of his life. Now, as a result of his accurate judgment, not only had Absolute Heaven managed to use wind steps to defend the attack, but he also managed to place quite some distance between them. Moreover, due to the 40% movement speed buff provided by silent steps, Absolute Heaven managed to widen the gap even further. Seeing this, Shi Feng used Wind Blade and chased after Absolute Heaven. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two shortened greatly. Shi Feng's agility was very high. Throughout Star Moon Kingdom, nobody that could surpass him in terms of agility. There were also his equipment's passive skills. Nobody could match Shi Feng in terms of speed. At this place, only the level 50 Tier 1 Assassin and Ranger NPCs had a chance at beating him. Absolute Heaven could not help his shocked. Immediately, he retrieved a magic scroll from his bag. This magic scroll was aqua-colored, and it looked very exquisite. It turned out that it was actually a Tier 1 magic scroll. Absolute Heaven then unrolled the magic scroll and used it on Shi Feng. Water binding. Immediately, several jets of water shot out from the magic scroll. The water flew towards Shi Feng, intending to wrap around him. Shi Feng revealed a calm smile, not faltering at the slightest as he continued charging at Absolute Heaven. The moment the blue jets of water came into contact with Shi Feng, they lost all effectiveness and disappeared. It didn't work. A stunned expression appeared on Absolute Heaven's face. That was one of the precious Tier 1 magic scrolls that he possessed. The magic scroll could even entrap a boss monster for a short moment, yet it was actually ineffective against Shi Feng. Absolute Heaven did not know that before the battle had begun, Shi Feng had already activated the Aura of Space of the 7 Luminaries crystal. The Aura of Space granted Shi Feng immunity to all control effects. Based on the strength of a Tier 1 magic scroll, it was still too weak to break through the effect of the 7 Luminaries ring. Damn, it seems that I have no choice but to use this thing. Absolute Heaven unwillingly took out a shabby-looking magic scroll from his bag. This was an item that he had obtained by coincidence from an underground ruin. Although the magic scroll looked shabby, the magic power it gave off was frightening. Even an NPC appraiser could not identify what tier the magic scroll was. However, that appraiser estimated that the magic scroll should be tier 2 or higher. Originally, Absolute Heaven had not intended to use this scroll. After all, he only had one. However, if he did not use it now, with his opponent's frightening speed, Shi Feng would definitely catch up to him in no time. If that happened, he would be in big trouble. 326. Recklessly wasting resources. While Shi Feng and Absolute Heaven were occupied with their bet, a bloody storm swept through Creektown. Originally, over 1,000 red names had resided in Creektown. However, after being slaughtered by the 40 NPC guards and Zero Wing's 100-man team, less than 200 red names remained. No longer did these red names possess the arrogance they had before. Instead, they all ran and scattered in all directions. Before the start of Zero Wing's crusade, these red names had always been the ones killing and plundering the equipment of other players. Not only could they earn a fortune by doing so, but they could also enjoy watching the frightened and unwilling expressions of the players they killed. Those times were simply blissful. and their continued success only encouraged them to travel further down the path of being a red name. Now, however, these red names had finally learned what it felt like to be on the other side of the blade and what it felt like to be a powerless weakling. Although many among these red names were experts and elite players, in the end, their techniques were simply insufficient to make up for the huge difference in strength between both sides. After all, no matter how fierce an ant was, it would never be a match against a mighty lion. Since Zero Wing doesn't plan to let us live, we should fight to the bitter end. A Cursemancer appealed to the other red names when he realized that they could no longer escape. Some of the red names considered the Cursemancer's suggestion rational, and many of them decided to cooperate with each other to retaliate against Zero Wing. However, just as they turned around, D-Play, one of the Tier 1 Elementalist guards, launched a flame explosion, instantly killing the Cursemancer who had attempted to rally his allies. Following closely, one Tier 1 Berserker guard used Flame Charge and arrived before 4 red names. The Berserker then used Whirlwind Slash, killing all 4 in a single attack. After the players died, a pile of equipment littered the ground around the 4 players' lifeless bodies. Seeing this, the red names who had originally thought of staying behind immediately changed their minds. Without hesitation, they all turned and fled towards the Bloodhand Association's NPCs who Zero Wing had previously lured away. Although they had the option of retreating from the town, desert surrounded Creektown. They would simply become easy targets without any cover. Only by reuniting with the Bloodhand Association's NPCs would they have a chance for survival. If they died right now, they would lose several days' worth of effort. Even if they had already familiarized themselves with the combat style of God's Domain, they would still need around 4 days to recover the lost levels. Not to mention, they would also lose a majority of the equipment they owned. These consequences frightened them greatly. Hence, these red names ran desperately towards the Bloodhand Association's NPCs. Unfortunately, the Tier 1 NPC guard Shi Feng had hired had very high movement speeds. Aside from assassins, none of the other red names could outrun these Tier 1 NPCs. Moreover, faced with these level 50 NPCs, the stealth of these level 20 assassins was completely useless. They only had a higher chance of escaping due to their high movement speeds. Big Sis Aqua, we have really hit it big this time. The items these red names have dropped are all bronze rank and above, with the majority being mysterious, iron rank. If we sell all of these weapons and equipment for credits, we can buy a large house at the city center, Snowgoose exclaimed as she picked up the items dropped by the red names alongside the NPC guards. You little money grubber, if we sell these items for credits, we'll only suffer a loss. God's Domain has only recently begun, so both equipment and coins are currently scarce. The various large guilds also face a shortage of equipment. Zero Wing is only getting by because our current member count is low. By the time the construction of the guild residence is complete and we start recruiting members again, the stockpile of items we have in the guild warehouse would run out in the blink of an eye. Now that we've obtained so much equipment, it just so happens that we can use it to meet our urgent needs. Aqua Rose chuckled as she flicked a finger on Snowgoose's forehead. 8. At this moment, a change occurred on one of the high slopes outside of Creektown. A crimson pillar of light shot into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Not only was the pillar of light extremely eye-catching, but everyone could also feel a great threat coming from it. The source of this pillar was none other than Absolute Heaven's shabby-looking magic scroll. This is the Tier 3 magic scroll, Phantom Beast's Descent. Shi Feng recognized the magic scroll instantly. The might of a Tier 3 magic scroll could not be underestimated. Even when Shi Feng was at his prime, he would still have suffered greatly if struck by the skill contained within a Tier 3 magic scroll, let alone the current him who was not even a Tier 1 class. Fortunately, the skill contained within Phantom Beast's Descent magic scroll was not a pure attack-type skill. Instead, it was a summoning skill. The Phantom Beast's Descent was capable of summoning a powerful Phantom Beast to fight alongside its summoner. Suddenly, a black magic array in the shape of a 7-pointed star appeared in the sky. Just as Shi Feng was about to kill Absolute Heaven, the magic array fired a black ray of light towards Shi Feng. Shi Feng dared not be careless. Immediately, he activated Defensive Blade. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive bombardments, a large crater occupied the originally flat slope. If Shi Feng had not activated Defensive Blade, becoming immune to 9 ranged attacks or 4 melee attacks, he might have died. In the center of the crater, a giant tiger sat quietly beside Absolute Heaven. This tiger's body resembled a galaxy of stars. The tiger focused its silver eyes on Shi Feng as it gnashed its teeth. It released an aura that was even more powerful than a Lord-ranked monster. Guild leader Black Flame, the agreement we had before said that, as long as I can escape from you, you promise to do one thing for me. I wonder, is that agreement still valid if I kill you? Absolute Heaven laughed, naturally. However, you sure are willing to part with such a rarity. Do you even know the value of a Tier 3 magic scroll? Shi Feng glanced at the Phantom Beast the assassin had summoned, inwardly pitying the loss of such a precious item. Tier 0 players could not display the true might of a Tier 3 magic scroll. This was especially true for a summoning scroll. If a Tier 1 player used such a scroll, the summoned Phantom Beast could easily decide the outcome of a war involving tens of thousands of players. If used by a Tier 2 player, the Phantom Beast would have no problems eradicating a large-scale town. In Shi Feng's previous life, many guilds had willingly spent thousands of gold coins to purchase such a magic scroll. At this moment, however, Absolute Heaven had used such a precious magic scroll on this small battle. This was simply a reckless waste. Of course, I know. However, you are too fast. I know that I won't reach Creek Town if this continues. Compared to dying, I'd rather use it. Absolute Heaven had mourned the use of the scroll as well. However, he no longer wished to experience the humiliation of dying once again. Since I've already used this magic scroll, you can rest in peace now, Guild Leader Black Flame. Go, get rid of him. Absolute Heaven commanded the Phantom Beast as he pointed at Shi Feng. Nebula Tiger, High Lord rank. Level 30 HP 1800,000, 1800,000. The strength of a Phantom Beast summoned from a summoning scroll was determined by the summoner's level and tier. Absolute Heaven was currently level 20, so the summoned beast would be level 30, which was 10 levels higher than himself. If Absolute Heaven were a Tier 1 class, then the Nebula Tiger would not be just a High Lord. At the very least, it would be a Great Lord ranked monster. A Great Lord ranked monster could only be described using the word horrifying. Hundreds of players of the same level would be no more than ants in front of a Great Lord. When such a monster was under the control of a player, it would become even more frightening and powerful. This was also why Tier 3 summoning scrolls were so precious. A controllable Great Lord ranked monster could easily decide the outcome of a war involving tens of thousands of players. 327 Moment of Brilliance. Oh! The Nebula Tiger roared angrily, releasing shockwaves with the sound. The Nebula Tiger's roar echoed throughout Creektown, causing everyone who heard it to shudder. This was the might of a High Lord-ranked Phantom Beast. A single roar could send tremors through a person's heart. However, the main reason the Nebula Tiger released this roar was not to shock its enemies. Instead, it was meant for its master. In the next moment, a layer of crimson mist surrounded Absolute Heaven's body. This was the effect of Life Ward, a special skill gained by summoned monsters. When this skill activated, it would form a protective shield around the summoner, increasing the summoner's defense. When all was said and done, a summoned monster was still a summoned monster. If the summoner of the monster died, the monster would also disappear. Hence, all summoned monsters would possess skills capable of protecting their masters. When Absolute Heaven saw the effects of Life Ward, his lips immediately curled into a smile. When used, Life Ward created a protective shield capable of absorbing 20,000 damage. Even if an enemy managed to close the distance and engage him in melee combat, they would need to expend a significant amount of effort to exhaust the Life Ward. Furthermore, Absolute Heaven possessed high combat power as well. His opponent might die before he could overcome the Life Ward. Absolute Heaven had originally worried that Shi Feng could simply deal with him directly. However, with the Life Ward protecting him, his only fear vanished. Black Flame, your time of death has come. Absolute Heaven started commanding the Nebula Tiger to attack Shi Feng. The greatest difference between a summoned monster and a normal monster was the player's control. While under a player's control, monsters that had originally possessed powerful attributes would become even more formidable. Not to mention, as a High Lord-ranked monster, the Nebula Tiger possessed quite a number of skills. It would only take an instant for the Nebula Tiger to kill a player. The Nebula Tiger, which was over 3 meters in height, lightly tapped its feet on the ground, crossing the distance of over 10 yards between Shi Feng and itself in an instant. So fast, Shi Feng was surprised. The Nebula Tiger swiped its claws at Shi Feng. Although Shi Feng wanted to dodge the attack, his reaction was a step behind and the attack landed on its target. However, the Nebula Tiger's attack did not manage to deal any damage due to Defensive Blade. Seeing that its first attack had failed, the Nebula Tiger immediately brandished its claws at Shi Feng again. After swiping its claws at Shi Feng several times, the Defensive Blade's effect quickly broke. Just as the Nebula Tiger's fatal swipe was about to reach Shi Feng barely managed to activate parry to defend himself. Pung. A level 30 High Lord ranked monster was simply too powerful. Shi Feng did not even possess a Tier 1 class yet, so it was impossible for him to stop the attack. Like a cannonball, the tiger's attack launched Shi Feng backward. As expected of a great expert like Guild Leader Black Flame, you've even managed to block such an attack. Absolute Heaven could not help but applaud as he watched the exchange between Shi Feng and the Nebula Tiger. Absolute Heaven was not making fun of Shi Feng at all. Rather, he praised his enemy sincerely. Absolute Heaven himself was certain that, if he were the one receiving the Nebula Tiger's attacks right now, he would have no way of defending himself. Most likely, before he could even use block, the tiger would have killed him already. Yet, Shi Feng held it off. However, Shi Feng also paid a heavy price when he blocked the attack. As Shi Feng landed, he was both physically and mentally unstable. He could no longer dodge or defend against another one of the Nebula Tiger's attacks. The huge gap in attributes was not something that could be made up for by solely relying on battle techniques. Previously, Shi Feng had used overwhelming destructive force to suppress absolute heaven. Now Shi Feng faced a similar crisis. It was already praiseworthy that he managed to survive for so long. Just as the Nebula Tiger pounced at Shi Feng once more, a figure suddenly dashed over and stood before Shi Feng, blocking the Nebula Tiger's attack and saving Shi Feng's life. Absolute Heaven was greatly stunned by this scene. The figure's speed was simply too fast, and before he could catch a clear glimpse, the figure appeared in front of Shi Feng. More importantly, this figure blocked a full-powered attack from the Nebula Tiger. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Shi Feng looked at the tall figure standing proudly before him. Smiling, he muttered, "Just in time." The person that blocked the Nebula Tiger was none other than Kite, Shi Feng's personal guard. Kite was a dark gold ranked personal guard. Moreover, he was even a tier 1 swordsman who had reached level 30. Naturally, no player could compare to his strength. Originally, Shi Feng had not planned to use Kite so soon. However, now that Absolute Heaven had summoned a High Lord ranked monster, he would meet his own death if he did not deploy Kite. So, it's just an NPC guard. And here I wondered who was so powerful to block the Nebula Tiger's attack. However, do you really believe a level 30 tier 1 swordsman can defeat my High Lord ranked Nebula Tiger? Absolute Heaven asked disdainfully. Of course, since he used a summoned monster, he would not criticize Shi Feng's decision to use an NPC guard. Even so, he was still confident that his Nebula Tiger was stronger than Shi Feng's personal guard. Although both were level 30, the Nebula Tiger was far more powerful than a tier 1 NPC. In his eyes, Shi Feng had done nothing more than delay the inevitable. I admit that Kite is not a match for the Nebula Tiger, but he can hold it back for some time. Now, let's find out which will happen first, your death or Kite's. Shi Feng revealed a faint smile. He then charged towards Absolute Heaven. When all was said and done, Kite was still a tier 1 NPC. Although he could not defeat the High Lord ranked Nebula Tiger, he would have no problems delaying the monster for some time. Otherwise, he would not deserve the rank of Dark Gold. Although the Nebula Tiger tried to chase after Shi Feng, Kite once more stopped the monster in its path, annoying the beast greatly. In just a moment, Shi Feng swiftly arrived before Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven knew that with Kite present, the Nebula Tiger could not do anything to Shi Feng. Hence, he commanded, "Get rid of that guard first." Absolute Heaven still possessed the life ward that would absorb 20,000 damage. He did not believe that Shi Feng could kill him so easily. Moreover, he did not intend to confront Shi Feng directly. After giving his command, Absolute Heaven immediately turned and ran, not giving Shi Feng any chance to attack. Absolute Heaven knew that even if the Nebula Tiger failed to kill Shi Feng, as long as he could escape and hide inside the town, Shi Feng would lose the bet. After the Nebula Tiger switched its targets, Kite's HP started to decrease madly. After all, the Nebula Tiger was a High Lord ranked monster. Both its attack power and movement speed were terrifying, and even Kite would sometimes fail to block the beast's attack. Whenever he was struck, he would lose close to 3,000 HP. Meanwhile, Kite only had slightly more than 18,000 HP. However, Kite was not an ordinary guard. With a single cross slash, he managed to deal close to 10,000 damage. He then followed up with Frozen Slash, Windwalk, and other skills that either reduced the Nebula Tiger's movement speed or increased his own movement speed, making it harder for the Nebula Tiger to hit him. When the Tiger used Heaven-Splitting Claw, Kite used Triple Spin Attack, a Tier 1 swordsman skill. When used, the skill made the user invincible for 1.5 seconds while attacking the enemy 3 times. Moreover, 60% of the damage dealt would even be used to recover the user's HP. Unfortunately, Triple Spin Attack had a long cooldown of 1 minute. Kite landed one slash after another on the Nebula Tiger, and every hit dealt over 2,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, Kite had recovered all the HP he had lost. Absolute Heaven was baffled by this scene. He had not expected Kite to be so powerful that he could actually contend with the Nebula Tiger. If the Nebula Tiger had not possessed a frightening 1,800,000 HP, Absolute Heaven suspected that Kite might actually succeed in killing the monster. Absolute Heaven came to the conclusion that the Nebula Tiger could not finish off Kite in a short amount of time. Hence, the only way out for him right now was to escape into Creektown. However, Shi Feng no longer gave Absolute Heaven any chances. When only a few yards stood between him and Absolute Heaven, he used Abyssal Bind on the assassin. Knowing that the situation had turned out of his favor, Absolute Heaven used Vanish without hesitation, causing Abyssal Bind to lose its target. Moreover, Vanish allowed him to enter a state of forced stealth for 3 seconds. During this period, even if Absolute Heaven received any damage, he would only break stealth temporarily before automatically re-entering stealth once again. Shi Feng simply revealed a smile at his opponent's actions. Shi Feng then used Earth Splitter. A sword aura immediately rushed towards the location where Absolute Heaven had stood, the attack revealing Absolute Heaven momentarily before he disappeared again. Although it was only an instant, Shi Feng had enough time to lock onto Absolute Heaven's position. Shi Feng then used space movement, appearing directly above the assassin. Thunder flame explosion, lighting and fire descended from the skies, landing directly on Absolute Heaven's head. Absolute Heaven responded quickly to the incoming attack and threw himself forward. Simultaneously, Absolute Heaven used Shadow Cloak to negate the damage from Thunder Flame explosion and resist the faint effect. Shi Feng was slightly astonished when he saw the skill Absolute Heaven used. He never expected for Absolute Heaven to have learned even Shadow Cloak. It was no wonder why Absolute Heaven was so confident of escaping. Shadow Cloak allowed the user to become immune to all magic damage and control effects for 5 seconds. It was the perfect skill for escaping. However, Shi Feng immediately switched the aura of space to the aura of fire, increasing his damage by 30% and decreasing his target's defense by 30%. He then cast Firestorm at the location where Absolute Heaven had disappeared from again. Firestorm inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 yards for 5 seconds. Although Firestorm would not deal any damage to Absolute Heaven, it could still expose Absolute Heaven. Sure enough, Absolute Heaven's figure appeared once again after the attack landed. Moreover, while Absolute Heaven remained within the effective range of Firestorm, it was impossible for him to re-enter stealth. Shi Feng advanced and charged at Absolute Heaven. Simultaneously, he had activated Purgatory Power, greatly increasing his attack speed and damage. He then used Flame Burst at the escaping Absolute Heaven. Covered in flames, the abyssal blade in Shi Feng's hand was like a miniature sun. Shi Feng brandished his sword 6 times at Absolute Heaven, striking the protective shield repeatedly. Every strike dealt over 4,000 damage. His critical hits dealt close to 9,000 damage. Even though the life ward protecting Absolute Heaven could absorb up to 20,000 damage, in the face of Flame Burst, Shi Feng sliced the protective shield apart like paper. His subsequent attack after breaking the shield struck Absolute Heaven's back. The secret silver equipment Absolute Heaven wore also lost more than half of its durability from the attack. To Absolute Heaven's disbelief, his HP, which had been over 2,000, plummeted to 0. The assassin's body fell to the ground, his weapons and equipment scattered around his body. Although everything seemed to have happened slowly, in reality, it only lasted an instant. The battle stunned the Zero Wing members who watched from a distance. At this moment, no words could describe their feelings. It turned out that a battle between players in God's domain could also be so frightening. It was a battle that shook them to their core. From the appearance of the red pillar of light to the end of the battle, less than 20 seconds had passed. First, there was the confrontation between the High Lord ranked monster and the Tier 1 NPC swordsman, and then there was the chasing battle. The spectating members of Zero Wing had only managed to catch the after images of 2 figures running towards town, with one escaping while the other pursued. As the battle continued, the appearance of lightning and fire dazzled the eyes. Finally, after the momentary appearance of a miniature sun, one person lay flat on the ground with items strewn around his lifeless body. On the other side, the battle between the Nebula Tiger and Kite also came to an end. Now that its master was dead, the Nebula Tiger transformed into light particles and disappeared. Only Kite remained, standing there quietly and covered in numerous wounds. Meanwhile, the land surrounding Kite was in a miserable state. Pits and cracks surrounded him. One could just imagine how fierce the battle had been. 328 Harvest after the battle. After the battle with Absolute Heaven came to an end, Shi Feng sighed in relief. If not for the 7 Luminaries ring, he might really have let the cunning Absolute Heaven get away. This was how God's domain worked. When players attempted to gain some achievements and make a name for themselves, they were like a boat traveling against the current. Either they advanced forward or were forced backward. Today's glory might very well become tomorrow's laughingstock. Although Absolute Heaven's growth was impressive, there was still a considerable gap between him and Shi Feng. Soon after, Shi Feng looted the items the assassin had dropped. Shi Feng was inwardly astonished when he examined Absolute Heaven's items. The equipment Absolute Heaven dropped was top tier even among secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, the daggers he dropped were fine gold rank. With these items, even among the core members of Zero Wing, Absolute Heaven could still reach the middle ranks. Among the assassins, only Fire Dance and Flying Shadow surpassed Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven was a lone wolf, yet even without relying on the support of a guild or an organization, he still obtained such quality items for himself. He was already an expert standing at the peak of White River City. If Absolute Heaven were not a solo player, the equipment he had possessed might not have been secret silver, but fine gold rank. If Absolute Heaven had been fully geared with fine gold equipment today, Shi Feng's victory would not have been so easily secured. Big Sis Aqua, is that really our guild leader? Snowgoose asked hesitantly, her big, round eyes focused on the figure standing proudly within the sea of fire. He looked so much more powerful than when he appeared in the video. Guild leader is usually a very ordinary, approachable, and gentle person. But now, even when looking at him from such a distance, I still feel overwhelmed. Naturally, Aqua Rose giggled. This is our guild leader, ordinary yet reliable. Snowgoose had been raiding dungeons all this time, so she had only ever heard and not personally seen any of Shi Feng's battles. Now that she had personally witnessed Shi Feng fight for the first time, it was only natural that shock filled her heart. After all, a video could only portray so much. Only by personally experiencing something could one truly understand it. Alright, stop daydreaming. Clean up these remaining red players quickly. Over 2,000 NPCs are still chasing Firedance and the others, and they could obliterate our team at any moment. The red names of Creektown had despaired when faced with Shi Feng and his NPC entourage. Now that Shi Feng had also extinguished the hope presented by Absolute Heaven and the High Lord ranked monster, these red names completely lost their heart to resist. Escape? How were they supposed to escape? With Shi Feng's gale-like speed, even if they grew a few more legs, it still would not be enough for them to get away. After these red names lost their fighting spirit, Aqua Rose and the others took little effort to clean up. They took less than a minute to deal with the remaining red names of Creektown. Meanwhile, the harvest they obtained was sufficient to arm a team of 1,000 players. Throughout this battle, although a few of their members had died and lost a level, when compared to the harvest they obtained, such loss was practically negligible. The items they obtained had easily made up for the total losses Zero Wing had suffered with surplus. Aqua Rose was overjoyed when she examined their harvest. As the manager of Zero Wing's daily affairs, she was very clear about what these items represented. With the addition of this batch of items, after Zero Wing finished recruiting new members, they could arm a large batch of elite players, pushing Zero Wing's combat power to a whole other level. At that time, even if Darkstar declared another war on Zero Wing, they could still deal with it without needing Ouroboros' assistance. Guild leader, we've dealt with all the red names. We can start cooperating with Firedance and the others to kill the Blood Hand Association NPCs now, Aqua Rose happily reported through the team chat. Okay, follow the plan and kill those Blood Hand Association NPCs. Be careful not to lure too many at once. Those NPCs are more sensitive than field monsters, Shi Feng said. Oh, right, send me a healer. I need someone revived. I'm a cleric. I'll go. Snow Goose hurriedly shouted in the team chat, excitedly waving her hand. Seeing the girl's reaction, Aqua Rose indulgently said, fine, off you go then. In any case, the Tier 1 guards will be responsible for killing those NPCs. Our role is to supply support. The Blood Hand Association NPCs were all level 30 and above, while the members of Zero Wing were only around level 20. Among those present, only Shi Feng and Blackie possessed 10 ignore levels. Everyone else could only deal minute amounts of damage to these NPCs. The most they could do was use some control skills on these Blood Hand Association NPCs. Although these Blood Hand Association NPCs possessed a certain degree of intelligence, it was only slightly higher than normal field monsters. Otherwise, Firedance's group could not have lured them away. What Aqua Rose's group needed to do was to lure the Blood Hand Association NPCs away in small batches and kill them separately. With the strength of 40 level 50 Tier 1 guards, they could easily take care of up to 300 level 30 Blood Hand Association NPCs each time. With a massive difference of 20 levels, the attacks of the Blood Hand Association NPCs would only deal damage in the double digits to a Tier 1 Shield Warrior guard. Meanwhile, a level 50 Tier 1 Shield Warrior possessed over 200,000 HP. Even if dozens of Blood Hand Association NPCs attacked simultaneously, the total damage would only be a tickle to a level 50 Tier 1 Shield Warrior. The Shield Warrior's battle recovery alone could restore most of the HP lost. Not to mention, there were still the Tier 1 healers waiting in the wings. However, NPCs were different from monsters. The NPCs of the Blood Hand Association were very organized when they fought. The warriors that served as meat shields would stand in front, and the mages would attack from behind, coordinating their attacks with the melee fighters. The healers standing at the rear would also spam heals on the tanks. There was even one time where an assassin from the Blood Hand Association had circled and ambushed Aqua Rose's group. If Cola had not reacted quickly and immediately aggroed the NPC assassin, the team would have lost at least one member to the NPC. Compared to everyone else who the NPCs suppressed, Blackie was free and unfettered as he sent spell after spell at the Blood Hand Association. The Mavis's guard Blackie wielded allowed him to ignore the massive level difference completely, and each one of Blackie's attacks could deal around 700 to 800 damage to these level 30 elite NPCs. When Blackie used Stars of Light, the result was simply earth-shaking. A damage of over 1,000 appeared above every enemy NPC caught within the skill's range. Moreover, with each successive bombardment, the damage of the Stars of Light increased by 10%. The skill had a duration of 15 seconds, and by the time the 15th bombardment landed, the enemy NPCs were already receiving over 6,000 damage each. Some of the attacks even achieved critical hits, dealing over 10,000 damage to the enemy NPCs. These level 30 elite NPCs only had 100,000 HP. They stood no chance against Blackie's Stars of Light. After Stars of Light ended, over 200 level 30 elite NPCs fell to the ground lifelessly. Suddenly, everyone's experience bar started increasing madly. Some even leveled from level 19 to level 20. Even Blackie, who was currently level 23, saw a huge increase in his experience bar. Even though the EXP was shared with over 100 players, each person still obtained a frightening amount. Originally, everyone had only come here to kill these NPCs for the purpose of completing the Crusade quest. Now that they had discovered the wealth of EXP in front of them, everyone started working even more enthusiastically. After killing several waves of NPCs, everyone managed to level up to level 20 or above. Blackie even reached level 24. Everyone's leveling speed was simply frightening. Ha ha ha, Sister Aqua, at the rate we're leveling, Zero Wing will fully occupy the top 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. Blackie laughed. That's a nice idea. All this time, that leveling madman Lone Tyrant had held the 9th position on the ranking list. Although Guild Leader had killed him once back in the Silverleaf Forest, he had only fallen to 10th place. Seeing that Darkstar is so adamant in challenging us, if we kick Lone Tyrant out of the top 100 of the ranking list, it would be a massive blow to both Lone Tyrant's and Darkstar's reputation. Moreover, we would also elevate Zero Wing's fame and prestige, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Aqua Rose revealed a playful smile when she considered this interesting idea. Okay, let's kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. 29. You don't have a choice. Shi Feng could not stop his smile when he heard Aqua Rose's words. In actuality, it would be a simple task for Shi Feng to let Zero Wing fully occupy the top 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. The only reason he had not done so yet was that he was afraid of attracting too much attention and the public's enmity. After all, Zero Wing was currently only a small guild. If a small guild like theirs overstepped their bounds, every guild in White River City would most likely team up and retaliate against them. However, Zero Wing was no longer a weak guild. Even if Zero Wing pulled such a huge stunt, it would only shock the other guilds. They would not feel insulted or humiliated. Hence, Shi Feng made no attempt to stop his guild members' actions. The ranking list was the only glory for Lone Tyrant. Even if he had to exceed the level 20 limit for the first clear of the 3 grade dungeons, he still had to maintain his position within the top 10 of the ranking list. Lone Tyrant's obsession with the ranking list was apparent. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, was different. To secure the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, Gentle Snow had frozen her experience bar at 99.9% of level 20. She paid absolutely no attention to the ranking list at all. After all, her title of Snow Goddess had originated not from her high level, but her strength instead. However, Lone Tyrant was not like Gentle Snow. He had relied solely on the ranking list to gain the fame he currently possessed. It was why he worked desperately hard to maintain his spot within the top 10 of the ranking list. Although Shi Feng had killed Lone Tyrant once already, robbing him of a level, he had managed to recover the lost EXP quickly. After all, he had large groups of players to help him level up. Currently, he had once again reached level 21, though he still required large amounts of EXP to reach level 22. While Aqua Rose and the others swiftly leveled from killing the NPCs of the Blood Hand Association, the cleric, Snow Goose, resurrected Absolute Heaven. At this moment, Absolute Heaven was overcome with disappointment. Not only had he lost most of the items he had on him, but he had also fallen to level 16. He no longer possessed the high spirits he had before. I've won this bet of ours. Do you have anything to say? Shi Feng asked lightly as he looked at the crestfallen Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven glared at Shi Feng, clearly irritated, before turning his head away, tacitly agreeing to Shi Feng's words. Hee, it seems that someone is pouting after losing. What an unmanly person, Snow Goose softly muttered contemptuously after discerning the general situation. Absolute Heaven was suddenly livid upon hearing her comment. When all was said and done, he was still a top-tier assassin. Although he was not a well-known expert, he was still a man of his word. Now that a female player ridiculed him, how could he possibly be happy? Reluctantly, Absolute Heaven muttered in a low tone, I lost. Say it then. What do you want me to do? What is up with your attitude? You've clearly lost, yet you still sound like an aggrieved woman. You're making it seem as if our guild leader is a bully, Snow Goose added. Absolute Heaven's complexion alternated between flushed red and pale white, his blood boiling. He very nearly vomited blood out of anger. Never in his life had he been so greatly humiliated before. However, with Shi Feng standing beside her, Absolute Heaven simply could not do anything to this infuriating girl. Before he died, he had not been a match for Shi Feng. Now that he had fallen to level 16 and lost most of his items, it was impossible for him to escape Shi Feng's grasp. At this moment, Shi Feng spoke. All right, Snow Goose, Absolute Heaven is a top-tier expert assassin. If you continue speaking of him this way, his little heart might not handle it. No matter what, you should at least show him some respect. Oh! Snow Goose smiled and nodded. Absolute Heaven nearly fainted from anger. Seeing Absolute Heaven's ashen complexion, Shi Feng smiled faintly and said, Since you've acknowledged your loss, I'll make it simple. I don't need you to do anything difficult. Just help me collect all the information relating to Underworld in God's domain. You're insane. That's Underworld you're talking about. If they find out that I leaked important information, they will hunt me down. Absolute Heaven never thought that Shi Feng would actually aim for such a thing. Oh, I didn't think you would really have such information. The assassin's reaction surprised Shi Feng. His demand had only been casual. After all, Absolute Heaven was only an outer member of Underworld. How could he possibly possess all the important information relating to the organization? Logically, only those belonging to Underworld's middle management or above should possess the information he was looking for. Absolute Heaven was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, he bellowed, "Black Flame, you deceived me." Absolute Heaven had always thought of joining Underworld's core upper management. Hence, he had collected plenty of information regarding Underworld so that he would have an easier time climbing the ranks of the organization. After becoming an outer member, he had met with Feng Xuanyang through South Wolf's introduction. Feng Xuanyang even gave him one of the reserved spots for becoming an Underworld guard after learning of his skill. With his new status as an Underworld guard reservist, Absolute Heaven managed to obtain even more information about Underworld in God's domain. Yet, Shi Feng had played him so easily. "Since you have the information, hand it over to me." Shi Feng was extremely interested in discovering Underworld's situation in God's domain. After all, he had provoked Feng Xuanyang. Who knew what Underworld would try in the future? Without knowing anything about his enemy, Shi Feng could not take appropriate measures. However, if he possessed inside information about the organization, the situation would be greatly different. One who knows his own strength and that of the enemy is invincible in battle. If Shi Feng had not possessed his advantage of being a reincarnated person, Darkstar, the guild controlled by Underworld, would have long since eliminated both him and his guild. Hence, Shi Feng had to take preventive measures against Underworld. Only, Shi Feng had not expected this boon to arrive so quickly. Originally, Shi Feng had only intended to toy with Absolute Heaven for a little bit before changing his condition. His actual goal was to have Absolute Heaven report Underworld's movements within the White River City region. Now, however, things had become far simpler. He could obtain all information regarding Underworld in God's domain directly. No, I absolutely will not agree to this. Underworld far surpasses your imagination. You have no idea what you are going up against. I urge you to change your request. This is not just about me. You too would be better off without knowing anything. Why create trouble for yourself? Absolute Heaven said resolutely. It turns out that even a top-tier expert will renege on his word. It seems that I have misjudged you, Shi Feng sighed. Guild leader, I could tell that he was a scoundrel that would break his promises with a single glance. What's the point of wasting your time arguing with him? Let's just do away with him. Kill him every time he revives. After we kill him to level 0, let's see how he can survive in Underworld, Snowgoose suggested, sporting a cheeky grin. Snowgoose's suggestion left the assassin utterly speechless. Kill him every time he revived? Was this girl really a cleric? Could she be a demon disguised as a human instead? Snowgoose, how could you speak like that? As a girl, you should act gently and reserved. Kill him every time he revives? That's simply too cruel. What will you do if you terrify him? Shi Feng could not help but reprimand the cheeky little girl. At most, we'll upload the video recording the previous fight and our dialogue to the forums. It will be fine as long as we reveal this to everyone. You're right, guild leader, Snowgoose applauded cheerfully. As long as the video of the battle went viral, not only would everyone know that Absolute Heaven was a man who broke his promises, but the hidden organization named Underworld would also be exposed to the public eye. Even if Absolute Heaven did not reveal any secrets, Underworld would hunt him down for what little he had already said. Black Flame. Raging flames burned in Absolute Heaven's eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. He only wished that he could murder the smiling demon before him right now. Just hand it over. Shi Feng calmly smiled. I have already sealed off all paths of retreat. You don't have a choice. 30-30. Shocked Shi Feng's words left Absolute Heaven speechless. At this moment, Absolute Heaven finally understood why Shi Feng would insist on making a bet with him. Shi Feng was clearly capable of killing him with a single hit. Yet Shi Feng had given him hope of retaliation for this very moment. A terrible thought suddenly emerged in Absolute Heaven's mind. Had Shi Feng planned to deal with Underworld all this time? Before joining Underworld, Absolute Heaven had known that Underworld's background was unfathomably deep. It was an existence that he could not afford to provoke. After joining the organization, that thought had only strengthened. He absolutely could not make an enemy of Underworld. Yet now, Shi Feng dared to consider challenging Underworld. He simply did not know how to differentiate between life and death. It would have been fine if only Shi Feng did not know how to differentiate between life and death. Yet Shi Feng intended to drag him down as well. Moreover, the swordsman left him with no other options. Shi Feng was eviler than a demon. When Absolute Heaven saw that Shi Feng's finger was about to click the upload video button, he lowered his head and helplessly said, Fine. However, I have a condition. No one can know that I gave you this information. You can rest assured on this point. Since I have asked you to do such a thing for me, I will not make things difficult for you. I won't let anyone but myself look at the information relating to Underworld, Shi Feng assured and nodded. Absolute Heaven's worries were unfounded. After all, Shi Feng was also worried about this situation becoming public, which would, in turn, allow Underworld to take precautionary actions. I'll send you the files tomorrow after I have compiled them, Absolute Heaven said before turning to leave. However, Shi Feng was a step ahead and blocked his retreat. What? Worried that I'll deceive you? You currently have information to use against me. What tricks could I possibly play on you? Absolute Heaven laughed bitterly. You're overthinking things. I'm just returning the items you dropped when you died. As for your levels, with your strength, you should recover quickly. Shi Feng then took out the items he had looted from Absolute Heaven and returned them to their original owner. After some hesitation, Absolute Heaven finally decided to receive the items before leaving. Guild leader, are we really going to start a war with that mysterious organization named Underworld? Snowgoose asked. Based on Absolute Heaven's words, Snowgoose could discern just how terrifying Underworld was. Even a top-tier expert like Absolute Heaven was afraid when talking about it. Furthermore, a powerful guild like Darkstar was just a puppet of Underworld. With Zero Wing's current strength, wouldn't acting against Underworld be akin to smashing an egg against a rock? What? Afraid? Shi Feng chuckled. Of course not. Our Zero Wing is invincible. How could we possibly lose to Underworld? Snowgoose's eyes glowed as her fighting spirit soared. She had left Twilight Echo as Aqua Rose to create their own legacy in God's domain. How could they give up so easily because of a single Underworld? Miney ST. Miney ST. At this moment, Aqua Rose and the others were still battling against the Blood Hand Association NPCs. Even though it was night in God's domain, spells of war illuminated the sky around Creektown so brilliantly that it appeared to be day. Although these NPCs provided no loot, the EXP they gave was bountiful. The members of Zero Wing were only able to kill these Blood Hand Association NPCs with such ease due to the assistance of the level 50 Tier 1 guards. In the future, it would not be so easy for them to come across such a valuable opportunity. As more Blood Hand Association NPCs died, the Zero Wing guild members watched their levels soar. The ranking list of White River City also underwent dramatic changes. Players from Zero Wing continuously appeared within the top 100 of the ranking list. The change had not been obvious at the beginning, as only a few members had entered the 90s. However, as time passed, the EXP growth of Zero Wing never stopped. The guild members who originally ranked within the 90s jumped into the 80s, then jumped again from the 80s to the 70s, their positions ever rising. However, this was still not the most shocking incident. What really shocked people was the fact that the Zero Wing members occupied every rank between 70 and 100. They had forced all others out of the top 100 ranks. Is this real or fake? Aren't the members of Zero Wing too impressive? It was already amazing that they managed to occupy the top 8 positions before. Now, they fully occupy the 70th to the 100th positions. What did these people eat to become so fierce? As expected of the guild that I fancy. If this continues, Zero Wing will sooner or later occupy all 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. That shouldn't be possible, right? After all, there is still Lone Tyrant who ranks 10th. Although Black Flame had killed him once, he has already managed to recover to level 21. It shouldn't be possible to kick him out of the top 100. Lone Tyrant? So what? Hadn't he been the top player on the White River City ranking list before? In the end, 8 experts from Zero Wing still shoved him aside. Even now, he is still stuck at 9th place. Now that Zero Wing is showing its might, he might not keep his rank for long. Serves him right. Who told Lone Tyrant to behave so arrogantly before? He had dared to ambush and made an enemy of Zero Wing. Now, Zero Wing is merely teaching Lone Tyrant a lesson, letting him know that his pride is worth nothing to Zero Wing. They can surpass him anytime they want to. Everyone was very concerned about the sudden emergence of the Zero Wing members on the ranking list, and they all began to voice their suggestions and opinions. Many felt that this was Zero Wing's retaliation towards Darkstar. The timing of this situation was simply too coincidental, being only a few hours after Darkstar's war with Zero Wing had ended. Moreover, Zero Wing also declared that Darkstar would pay for their actions. However, nobody ever thought that Zero Wing would take action so quickly. If Zero Wing really succeeds, this will become a true legend in God's domain. Not even first-rate guilds have managed to occupy the ranking list of a city. Zero Wing rocks. Go, Zero Wing. Kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. Everyone in White River City highly anticipated the arrival of a legend, creating a huge commotion over this matter. The thought of a single guild monopolizing the entire ranking list had sent shivers down their spines. At that time, if they joined such a guild and wore the 6-winged emblem on their chests, they would definitely become the targets of everyone's admiration. On the other hand, while the casual players in White River City were very excited over this matter, the many guilds were not happy at all. It had been an earth-shaking matter when Zero Wing had occupied the top 8 positions on the ranking list. Yet now, Zero Wing was actually trying to occupy the top 100 positions of the ranking list. Just how were they, the other guilds, supposed to continue competing in White River City? Inside the Silverleaf Forest, leading a team of several hundred players, Lone Tyrant was desperately leveling up. Can someone tell me just what is going on? Lone Tyrant demanded, irritated. He had spared no effort to raise his own level. Yet now, as if on steroids, the members of Zero Wing leveled at a rate many times faster than himself. Based on the Zero Wing members' current leveling speed, it was only a matter of time before they surpassed him. Unfortunately, nobody could answer Lone Tyrant's question. You're a bunch of trash. Go, investigate immediately. They must have found a good grinding spot. Once you find them, send someone to eliminate them. I will never allow these people to surpass me. Lone Tyrant commanded the guild members of Darkstar. The only reason he had managed to lead Darkstar to its current status in White River City was that of his previous occupancy of the White River City ranking list's #1 position. However, due to Blackie and the others, he was no longer the top player in the region. Even so, he still occupied the top 10 in the eyes of the public. If he fell out of the top 100, what else would he have? Aside from his identity as the guild leader of Darkstar, there was nothing special about him. Although Lone Tyrant was quite powerful, he knew that he could not compare with top-tier experts. If not for the massive support from Underworld, Darkstar would not have developed to its present state. Lone Tyrant knew that, after the siege on Zero Wing had failed, Underworld started to look down on him. If he lost his only merit as well, based on how Underworld conducted business, he would not keep his position as guild leader for long. 31 Hidden Warehouse. Considering the events up to this point, Lone Tyrant grew worried. Hurry, lure more monsters. Those bastards from Zero Wing are dreaming if they think they can surpass me and kick me out of the ranking list. I won't give this position away. Lone Tyrant commanded once more, a bloody glow flashing in his eyes. Soon after, a group of rangers and assassins left to carry out his orders and lure more monsters. The mages of Darkstar also promptly increased their attack rate, using more AoE skills than before. As for Lone Tyrant, who was not in a team with his guild members, he began methodically kill-stealing the low HP monsters, taking the majority of the monsters' EXP for himself rather than sharing with his comrades. This leveling method was extremely extravagant. Even a party of experts continuously grinding monsters could not compare to Lone Tyrant's current leveling speed. Unfortunately, Lone Tyrant did not know that the monsters he and the members of Zero Wing grinded were on entirely different levels. Lone Tyrant only grinded level 20 common monsters at the moment, so he received no bonus EXP for killing them. On the other hand, Zero Wing's 100-man team was killing level 30 elite NPCs. Originally, these elite NPCs had provided an abundance of EXP. They also gained the bonus EXP rewarded for killing a monster that was 10 levels higher. After splitting the EXP for each NPC killed across 100 players evenly, everyone leveled up far faster than Lone Tyrant. 1-60. Time flew by quickly. White River City was bustling at that night. As a Saturday, even though it was already daytime in the real world, many players had not logged out and were still having fun in God's domain. However, as it was dangerous to leave the city at night, many players had chosen to visit bars in the city. With nothing better to do, players had started focusing their attention to Zero Wing's ranks. Many also began guessing on whether or not Zero Wing would kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. It had been over an hour since the commotion had begun. Now, instead of occupying up to just the 70th position, Zero Wing occupied up to the 40th position of the ranking list. Bystanders fell speechless when witnessing the leveling speed of this new guild. Originally, many players had simply guessed and joked around. None of them actually thought that Zero Wing could accomplish such a feat. Watching this momentum, however, Zero Wing might really intend to monopolize the top 100 spots on the ranking list. Everyone could not help but grow excited in anticipation. If Zero Wing truly managed to achieve such a feat, then they, as players who preferred to play solo, might have a few things to consider carefully. Should they or should they not join Zero Wing? Inside one of the bars in White River City, the members of the Holy Grail Knights were currently drinking in celebration. Today, they had managed to raid a level 15 20-man hard mode dungeon, the Bloodfang Fort. They also obtained quite a load of equipment and materials from the raid. Brother Warwolf, that Zero Wing sure is godly, huh? First, they defeated world dominators. After that, they managed to kill Darkstar's Lone Tyrant. Now, they are even planning to kick Lone Tyrant out of the top 10 and monopolize the ranking list. Soon, they might even rule White River City. In reply, Warwolf, the leader of the Holy Grail Knights, shook his head and said, "It's still too early to say. Moreover, the other top 6 guilds aren't here just for show. They won't allow Zero Wing to develop freely." Although it is true that I have underestimated Zero Wing before. Moments after Warwolf started speaking, a few cloaked players walked into the bar. The equipment these players wore immediately attracted the attention of the others inside the bar. These newcomers were fully geared with secret silver equipment. Moreover, none of them possessed a guild emblem on their chests, signifying that they were all independent players. Meanwhile, the leader of this group was a beautiful female summoner. If Shi Feng were here right now, he would definitely notice that this female summoner was none other than Yulan of Underworld. Big brother Warwolf, long time no see. Yulan walked up to Warwolf and greeted him with a bright smile. It's been a long time indeed. The pure and sweet little girl from the past has grown into a beautiful tigress. Time really is amazing. Warwolf sighed ruefully as he looked at the noble and graceful girl in front of him. Big brother Warwolf, you jest. Everything I have today is all thanks to you. Yulan smiled faintly. Looking around, she said, "We haven't seen each other for so many years now, and I really wish to have a nice conversation with you. There are too many bystanders here. Why don't we find a room upstairs to catch up? Indeed, it has been many years since we last met. We should really have a nice chat. Warwolf immediately spent 5 silvers to rent a guest room on the 2nd floor. He then walked towards the stairs leading to the bar's 2nd floor. Yulan promptly followed after Warwolf. The other cloaked players that had entered the bar with Yulan also moved to guard the staircase, preventing anyone from going upstairs. At this moment, the entire bar was silent. The other members of the Holy Grail Knights, as well as the other guests in the bar, were still stunned by what they just saw. Their minds were unable to process what had just happened. The leader of an independent team actually knew such a noble and elegant beauty. Moreover, they even rented a private room to have a conversation. The other players' minds went wild with fantasy. A short distance away from Creektown, Aqua Rose and the other members of Zero Wing still grinded the Blood Hand Association's NPCs relentlessly, their experience bars continuously rising. There were over 2,000 NPCs in Creektown, and it would not be an easy task to kill every one of them. Although Blackie's Stars of Light skill was very effective against the enemy NPCs, the skill had a long cooldown. As for everyone else, the damage they dealt to the enemy NPCs was practically negligible. In the end, the main source of damage was the level 50 Tier 1 guards. However, there were healers among the Blood Hand Association NPCs, as well as some powerful level 50 Blood Hand Association elites. It was not possible to eliminate all of them within a short time. Seeing that the situation had mostly stabilized, Shi Feng said in the team chat, "Cola and Violet, you two come with me. We're going to make a trip to the Blood Hand Association stronghold. Everyone else, remain here and continue grinding." "Guild leader, you're too biased. I helped you revive that bastard from before. Why are you taking Violet but not me?" Snowgoose pouted. "We'll be going to the Blood Hand Association stronghold, and nothing good is waiting for us there." "Why would you even want to go?" Shi Feng laughed bitterly. Shi Feng had his own reasons for not bringing anyone else along. How could a crusade quest possibly be so easy? Previously, Fire Dance and the others had merely lured away the NPCs guarding the town. There were still plenty of enemy NPCs waiting for them inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold. Right now, they were merely going to scout ahead. "Is it very dangerous?" Snowgoose asked, tilting her head slightly. "Of course," Shi Feng said seriously with a nod. "Forget it. I can't compare to Violet in terms of survivability, and it would be a pity if I lost my fine gold-ranked staff," Snowgoose said after giving it some thought. Soon after, Shi Feng led Cola and Violet Cloud to the Blood Hand Association stronghold in Creektown. As the Blood Hand Association stronghold, the security around the construct was usually very strict. However, now that all of the NPCs had been drawn away, Shi Feng's group managed to enter the stronghold without any trouble. The inside of the tower was a resplendent sight. Such a luxurious building in a barren place like Creektown was unimaginable. "Careful. This is the Blood Hand Association stronghold. There are definitely a lot of traps here," Shi Feng reminded his team. In the past, world dominators had suffered heavy losses to conquer Creektown. They had dispatched over 6,000 Tier 1 players and returned with less than 1,000. Meanwhile, close to half of those deaths had been because of the hidden traps inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold. One could just imagine how deadly the traps inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold were. Although world dominators had paid a steep price, their harvest was equally shocking. It was especially true for the hidden warehouse inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold. One of the main reasons that many large guilds preferred to capture towns ruled by dark forces was because of the treasures they possessed. Of course, different towns gave varying amounts of treasure. In this case, the Blood Hand Association possessed a significantly large treasury. Even though the loot available was limited due to Crusade Quest, the final sum was still sufficient to move even Shi Feng's heart. Otherwise, who would be so foolish as to spend 30 gold coins to take on a Crusade Quest? Moreover, only a Viscount or someone of higher status could accept such a quest. 332. Encountering a magic weapon. Once again, inside of the Blood Hand Association stronghold, it was like a maze. There were also many level 30 Blood Hand Association knights patrolling the construct. These NPCs wore red leather armor and wielded spears. They also had 200,000 HP. Moreover, these NPCs always moved in groups of 10, and their coordination made them extremely difficult to deal with. If Shi Feng and the others recklessly charged into a group of these NPCs, even with a Tier 1 swordsman like Kite protecting them, the result would be the same. These knights would eliminate them in an instant. In fact, even if Shi Feng's group were strong enough to fight these Blood Hand Association knights, they would still meet their deaths if they chose to confront these NPCs. This was due to the many hidden traps and mechanisms throughout the stronghold. In the past, world dominators had paid a steep price because of these traps. Naturally, Shi Feng would not behave as recklessly as world dominators had in the past. Hence, he would always detour and bypass any knights they met, avoiding a confrontation with the NPCs at all costs. In any case, the paths in this stronghold all connected in one way or another. As long as one was careful, it was possible to find the Blood Hand Association's hidden warehouse without engaging in combat. Finally, after a long time, Shi Feng's group arrived before a pair of tightly sealed stone doors. 2 words were etched into the wall next to the doors: Control Room. This was where all of the traps within the Blood Hand Association stronghold were controlled. As long as they disabled these traps, they would have nothing to worry about as they traveled through the construct. Just after Kola forced open the heavy stone doors, the group immediately discovered an old, one-eyed man dressed in black robes inside the control room. The old man held a redwood staff as he manipulated a magic array. Inca Richter Tier 1 Elementalist, level 30, HP 1,000,000,000,000. Thank God it is as I speculated. He's only level 30 and not a level 50 Tier 2 mage. Shi Feng could not help but sigh in relief when he saw Inca Richter's information. If not for the Crusade quest, the old man before them would be near impossible to deal with. Although Inca Richter would only be level 50 as a Tier 2 mage, he could kill a level 50 Tier 1 player as easily as squishing a bug. Guild leader, it's a level 30 Tier 1 Elementalist. I'm afraid that he might be somewhat difficult to deal with. Should we call for reinforcements? Kola had a clear understanding of his own abilities. Currently, he was only level 22. If it were a level 20 Tier 1 Elementalist, he could tank it. However, it was impossible for him to endure the attacks of a level 30 Tier 1 Elementalist. The tier suppression alone would greatly increase the damage he received, not to mention the level suppression. With the two combined, even as the chief MT of Zero Wing, he would be cannon fodder at best. Relax, you don't need to tank, Shi Feng smiled. He then looked at his personal guard, Kite, who stood beside him, saying, Kite will be our MT. Kola, you'll act as support. You just need to activate your magic resistance aura and use protection blessing on Kite during crucial moments. Kola suddenly remembered that Shi Feng had a personal guard like Kite beside him. Kite had over 18,000 HP. Compared to Kola, Kite was far more durable as an MT. Although Kite was far inferior to Inca Richter regarding HP as a level 30 Tier 1 swordsman, Kite's close combat capabilities far surpassed a Tier 1 Elementalist. Kite, you'll tank Inca Richter. Violet, you'll heal Kite. Kola, focus on using protection blessing on Kite when needed, Shi Feng commanded. Without hesitation, Kite charged Inca Richter, slashing his sword at the old man. A damage of over 4,000 appeared above Inca Richter's head. Compared to the High Lord-ranked Nebula Tiger, Inca Richter's defense was much lower. Despicable intruders, I'll turn all of you into my lab rats. Inca Richter used instantaneous movement, dodging Kite's sword techniques. The old man then waved his staff, summoning an aqua-blue magic shield that covered his body. The magic shield was one of the most frequently used defensive spells that elementalists possessed, and it could protect the caster against a considerable amount of damage. Following which, Inca Richter waved his free hand, summoning an ice wall to prevent Kite from advancing. However, Kite was no ordinary guard. Immediately, Kite activated Windblade and jumped. Kite effortlessly leaped across the ice wall in his path and arrived before Inca Richter. He then brandished his sword at the elementalist multiple times in quick succession. After taking a few hits from Kite's sword, the magic shield surrounding Inca Richter's body shattered into particles of light, leaving the caster's feeble body vulnerable to Kite's attacks. Fortunately for the old man, the magic shield had earned him enough time to cast Frozen Circle. White, bone-chilling mist spread out from Inca Richter and assaulted Kite. In response to the spell, Kite abruptly jumped into the air and dodged the Frozen Circle. Inca Richter cursed when he saw the swordsman avoid another spell with such a simple action. In a fit of rage, Inca Richter pointed a finger at Kite, sending multiple fireballs flying at the swordsman who was still suspended in midair. As the fireballs approached him, Kite calmly twisted his body and brandished his sword so fast that only bright after images were visible. He sliced the incoming fireballs in half, one after another. The speed of Kite and Inca Richter's exchange was stunning, and any ordinary player would have difficulty following the fight. Standing at a distance, both Kola and Violet Cloud were dumbfounded by the scene before them. This was the first time they had witnessed a fight between NPCs. Never would they have expected that a fight between NPCs could actually be more exciting than a fight between experts. The longer they watched, the more felt ashamed of themselves. Inwardly, they also began to estimate how they would fare if they fought Inca Richter if they were the same level and tier. However, as they continued watching the exchange between Kite and Inca Richter, they soon reached a shocking conclusion. They were not even opponents for Inca Richter. The reason they came to such a conclusion, however, was not because of the great disparity between their HPs. Instead, it was because of the difference in combat techniques. This conclusion left them both speechless. What are you two daydreaming about? They are both high-level NPCs. Ordinary monsters cannot compare to them. It's no big deal if your current combat techniques are not a match for theirs. As long as you participate in more battles and accumulate experience, you will surpass Inca Richter sooner or later. Shi Feng could not help but console the two. Naturally, he could discern their thoughts. Inca Richter was different from the Blood Hand Association elites battling outside the town. Before the Crusade quest had weakened him, Inca Richter had originally been a Tier 2 NPC. Thus, his combat proficiency was superior to those ordinary NPCs. As for Kite, not only was he a Dark Gold ranked personal guard, but he had also been a Tier 2 swordmaster in the past. His combat techniques were excellent. In truth, Shi Feng had also been shocked when he had first witnessed a battle between high-level NPCs. It was especially true for battles involving Tier 3 NPCs or above. Regarding control over personal combat power, these NPCs could actually exhibit more than 70% of their strength. According to the evaluation criteria of God's domain, those capable of exhibiting more than 70% of their personal combat power were considered first-rate experts. These NPCs were far superior to the current top-tier experts. Moreover, even an NPC like Inca Richter was only capable of exhibiting 60% of his personal combat power. Hence, it was natural for Cola and Violet Cloud to be inferior to NPCs like Kite and Inca Richter. Following which, Violet Cloud began healing the Tier 1 swordsman while Shi Feng supported Kite from the sides. From time to time, Shi Feng would use control skills such as Thunderflame Explosion and Abyssal Bind to restrain Inca Richter. Shi Feng also used the 7 Luminaries ring, swapping between Aura of Time and Aura of Fire. While Aura of Time was activated, Shi Feng would cast Absolute Time. While Aura of Fire was activated, Shi Feng would use Firestorm. Whenever Inca Richter was about to cast a powerful spell, Shi Feng would deftly activate Absolute Time, interrupting Inca Richter's spell and forcing the old man to defend against Kite's sword techniques using his staff. A mage that could not cast spells was like a tiger that without its fangs and claws. In such circumstances, Inca Richter could only endure Shi Feng and everyone else's attacks helplessly. Very quickly, Inca Richter's 1 million HP fell rapidly. 90%, 70%, 30%, after more than 10 minutes, Inca Richter's body finally dropped to the floor, transforming into an abundance of EXP. Shi Feng reached level 24 with the sudden influx of EXP, following which Shi Feng turned off all of the traps within the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Now that there were no more traps, it would be much easier to deal with the enemy NPCs. Suddenly, Cola excitedly ran toward Shi Feng's side and asked, "Guild leader, I found a key beside this old man's body. What do you think this is?" "A key?" Shi Feng was slightly puzzled. Logically, none of the Blood Hand Association NPCs should drop any items. Shi Feng received the purple gold key from Cola and examined it. There were complex runes carved onto the body of this key. To Shi Feng's surprise, he could not obtain any information about the key, everything displayed as unknown. What a strange key. In Shi Feng's memory, there were no records mentioning this key. However, since Inca Richter had dropped it, it should be extraordinary. It seems that we will have to look for an appraiser after we return to White River City. When considering unknown items, Shi Feng suddenly remembered the additional skill of his golden stigmata, Omniscient Eyes. The Omniscient Eyes could obtain all information on any items. This skill was far more amazing than the appraising eyes of appraisers. Let's have a look then. Shi Feng activated Omniscient Eyes and took a look at the key in his hand once more. This time, the information displayed was no longer unknown. All secrets about the key unveiled before Shi Feng's eyes. It's actually a magic weapon. Shock filled Shi Feng's heart as he investigated the purple gold key in his hand. 333 hidden class magic weapon? Cola did not quite understand Shi Feng's words. Violet Cloud was confused as well. Shifting her gaze to Shi Feng, she hoped to find out from Shi Feng what a magic weapon was. It was their first time hearing the term magic weapon. A magic weapon isn't an orthodox weapon. You can think of it as a double-edged sword of tremendous power. It can either raise a player's combat power to frightening heights, or completely ruin them, Shi Feng explained, smiling. He had naturally noticed the two's interest. Shi Feng had never revealed the secret of the Abyssal Blade to others. Aside from Blackie and Lonely Snow, nobody else in the guild knew about it. Matters regarding magic weapons were of utmost importance. Compared to Blackie's epic-ranked staff, magic weapons were much more precious. After all, they were weapons capable of rivaling legendary weapons. Had it been possible, Shi Feng would have wished that the Abyssal Blade in his hands could become an epic weapon instead of a magic weapon. Although his combat power would have decreased significantly, he would not have to worry about the Abyssal Blade's backlash. Although Shi Feng had never personally witnessed the result of a backlash, he had still heard rumors about it. In the past, many first-rate experts had been devoured by their own magic weapons. After suffering the backlash, these first-rate experts had no choice but to delete their accounts and start all over again. Such a heavy price frightened even Shi Feng. Currently, he had no other choice but to continuously improve himself in both combat techniques and combat power in order to face the future backlash. So it turns out that magic weapons are so amazing. But, Guild Leader, is there even a class that uses a key as a weapon? None of the 12 main classes in God's domain that I know of uses a key as a weapon, Cola asked. There is. However, it is a hidden class, Shi Feng answered. Hidden class? So there really are hidden classes in God's domain? Then aren't hidden classes very amazing? Guild Leader, is it possible for us to switch to a hidden class? Cola's trust in Shi Feng had long since reached the level of blind faith. He did not have a shred of doubt about Shi Feng's words. If Shi Feng said hidden classes existed in God's domain, then, to Cola, these definitely existed in God's domain. Even if there weren't any hidden classes, Cola would still believe that there were. Big Brother Cola, what are you getting so anxious for? You should let Guild Leader finish speaking first. Violet Cloud was also very interested in regard to hidden classes. Seeing his two party members looking at him with such fervent eyes, Shi Feng could not help but laugh, saying, "This hidden class is called Astromancer, and it can be considered a branch of the mage classes. Any mage or healer class can convert to an Astromancer. The minimum requirement is that you must first reach level 20. More importantly, you must also receive and complete the class change quest for the hidden class. Meanwhile, this key is very special. Not only is it a weapon, it is also a tool meant for triggering the class change quest for the hidden class. You just need to bring this key to White River City and you'll automatically receive the hidden class change quest. Guild leader, is an Astromancer strong? Can I still continue healing after I become an Astromancer? Violet Cloud was suddenly excited. As Zero Wing developed, the number of battles the guild would be involved in would increase. Although she loved being a cleric, the things she could do were clearly limited. After all, when all was said and done, a cleric was not a combat-oriented class. Violet Cloud dearly wanted to fight as well. She did not wish to always stand in the rear and receive the protection of others. Although it is called a hidden class, you're not exactly going to be changing to an entirely different class. It is more like having extra unique class skills. You will simply be gaining an additional skill set that does not belong to your original class. The downside to this is that you will take several times longer to level up compared to normal classes. Moreover, it won't be an easy task to learn the system skills of a hidden class. Simply put, your life will become much harder after converting to a hidden class, Shi Feng explained. In addition, Astromancer isn't a class suitable for the average player. The controls involved are very complicated, and the control difficulty is at least 2 to 3 times that of a normal mage class. If an ordinary player were to convert into an Astromancer, they might find themselves losing fights to opponents that they had managed to defeat in the past. On the other hand, if you successfully master the class, even if you meet someone who had become much more powerful than they were in the past, you can still beat them up until their mothers no longer recognize them. Overall, Astromancer could be considered a very extreme hidden class. Seeing Violet Cloud's passionate gaze, Shi Feng asked, "Do you wish to convert to this hidden class?" I don't want to always stay at the back and heal. I want to be the same as Big Sis Fire Dance and Big Sis Aqua. I want to be able to fight enemies at the front lines as well." Violet Cloud nodded. She then looked at Shi Feng and asked timidly, "Guild leader, can you please let me have this hidden class?" Violet Cloud knew that she was being selfish. After all, she did not obtain this key by herself. Moreover, countless others in the guild would be willing to fight over a hidden class. There were also powerful mage experts such as Aqua Rose, Ice Queen Su Qianlu, Blackie, and many others in the guild. If they were to change classes into an Astromancer, they could greatly increase the guild's strength. There was simply no place for a healer like her. However, she wished to contribute more to the guild. Cola's mouth widened in shock when he heard Violet Cloud speak. He had not expected the usually quiet and lovely Violet Cloud to make such a bold move. This, Shi Feng wrinkled his sharp brows, entering a deep contemplation. Looking at Shi Feng's grave expression, Violet Cloud could not help but start panicking. "Guild leader, Violet's control and techniques are definitely first-rate. Even I am no match for her. Won't you consider giving her a chance?" Cola voiced his opinion. After thinking it over for a while, Shi Feng seriously looked at Violet Cloud saying, "I'm not forbidding you to convert your class into an Astromancer. Only, this key is slightly troublesome. If you use this key to convert your class into an Astromancer, your path will be fraught with an endless amount of trouble in the future. You might even ruin your account. All your efforts would go down the drain. At that time, while everyone is over level 100, you will have to start from scratch. Do you really have the courage and determination to do so?" In fact, Shi Feng had no doubts in regard to Violet Cloud's control and techniques. If Shi Feng did not possess 10 years' worth of experience playing God's Domain, Violet Cloud might have already surpassed him by now. Based on Violet Cloud's standards, she might immediately become one of Zero Wing's top combatants once she was an Astromancer. Shi Feng would naturally feel happy over this matter, yet what he had in his hand right now was a magic weapon. If the weapon were a legendary weapon and not a magic weapon, he would willingly give it to Violet Cloud without hesitation as long as she wanted it. A magic weapon, on the other hand, had pros and cons that Shi Feng was very clear about. As long as a player unsealed a magic weapon and became its controller, then they would inevitably have to face the backlash of the magic weapon one day. Based on the current situation, the disadvantages of giving Violet Cloud the magic weapon greatly outweighed the advantages. Most importantly, not every player could handle the pressure of having to start all over again. "Guild leader, I'm not afraid of trouble. I only hope that I can do more for the guild. Even if I end up back in square one because of this item, I will have no regrets. At the very least, I would have contributed greatly towards the guild's current development." Violet Cloud looked at Shi Feng, her eyes shining with conviction. Faced with Violet Cloud's gaze, Shi Feng abruptly recalled how he had been back then and burst out in sudden laughter. "That's right, what's there to be afraid of? It's just a restart at worst." The worry that filled Shi Feng's heart disappeared. He then handed the key to Violet Cloud. "This key is still sealed. After returning to White River City, go look for someone who can unseal it. After it is unsealed, you will automatically receive the Tier 1 Hidden Class Change Quest." "Thank you, Guild Leader. I definitely won't let you down." Violet Cloud sincerely thanked Shi Feng as she excitedly received the purple gold key. 3034. Occupying the ranking. After Violet Cloud received the key, her heart could not help but pound in anticipation. She wished that she could quickly return to the city, undo the seal on this key, and become an important combat power for Zero Wing as soon as possible. Although the guilds in White River City currently appeared to be at peace on the surface, beneath that surface were surging undercurrents. Nobody knew what kind of plans these guilds were concocting. This was especially true for Darkstar and World Dominators. No matter how one looked at it, they were not guilds that would give up after suffering only 1 or 2 defeats. Yet, despite Zero Wing maintaining such a high profile, these 2 guilds had actually done nothing at all. How could their lack of a response not give rise to suspicions? Although Violet Cloud did not know what these 2 guilds were planning, she was sure of one thing. As long as Zero Wing became sufficiently strong, no matter what sort of tricks or means those 2 guilds used, all would be rendered useless. Star's Reminiscence, Violet Cloud softly muttered after checking the information of the key in her hands. Star's Reminiscence, magic weapon. A key belonging to the ancient and great Star Sage, Reigns. Inside this key remains a fragment of Star Sage Reigns' power. Currently, Reigns' power has been sealed by a mysterious power, and information about the key can only be unveiled after the seal has been undone. This seal requires a Tier 3 Great Mage to undo. After Shi Feng had used omniscient eyes on this Star's Reminiscence, a portion of the information that had displayed as unknown became available. Star Sage Reigns was one of the many legendary characters of God's domain. Even among legendary characters, Star Sage Reigns was one of the more dazzling figures. The reason being, the Astromancer class had managed to become powerful and prosperous only due to the efforts of Star Sage Reigns. Unfortunately, along with the demise of Star Sage Reigns, the entire Astromancer class had slowly vanished through time. As of today, most people had already forgotten about the existence of Astromancers. Shi Feng took a look at his surroundings, saying, "Now that the traps have been removed, we should return as well." With the magic array of the control room deactivated, what they needed to do next was to wipe out all the Blood Hand Association NPCs outside Creektown, as well as all the NPCs inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold. After that was done, the Crusade quest would be officially completed. While Shi Feng's group of 4 was leaving the Blood Hand Association stronghold, a major incident occurred at White River City. Originally, the members of Zero Wing had occupied only up to the 40th position on the White River City ranking list. However, after another 2 hours had passed, Zero Wing now occupied every rank up to the 20th position of the ranking list. Currently, Zero Wing was only 11 ranks away from obtaining full monopoly over the ranking list. At present, not a single guild in Star Moon Kingdom had managed to achieve the feat of completely monopolizing the ranking list of a single city. To be precise, nobody had even dared to think of achieving such a feat. After all, there were plenty of experts in every city. There were bound to be a few leveling madmen. It was practically impossible for a single guild to surpass every other player in a city. Not to mention, White River City wasn't just a small city. On the contrary, it was the most important city in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. It was also the 5th largest city in Star Moon Kingdom. Needless to say, there were plenty of guilds and experts gathered here, making it very difficult to fully monopolize the city's ranking list. Yet now, Zero Wing was actually about to accomplish such a feat. How could the players of White River City not grow excited about it? However, the players most excited over this situation were still the members of Zero Wing. At this moment, many members of Zero Wing started cheering loudly on the streets as they tracked the ranking list, showing their fervent support for Aqua Rose and the others. Of course, while some were rejoicing over Zero Wing's inevitable monopoly over the ranking list, others grew anxious at this situation. When Lone Tyrant saw that Zero Wing members were quickly catching up to him, he started using every means available to him to level up. Lone Tyrant sent for another 600 players from Darkstar to assist him in leveling up. He then split these 600 players into 30 teams of 20 players. These teams were then tasked with gathering and killing monsters around Lone Tyrant. As long as a team was about to kill the monsters they had herded, they would immediately invite Lone Tyrant into their teams before killing said monsters. That way, Lone Tyrant could still receive a portion of the EXP without needing to personally land the killing blow. After the monsters were killed, Lone Tyrant would then leave the team and go on to join other teams. Including the several hundred players that were originally helping him, Lone Tyrant now had over 30 teams of players assisting him in leveling up. Lone Tyrant continued to leave and join teams this way, accumulating large amounts of EXP for himself. Naturally, the effect on his leveling speed was self-evident. However, such an extravagant way of leveling was only possible because Lone Tyrant was the guild leader of Dark Star. Other people could only look on in envy. Not even tycoons dared to level up in such a way. In truth, Lone Tyrant himself was reluctant to waste so much manpower. However, he simply had no other choice. Despite sending out a horde of people to search for Zero Wing's whereabouts, no one returned with positive results. Lone Tyrant could not stop Zero Wing's progress even if he wanted to. No matter how hard Lone Tyrant racked his brain, he simply could not figure out how the members of Zero Wing were leveling up so quickly. Even when he was using such an extravagant way of leveling, his leveling speed was still far inferior to theirs. It would be fine if this situation was only limited to 1 or 2 individuals in Zero Wing. However, such a large group of players was actually leveling up so quickly. Just what kind of method were they using to accomplish such a feat? If Zero Wing were to really kick him out of the ranking list, then he, as the guild leader of Darkstar and also someone who was famed for his high level, would really become the laughingstock of White River City. Hence, Lone Tyrant had no choice but to carry out such an unwise move. However, with the passage of time, Lone Tyrant grew increasingly frightened. Everyone in White River City was greatly surprised as well. The reason being, not only did Zero Wing's leveling speed not slow down, it somehow was even accelerating. The rankings changed practically every few minutes. The positions Zero Wing occupied rapidly went from the 20th to the 15th before increasing to 12th and finally stopping at 10th. Now, Lone Tyrant was the only player on the ranking list who was not part of Zero Wing. Lone Tyrant became even more frantic at this sight. Lure more monsters. The more the better. Everyone else, give me all the magic scrolls you have. Lone Tyrant's eyes were glowing red at this moment. He looked just like a gambler who had lost all his bets and was planning to stake everything on one final throw. Black Flame, you're 100 years too early if you think you can kick me out of the ranking list. Shortly after, Lone Tyrant started hysterically using all sorts of AoE attack magic scrolls, killing the hundreds of monsters his subordinates had lured over. Each and every one of these AoE attack magic scrolls were very precious, and they were normally treated as the guild's strategic materiel. At this moment, however, Lone Tyrant treated these magic scrolls as if they were toys, using them with wild abandon. Lone Tyrant's experience bar also soared within a short period of time. However, compared to the rise in experience, Lone Tyrant's behavior was simply throwing good money after bad. Everyone from Darkstar felt their hearts ache at this sight. They had managed to obtain these magic scrolls only after going through many difficulties. Now, however, all their efforts had gone to waste in order to allow Lone Tyrant to quickly level up. Despite their heartache, the members of Darkstar could do nothing about the situation. After all, the person holding the position of guild leader was not them, but Lone Tyrant. Many people started regretting their decision to join Darkstar instead of Zero Wing. With such a selfish guild leader, would Darkstar even possess a future? In contrast, Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing, had not hesitated to charge to the rescue in order to save his brothers and sisters in arms from being bullied. Back when the core members of Zero Wing had been surrounded inside the Silverleaf Forest, Black Flame had ventured into enemy territory all by himself. Moreover, after the war, he had even spent huge sums of money in order to compensate his own guild members. From Black Flame's actions, one could tell that he was a person who would rather bear the suffering himself than to let his brothers and sisters be wronged. If they could have such a guild leader, so what if they had to suffer? However, just as Lone Tyrant was hysterically using magic scrolls, Zero Wing's 100-man team were also in the midst of killing the remaining level 50 Tier 1 Bloodhand Association elites. In order to deal with these level 50 NPCs, Blackie used Stars of Light, while Shi Feng used Firestorm. Shi Feng's normal guards also used all their AoE skills. The scene of the battle was like Armageddon. Even the level 50 Tier 1 NPCs could not endure this relentless bombardment. Soon after, these Bloodhand Association elites started dying one after another. Simultaneously, the experience bars of everyone from Zero Wing soared like a rocket. The reason for such rapid leveling was simple. First of all, Tier 1 NPCs gave much more EXP than ordinary NPCs when killed. Second, most of the members of Zero Wing were only level 20, while the rest were only a few levels higher, so the bonus EXP they could obtain from killing a level 50 NPC was munificent. When both of these factors were combined, the levels of Zero Wing's 100-man team naturally increased by leaps and bounds. After several tens of Bloodhand Association elites died, everyone from Zero Wing had risen to level 21 or above, instantly monopolizing all 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. At this moment, every player in White River City fell silent. Zero Wing had done it. Zero Wing had actually fully occupied the top 100 spots of the White River City ranking list. The sight stunned Lone Tyrant. He even forgot to use the magic scroll in his hands. At the same time, a series of system notifications sounded throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. 335 experts gathering at White River City, Star Moon Kingdom region system announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to exclusively monopolize the top 10 of a city's ranking list. Rewarding 100 gold coins, 5,000 guild popularity, and 1,000 guild reputation. Star Moon Kingdom region system announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to exclusively monopolize the top 30 of a city's ranking list. Rewarding 200 gold coins, 10,000 guild popularity, and 3,000 guild reputation. Star Moon Kingdom region system announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to exclusively monopolize the top 100 of a city's ranking list. Rewarding honored guild title, 500 gold coins, 30,000 guild popularity, and 7,000 guild reputation. Originally, Zero Wing's attempt at monopolizing the ranking list was a matter limited to only White River City. Hence, aside from the players based in White River City, nobody else in Star Moon Kingdom paid any particular attention to this incident. However, the appearance of these 3 system notifications dumbfounded every player in Star Moon Kingdom. Players who were currently inside a dungeon were no exception. At this moment, everyone was shocked when they saw these system notifications. Just the amount of gold coins rewarded was enough to cause the large guilds of many cities to feel envy and hatred. From the 3 rewards, Zero Wing had obtained a total of 800 gold coins. At this stage of the game, a large guild would have only around a dozen gold coins in fluid funds. After all, it was not easy to earn in-game currency in God's domain. Although players were reaching higher levels with each passing day and they were making more money than before, their daily expenditures had also increased inadvertently. Simply put, there were too many aspects where one was required to spend money in God's domain. For example, repairing equipment, for example, learning skills, for example, purchasing potions, whetstones, and other necessities for adventuring, most importantly, hotels and daily meals. Originally, before the first evolution of God's domain, players had no need to rest at a hotel. They also had no need to have meals. However, after God's domain evolved, if players did not rest for long periods of time, their mental state would start to deteriorate. If players did not consume food for long periods of time, although no changes would occur to their character's attributes, their body's physical state would be affected. This, in turn, would reduce a player's efficiency when grinding monsters and leveling. Because of these aspects, players rarely had a lot of money sitting in their pockets. In fact, they had even less money than before the first evolution of God's domain. However, it was also due to this reason that many inconspicuous lifestyle classes had started receiving attention from players and begun to develop rapidly. After all, mainstream lifestyle classes weren't the only lifestyle classes that could make a lot of money. Even non-mainstream lifestyle classes could achieve similar results. As for guilds, they could barely make ends meet. If the various large guilds did not possess big money farming teams of their own, their development would have long since stagnated. To any guild in Star Moon Kingdom, 800 gold was an astronomical sum of money. If others had thought that Zero Wing was a considerably good guild in Star Moon Kingdom before, then from now on, Zero Wing would be very well known as an excellent guild in Star Moon Kingdom. At this moment, posts relating to Zero Wing were flooding the official forums for Star Moon Kingdom, and none of them was not astounded by Zero Wing's achievement. It's Zero Wing again. First, it was the guild residents. Now, they fully occupied the White River City ranking list. That's a feat that not even first-rate guilds have managed to accomplish. Yet, a recently established guild like Zero Wing actually did it. At this rate, won't Zero Wing become the overlord of Star Moon Kingdom? Why can't Zero Wing start recruitment in our city? If they start recruiting, I'll definitely be the first one to sign up. I hear that Zero Wing is about to start another recruitment session again. I think I'll just migrate to White River City. Although I'll have to spend some money, if I can join such a good guild, so what if I have to spend some money? Indeed, I hear that the benefits offered by Zero Wing are excellent. Members even have the opportunity to rent out the private rooms inside the guild residence and accumulate double EXP buff. If I can join Zero Wing, even spending 20 silver coins would be worth it. Many players throughout Star Moon Kingdom started entertaining thoughts of joining Zero Wing. Previously, many players had lamented the fact that Zero Wing only recruited members in White River City and not in other cities. However, as Zero Wing grew increasingly dazzling, the number of players wanting to join the guild would definitely increase as well. If players did not take this chance to join now, the competition in the future might become even more intense. At that time, they might not be able to join Zero Wing even if they wanted to. Moreover, if they joined Zero Wing ahead of time, they could also accumulate guild contribution points quicker and enjoy the various benefits of the guild earlier. Big Brother Shadowsword, we don't have enough funds for a single person's teleportation fee even if we add both of our assets together. Why don't we skip Zero Wing's recruitment this time and wait for the next one? A tall and slender female guardian knight suggested. The woman was geared in an assortment of common and bronze-ranked equipment. With big, bright eyes, she looked at the stalwart-looking berserker in front of her, adding, "There are also a few first-rate and second-rate guilds recruiting in Greenstone City right now. With our strength, we should have no problems joining those guilds. So, why bother spending so much money to go to White River City? Turtledove, you don't understand. I'm not rushing to join Zero Wing because of their fame. Instead, I plan to join them in order to improve my strength. All these years, I have been stuck at a bottleneck and never managed to break through. When I watched Black Flames and Ye Feng's battle videos, I learned a lot from them. However, the things one can learn from watching a video will always be limited. If I wish to further improve myself, I need to go and personally experience such battles. Meanwhile, joining Zero Wing would be the fastest way to do so, the berserker named Shadowsword explained as he shook his head. If we lack money, then I'll just use all the credits I've previously saved up to buy some silver coins. We should have enough by then. Big Brother Shadowsword, you can't. You saved that money in order to join the city fighting competition. The female guardian knight named Turtledove argued anxiously. Shadowsword waved his hand, softly saying, "You don't need to worry about this. If I can't raise my current strength, I would only become a joke by joining the fighting competition." "I understand," Turtledove nodded helplessly. At the same time, many players throughout Starmoon Kingdom started planning a trip to White River City. Every one of these players had reached a certain standard. After all, the teleportation fees required to go to White River City were not cheap. Being able to gather so much money was also proof of one's own abilities. Point 4. While everyone in Starmoon Kingdom were discussing Zero Wing, Creektown, Bloodhand Association's stronghold. Under Shi Feng's lead, Zero Wing's 100-man team and the 48 level 50 Tier 1 guards had cleared out all the Bloodhand Association knights inside the stronghold and arrived before the doors leading to the hidden warehouse. The doors to the Bloodhand Association's hidden warehouse were made of extremely tough steel. The pair of thick doors was not something that could be pushed apart by only a handful of players. The result would be the same even if Shi Feng, someone who possessed staggering amounts of strength, was included. "Let's open it together." Following Shi Feng's command, everyone started pushing against this pair of large doors. After combining the strength of all the players and level 50 Tier 1 guards, the team only barely managed to push apart the large doors. Moreover, the speed at which the doors were opened was extremely slow. After spending over a dozen minutes pushing, the team finally succeeded in pushing these large doors apart completely. Simultaneously, the space inside the hidden warehouse also appeared before everyone. The space inside the hidden warehouse was extremely large and commodious, just like a gymnasium. Tens of metal pillars lined the walls of the building. At this moment, however, nobody paid attention to the appearance of the hidden warehouse. Instead, all eyes were focused at the center of the open space. That area had a small mountain of treasures piled up there. With a single glance, one could immediately discover many treasure chests sitting in the mountain of gold, just the treasure chests that could be seen on the surface already numbered in the tens. Moreover, a majority of these treasure chests were of mysterious iron rank. There were even some secret silver treasure chests. "Guild leader, we're rich." Blackie drooled as he looked at all those treasure chests, as well as the gold coins and various other items scattered around the hidden warehouse. Is this the reward for completing the crusade quest? Although Aqua Rose was a wealthy princess herself, she was still shocked at the sight of the mountain of treasures before her. Only now did she truly understand why Shi Feng had said the crusade quest's deposit of 30 gold coins was a very cheap price to pay. Compared to the mountain of gold before her, 30 gold coins was not worth mentioning at all. At this moment, Snowgoose's eyes were practically shining. She could not help but wish she could immediately charge up and dive into this mountain of gold. However, Snowgoose did not rush forward. As the location the Bloodhand Association used to store its treasures, this hidden warehouse would naturally have guards. A total of 8 mechanical watchers and 1 mechanical slayer was standing at the periphery of the mountain of treasure. Moreover, there was also a magic barrier layered over the mountain of treasure. Unless one removed this magic barrier, nobody could even think of getting the treasure. It seems we can only obtain the treasure after defeating these mechanical guards. Shi Feng's gaze slowly shifted towards the 9 gigantic mechanical guards. 3036 Mouton. The hidden warehouse was the most important location of the Bloodhand Association. After all, the warehouse stored all of the treasures the Bloodhand Association had collected over the many years. Naturally, the security of this hidden warehouse would also be the most intense. The NPCs outside of this hidden warehouse would, at most, comprise 40% of the Bloodhand Association's combat power. Meanwhile, the remaining 60% would be the 9 giant mechanical guards guarding inside the hidden warehouse. The combat power of these 9 mechanical guards alone surpassed that of thousands of NPCs. One could just imagine how powerful these robots were. Mechanical Watcher, Lord rank, level 30, HP 1/1500,000, Mechanical Slayer, High Lord rank. Level 50, HP 9,000,000. Everyone felt their hearts grow cold when they saw the shining pitch-black bodies of the Mechanical Watchers. In Team Dungeons, Lord-ranked monsters were all categorized as bosses. As field bosses, although these Mechanical Watchers had less HP than Team Dungeon bosses of the same level, their attack power and defense was far superior. Field bosses were much stronger than dungeon bosses of the same level, and a dozen players were no match for them. As for the High Lord ranked Mechanical Slayer, a boss of such rank would only appear in 20-man Hell Mode Team Dungeons or 50-man Hard Mode Team Dungeons. Moreover, the Mechanical Slayer before them was a level 50 High Lord ranked boss. It was simply impossible for a group of level 20 players to kill it. The level suppression alone would render the players utterly helpless. To put it simply, even if the Mechanical Slayer stood still without taking action, Shi Feng's 100-man team still could not kill it. "I'm afraid that our combat power might be a little lacking," Aqua Rose concluded helplessly after observing the 9 mechanical guards. They would need around 50 level 30 players to deal with a single Mechanical Watcher. In other words, they would need around 400 players to deal with the 8 Mechanical Watchers before them. Moreover, all 400 players needed to be level 30. As for the Mechanical Slayer, under normal circumstances, they would need at least 300 level 50 tier 1 players to raid it. Their current lineup had no hope against such a monster. Moreover, these 9 mechanical guards would definitely work together to repel intruders. At that time, Shi Feng's team would not even amount to dust in the face of these guards. Shi Feng examined his surroundings. There were many iron pillars situated around the hidden warehouse. Moreover, they were incredibly dense and almost indestructible. Meanwhile, mechanical-type monsters all shared a single weakness. Although mechanical-type monsters possessed extremely high magic resistance, defense, and attack power, these monsters usually had very slow movement speeds. Their attack speeds were also very slow. Moreover, the 9 mechanical guards were large, so they could not maneuver between the large iron pillars easily. Suddenly, an idea popped into Shi Feng's mind. Fire dance. Take these intermediate frost grenades. At the start of the raid, I want each of you to lure one of these mechanical watchers away. As for the Mechanical Slayer, leave it to me. Everyone else, attack the mechanical watchers with the NPC guards. Remember, don't let any of these monsters close in on you. Also, remember to dodge these mechanical monsters' skills. Although they move slowly, the skills they possess will make up for their speed. As he instructed his team, Shi Feng took out a bunch of intermediate frost grenades and passed them to Fire Dance and 7 other Zero-Wing members with the highest movement speeds. By now, everyone was fully aware of how powerful the frost grenades were. It was especially true when they were used in a team battle. After the war between world dominators, Shi Feng had sent Aqua Rose to Blackwing City to buy more of them. However, they had not purchased many intermediate frost grenades. Intermediate frost grenades could deal 800 frost damage to targets that were level 70 or below, freezing them for 5 seconds and reducing their movement speeds by 60% for 12 seconds. However, each intermediate frost grenade cost 10 silver coins. They certainly weren't cheap. Aqua Rose had only purchased 200 intermediate frost grenades. Even so, the total had reached 20 gold coins. The price concerned and distressed her. However, she knew just how powerful these items were, so even if they were more expensive, they still needed to buy some as a reserve. At this moment, Shi Feng couldn't care less about the expense of the intermediate frost grenades. After all, relying on the movement speed reduction and control skills of the NPC guards would not be enough to pin down these mechanical monsters. Following which, Shi Feng assigned everyone on the team their tasks. Their main goal was to circumnavigate around the iron pillars and take the chance to kill these slow mechanical monsters, though the main damage dealers would be Shi Feng's guards. Begin. The moment Shi Feng commanded, everyone took action. To start things off, Fire Dance and the others lured the 8 mechanical watchers away. Shi Feng then charged towards the Mechanical Slayer. When he was only 40 yards away, he threw the blazing meteor at the High Lord-ranked monster. A streak of flame instantly struck the Mechanical Slayer's forehead. Dang. Shi Feng smiled bitterly when he saw the damage that appeared above the Mechanical Slayer's head. What was a futile action? This was. Faced with the Mechanical Slayer's 9 million HP, 2 points of damage wasn't even a mosquito bite. When in battle, the Mechanical Slayer recovered 1% of its HP every 5 seconds. In other words, the Mechanical Slayer could recover 90,000 HP every 5 seconds. However, Shi Feng had already achieved his goal. The Mechanical Slayer's gloomy eyes suddenly illuminated and flashed red. Immediately, it retrieved the serrated greatsword from its back and slowly advanced towards Shi Feng. Although the Mechanical Slayer's pace seemed slow due to its gigantic body, each step covered more than a dozen yards. It was not one bit slower than ordinary players. When approaching Shi Feng, the Mechanical Slayer revealed a human-like sneer. Shi Feng felt slightly astonished as he had not expected a mechanical-type monster to possess such high intelligence. In the past, he had never encountered a monster like this. Normally, only high-level NPCs would display such behavior. Come, follow me. Let's see if you can get rid of me. Shi Feng revealed a calm smile. He then tossed the blazing meteor at the Mechanical Slayer once more. He activated Windwalk and ran towards a corner of the hidden warehouse, luring the Mechanical Slayer away from the Mechanical Watchers. After activating Windwalk, Shi Feng's movement speed reached frightening heights. Moreover, Shi Feng had also used the Aura of Wind from the 7 Luminaries ring, increasing his movement speed by an additional 20%. However, even with both effects stacked, the Mechanical Slayer was still faster than Shi Feng. The distance that took Shi Feng several steps to cross only took the Mechanical Slayer a single step. When the distance between them shortened to 20 yards, the Mechanical Slayer abruptly swung its greatsword at Shi Feng, wielding it single-handedly. Clearly, there was still a distance of 20 yards between the Mechanical Slayer and Shi Feng. Although the Mechanical Slayer's serrated greatsword was very large and long, it could not hit Shi Feng. Yet, the Mechanical Slayer still chose to swing its greatsword. When the serrated greatsword descended, it created a loud boom. Even the air surrounding the greatsword compressed and became extremely heavy. Suddenly, tens of air blades shot towards Shi Feng. The blades resembled a wall of air pressing down on Shi Feng. The gaps between air blades simply did not allow Shi Feng any space to evade. Moreover, they covered a frightening range. Shi Feng could not dodge them even if he wanted to. Yet, if Shi Feng took the attack head-on, the blades would end his life. Defensive blade would not change the outcome. At most, the skill could help Shi Feng block 9 air blades. It's using a skill already? As expected, a High Lord won't give players any chances. It would be simply impossible for an ordinary player to escape alive. Shi Feng was utterly astonished. He had not expected the Mechanical Slayer to use such a powerful skill so soon. However, it would be wishful thinking on the Mechanical Slayer's part if it thought it could kill Shi Feng so easily. In the next moment, Shi Feng suddenly flew. In the nick of time, Shi Feng flew out of the range of the air blades, leaving behind afterimages as he charged towards the closest iron pillar. This was none other than the effect of Wind Rider, the activatable skill of the Aura of Wind. Wind Rider enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 100% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. The Mechanical Slayer bellowed angrily. It actually failed to kill an ant like Shi Feng with a single attack. This was simply humiliating. Immediately after, the Mechanical Slayer no longer wielded its serrated greatsword single-handedly. Instead, it swung the greatsword with both hands now. Boom. The serrated greatsword plunged into the sturdy ground. Suddenly, the entire warehouse started trembling. With the Mechanical Slayer as the epicenter, the ground began to crack. Covering a radius of around 70 yards, streams of air blasted up from the ground, decimating everything in their path. The attack caught one unfortunate level 50 tier 1 guard, killing him instantly. The skill's power dumbfounded everyone. It was simply unbelievable. The level 50 tier 1 guard had over 100,000 HP. Yet, he was gone in an instant. This was not Shi Feng's first time meeting a High Lord. However, Shi Feng could say for sure that a High Lord was definitely not capable of instant killing a tier 1 NPC of the same level. At this moment, several thousand level 50 tier 1 players would not be enough to kill the Mechanical Slayer. Fortunately, Shi Feng had Wind Rider activated, so he barely managed to escape the Mechanical Slayer's skill. At this moment, when Shi Feng looked at the Mechanical Slayer again, Shi Feng was shocked to discover a cruel smile on its face. Seeing this, Shi Feng thought of an unlikely possibility. Suddenly, Shi Feng's body shivered as it was overcome with a terrifying chill. This is not good, it's a mutant. Everyone, leave the warehouse immediately. Run as far as you can, Shi Feng shouted. At this moment, various emotions passed through Shi Feng's heart. Originally, Shi Feng had everything under his control. However, he never would have expected that such a thing would occur. To begin with, it was simply impossible for this kind of thing to exist at this stage of the game. Yet, it had actually happened. Although Shi Feng's command confused his guildmates, they carried it out without hesitation. Following Shi Feng's command, everyone ran from the hidden warehouse. At the same time, Shi Feng also tasked his normal guards to stay behind and pin down the Mechanical Slayer, allowing everyone the chance to escape. In the face of the Mechanical Slayer, however, the level 50 tier 1 guards, which had been insurmountable existences to players, could not last a single hit. Guild leader, what is going on? Aqua Rose dared not believe her own eyes right now. The level 50 tier 1 guards were actually dying with a single hit. A single hit. At this moment, Aqua Rose wasn't the only person present who had questions. Everyone in the team was dazed and confused. Such a powerful monster no longer belonged to the category of a High Lord. However, at this moment, nobody had the time to ask their questions. Over a dozen guards sent to hold back the Mechanical Slayer had already fallen. Moreover, from beginning to end, only a few short seconds had passed. Don't ask, just run. Run as far as you can. Absolutely do not turn back, Shi Feng shouted as he tossed an intermediate frost grenade. Currently, Wind Rider was still in effect. So, Shi Feng took advantage of his speed to delay the Mechanical Slayer as much as he could. Originally, an intermediate frost grenade could deal 800 frost damage to monsters level 70 or below and freeze them for 5 seconds. However, when used on the Mechanical Slayer, the intermediate frost grenade had only dealt 100 damage. The freezing effect only lasted for 1 second. Although it was only 1 second, it was effective enough for Shi Feng. Fortunately, the cooldown between uses for the frost grenades was also 1 second, allowing Shi Feng to freeze the Mechanical Slayer perpetually. Shi Feng tossed one frost grenade after another, delaying the Mechanical Slayer for over 20 seconds. At this time, his team had finally left the hidden warehouse. Guild leader, we've left the warehouse, Firedance said in the team chat. No, I told you to run as far as you can. Leave Creek Town immediately, Shi Feng said. Presently, nobody but Shi Feng knew what the appearance of a mutant signified. However, Shi Feng did not have the time to explain at the moment. If they did not run fast or far enough, the consequences would be dire. 30-30 oven. Unfathomably deep listening to Shi Feng's anxious tone, everyone from Zero Wing knew that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Since Shi Feng had issued his command, none of them would tarry. One after another, they quickly ran for the entrance of the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. The Mechanical Slayer's strength was simply too terrifying. Not only did it possess region-scale destruction skills, but it could also kill level 50 tier 1 NPCs with a single hit. If it had only been a region-scale destruction skill, they could have dealt with it. The key thing was that even the Mechanical Slayer's basic attacks could instantly kill an NPC guard with over 100,000 HP. At this stage of the game, players had no hope of defeating the Mechanical Slayer. Guild leader, be careful. Fire Dance could not help but tighten her fists, reluctance filling her heart. Yeah, Shi Feng gave a simple reply. At the moment, he could not relax as he had before. His current enemies were not limited to just the Mechanical Slayer. They also included the 8 other Mechanical Watchers. Previously, these Mechanical Watchers had run out of the hidden warehouse in pursuit of the other members of Zero Wing. However, after everyone escaped from the hidden warehouse, these Mechanical Watchers rushed back to deal with Shi Feng. It was extremely challenging for Shi Feng to slow the Mechanical Slayer's movements while simultaneously dodging the attacks of the 8 Mechanical Watchers. When all was said and done, Shi Feng was only a level 24 Tier 0 swordsman. Only by activating all the life-saving skills he possessed could he barely avoid death. However, he was about to run out of gas. Damn you fools, I'm clearly helping you right now, yet you idiots are trying to kill me. Since you all wish for death so badly, I'll grant you your wish. Shi Feng looked at the 8 Mechanical Watchers that only focused their attacks on him in anger. Then, instead of throwing the intermediate frost grenade in his hand at the Mechanical Slayer, Shi Feng aimed it at the Mechanical Watchers charging at him. Have fun with each other. Damn you bastards. After freezing the 8 Mechanical Watchers, Shi Feng retrieved a speed scroll from his bag and used it. His movement speed soared once more. He then charged directly towards the hidden warehouse's entrance. You will all die. The Mechanical Slayer let out a mechanical roar after escaping its icy imprisonment. The entire warehouse trembled at its mighty roar. Instantly, the Mechanical Slayer strode forward and charged at the escaping swordsman. While moving forward, however, the Mechanical Slayer found itself blocked by the 8 frozen Mechanical Watchers. Without a shred of hesitation, the Slayer swung its greatsword at one of its supposed allies. The strike sent one of the heavy, over 6 feet tall Watchers flying. Making 8 quick successive swings, the Mechanical Slayer sent all 8 Mechanical Watchers into the warehouse's walls. Such horrifying damage, it is as expected of a mutant. At this moment, Shi Feng finally managed a glimpse of the Mechanical Slayer's real damage. A basic swing from its greatsword devoured more than 300,000 HP from each of the Mechanical Watchers. In other words, the Mechanical Slayer could easily kill a level 30 Lord-ranked Mechanical Watcher with only 5 basic attacks. With such strength, the Mechanical Slayer could effortlessly massacre a starter town. It seems that fleeing to a town is out of the question. Shi Feng frowned as he gauged the Mechanical Slayer's combat power. Mutants were a special existence in God's domain. They were not bound by the logic of the game. Normally, mutants were born from mutated monsters. However, a mutant's spawn rate was as low as that of obtaining a lucky stone in God's domain. The system's laws had no effect on these mutants, and they were completely independent creatures. They could wander about to any region, and they would attack and destroy any living being they come across. In Shi Feng's previous life, every time a mutant appeared in God's domain, a disaster would follow. Mutants were like the various natural disasters in the real world, and they were not something that a single player could deal with. Mutants possessed an intellect several times higher than normal monsters, and they were practically on the same level as a high-level NPC. In addition, when a monster mutated, their combat power would increase by several folds. Shi Feng had met with a mutant in the past. The mutant had originally been a level 80 common monster. However, after it mutated, it had instant killed the level 75 Tier 2 player who had been its opponent at the time. If a level 75 Tier 2 player possessed incredible techniques, soloing a level 80 Lord-ranked monster was only a matter of time. Naturally, if such a player wished to escape, they would have no problems doing so. Yet, faced with a level 80 common monster, the level 75 Tier 2 player had no chance to flee. Of course, one of the reasons for that player's demise was negligence. However, the fact that a level 80 common monster was capable of instant killing a level 75 Tier 2 player clearly displayed how much more powerful it became after becoming a mutant, following which, that mutated common monster had become the nightmare of players. By the time everyone was aware of the mutant's existence, over 10,000 players had died at its hands. More importantly, the mutant monster grew stronger the more it killed. This incident had attracted the attention of many large guilds. Based on everyone's knowledge, the more powerful a monster was, the better was the quality of the items it dropped. This was an iron law of God's domain, and even mutants should have been no exception to this law. Since this mutated monster was so powerful, being even stronger than a high lord of the same level, its loot would be magnificent. Hence, the various guilds at the time had sent their own armies to hunt this mutant. At that time, over 100,000 players had been dispatched, and all of them were above level 70. There were even Tier 2 professional experts among them. The battle between the mutant and the player army had shaken the heaven and earth. A starter town had even been decimated as a result of that war. Although the player army had successfully killed the mutant in the end, the losses they suffered were tremendous. Out of the 100,000 players sent out, less than 3,000 survived. Meanwhile, the mutant before Shi Feng right now had mutated from a High Lord monster. Currently, the Mechanical Slayer was just a newborn. Its strength was at its weakest right now. Shi Feng did not dare imagine how powerful it would become once it matured. In the past, a level 80 common mutant had grown to be able to wipe out over 90,000 players from a 100,000 strong army. Moreover, some of those players had been Tier 2 experts, and everyone's levels at that time were not much different than the mutants. Meanwhile, although the Mechanical Slayer before Shi Feng was only level 50, not a single player had reached level 40 yet. To put it simply, the Mechanical Slayer was invincible against players. During the time Shi Feng took to escape the hidden warehouse, the Mechanical Slayer had taken care of all 8 Mechanical Watchers. Finished with the nuisances, the Mechanical Slayer renewed its charge at Shi Feng. So fast, Shi Feng hurriedly threw a frost grenade at it. This time, however, the Mechanical Slayer had not fallen for the same trick. With nimble steps, it easily avoided the intermediate frost grenade Shi Feng had thrown. Damn, it's those Mechanical Watchers' fault. Shi Feng's anger grew. In the beginning, when the Mechanical Slayer had just awoken, its intellect had still been considerably low, hence, it failed to dodge the first frost grenade. Moreover, as long as Shi Feng's stock of intermediate frost grenades did not run out, he could freeze the Mechanical Slayer for an indefinite amount of time. Now, however, this strategy was no longer viable. Almost immediately, the Mechanical Slayer caught up to Shi Feng, its serrated greatsword coursing its way towards him. Currently, the hallway Shi Feng was in only had one path. There was nowhere to dodge, and death was all but inevitable. Shi Feng had no choice but to bet everything he had, pointing the abyssal blade at the Mechanical Slayer. Abyssal bind. 9 pitch-black chains suddenly sprouted from the ground, binding the Mechanical Slayer. Ah, ooh! The Mechanical Slayer struggled madly, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered one of the chains. Soon, the second and third chain broke apart as well. At this moment, the chains of abyssal bind that had never failed Shi Feng until now seemed as fragile as strips of paper. 3038. Hunted after easily snapping the chains that bound it, the Mechanical Slayer swung down its serrated greatsword. Unlike the downward slash it had used at the very beginning of the raid, this swing had sliced apart the air, the greatsword meeting no resistance whatsoever. The air blades that the slash produced had also become much finer, sharper, and quicker. Its improvement rate is too fast. Shi Feng had not imagined that the abyssal bind, which could restrain even the High Lord-ranked Nebula Tiger, would not affect the Mechanical Slayer. However, the Mechanical Slayer's improvement was far more frightening. It seems that I can only fool around here. Shi Feng watched the air blades that filled the hall. There was simply nowhere to take cover. He had also used up all of his life-saving skills to deal with the 8 Mechanical Watchers. However, even if he had his life-saving skills, he still couldn't defend against the Mechanical Slayer's attack. Not delaying any further, Shi Feng switched out the 7 Luminaries' Ring's aura of wind to the aura of space. Suddenly, a spatial crack formed in front of Shi Feng. Through this crack, one could see a completely different view from that of the Blood Hand Association stronghold. In the blink of an eye, the spatial crack widened large enough to allow a single person to pass through. Shi Feng jumped through the spatial crack without hesitation. Soon after, the air blades entered the spatial crack as well, following their target. However, the moment these blades of air entered the spatial crack, they immediately disappeared without a trace, like a rock sinking into a bottomless ocean. This spatial crack was formed by none other than the aura of space's activatable skill, space movement. Although the skill was not as convenient as an elementalist's instantaneous movement, the distance one could cross using space movement far surpassed that of instantaneous movement. Mutants were different from other monsters. If a monster or NPC killed a player, they would only suffer the standard system penalty. However, if a mutant killed a player, not only would the penalty for death double, but players would also need to wait 1 natural day before they could revive in the game. Healers' resurrection skills would also not work on players mutants had killed. Hence, players were required to wait 1 natural day before they could resume playing God's Domain. Moreover, after reviving, players would enter a weakened state, having all their attributes reduced by 30% and EXP received by 50% for 2 natural days. In God's Domain, time was money. A guild would suffer tremendous losses if its members became useless for 3 days. Even first-rate guilds could not afford to suffer such a loss. When the Mechanical Slayer saw Shi Feng disappear into the spatial crack, a hint of suspicion appeared on its icy face. The Mechanical Slayer had only recently gained its own consciousness, and there were simply too many things in this world that it did not know. Shi Feng was but an ant in its eyes, something that it could easily crush. However, not only had this ant damaged it, freezing it for a long time, but this ant also managed to escape right before its eyes. Moreover, the method this ant used to escape was something it had never encountered before. "Damned ant, do you think you can escape me?" The Mechanical Slayer laughed coldly, almost human-like. "No matter how far you run, you won't escape my grasp." Following which, the Mechanical Slayer swung its greatsword upwards, piercing a large hole through the ceiling and creating a path out of the Blood Hand Association stronghold. Focusing its strength in its legs, the Mechanical Slayer jumped out of the stronghold. "So, this is how flying works," the Mechanical Slayer chuckled as it hovered in midair. If Shi Feng could hear the Mechanical Slayer's words or witness the flying ability it displayed, cold sweat would drench his back. Not only did the intelligence of this Mechanical Slayer undergo a tremendous transformation, but its learning capability also reached frightening levels. The Mechanical Slayer had only seen Shi Feng use Wind Rider once, yet it actually learned the skill so quickly. I see that you've managed to run quite far away. Hovering above the Blood Hand Association stronghold, the Mechanical Slayer's lips curled up with a trace of playfulness as it looked towards the northwest. Immediately, it flew in that direction, hunting its prey. At this moment, Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and everyone else from Zero Wing had just left the Blood Hand Association stronghold, confusion still occupying their minds. Before anyone could react, the roof of the Blood Hand Association stronghold suddenly collapsed, creating a hole that led towards the stronghold's underground space. In the next moment, the Mechanical Slayer appeared from the hole and hovered above the stronghold. Soon after, the Mechanical Slayer transformed into a streak of light and departed from Creektown. After a period of silence, Snow Goose rubbed her eyes, asking uncertainly, "Big Sis Aqua, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? That thing that flew away just now was the Mechanical Slayer, right?" Yes." Aqua Rose nodded her head blankly. The Mechanical Slayer looked like a flying fortress as it soared through the sky. Not only had it possessed frightening, destructive force, but it also possessed speed that completely surpassed players. Faced with an enemy like this, any player would be left speechless, let alone those who had personally witnessed the power of this creature. Although the Mechanical Slayer had already departed from Creektown, fear lingered in everyone's hearts. Was it really possible for players to contend with such a monster? This question echoed in everyone's minds. Crap. Since the Mechanical Slayer has left, doesn't that mean that Guild Leader died inside the hidden warehouse? Fire Dance suddenly realized, her expression undergoing an abrupt change. Filled with worry, Fire Dance immediately activated Wind Steps and rushed back into the stronghold, charging towards the collapsed warehouse. In God's domain, there were only two possibilities for a monster to leave battle. The first was when players had run beyond the monster's range predetermined by the system. The other scenario was when the monster successfully killed its target. Now that the Mechanical Slayer had departed from Creektown, it was obvious that the second scenario had occurred. "I'll go with you." Violet Cloud also reacted quickly and chased after Fire Dance. Following which, everyone finally understood the situation. Shame overcame them as they followed the two girls. They were the elite members of Zero Wing, yet they had allowed their guild leader to sacrifice himself to protect them. What kind of elite members were they? However, as everyone arrived before the hidden warehouse, they were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Unbelievably, the corpses of the 8 mechanical watchers were embedded into the steel walls of the hidden warehouse. In addition, items littered the floor around the dead watchers. However, to everyone's surprise, Shi Feng's body was nowhere to be found. Just what was going on here? They were left with even more questions now. Fire Dance immediately checked the team member list, discovering that Shi Feng's name was still illuminated. The fact that Shi Feng's name had not turned gray showed that Shi Feng was still alive. Just what is happening? Fire Dance sighed in relief. Though she was visibly more at ease now, the questions plaguing her had only increased. Just as everyone was at a loss, Shi Feng suddenly spoke through the team chat asking, "What's the situation in Creektown? Is the Mechanical Slayer still there?" "Guild leader, where did you run off to? We thought that the Slayer had done away with you." Snow Goose giggled. She then added, "Big Sis Fire Dance even went into a flurry and wanted to take revenge. We couldn't stop her, even working together." Hearing these words, Fire Dance shot Snow Goose a glare, a faint blush appearing on her delicate white cheeks. Snow Goose stuck her little tongue out playfully at Fire Dance. She then hid behind Aqua Rose, only revealing her head to glance at Fire Dance with her hands on her hips. "Snow Goose, stop being naughty. We need to get down to business." Aqua Rose flicked a finger at Snow Goose's forehead, pretending to be angry. "Big Sis Aqua, I was wrong. However, you shouldn't always flick my forehead. I'll get brain damage at this rate." Snow Goose clutched her forehead, her eyes tearing. Completely ignoring Snow Goose's spoiled act, Aqua Rose spoke through the team chat, "Guild leader, the Blood Hand Association stronghold has been destroyed. Moreover, the Mechanical Slayer departed from Creektown and flew towards the northwest. As I expected, it's still chasing after me." Shi Feng pondered. He then smiled, saying, "I guess it's good that it is coming after me. Since the Mechanical Slayer is no longer in Creektown, I'll leave collecting the treasures inside the warehouse to you. Do not let others take advantage of us." To undo the magic barrier protecting the treasures, they needed to get rid of the 8 mechanical watchers and the Mechanical Slayer. Now that all 8 mechanical watchers were dead, only the Mechanical Slayer remained. As long as the Mechanical Slayer died, the magic barrier would vanish. Meanwhile, now that the Blood Hand Association's stronghold had been destroyed, the treasures had also been revealed. Sooner or later, the red names that had just revived or escaped previously would discover the treasure. As long as the magic barrier vanished, those bandits would not sit quietly and watch as their team looted the stronghold. They would take the opportunity to snatch some for themselves. Guild leader, please rest assured. How could anything belonging to our Zero Wing be that easy to steal? Aqua Rose said, a chilling glow flashing in her eyes, following which Shi Feng began to flee once more. Space movement had a maximum range of 300,000 yards, which was only around 1 or 2 leveling zones. However, Creektown was located at the borders of the White River City region. There were no other towns in its vicinity. Even if there were, though, the forces there would not be enough to stop the Mechanical Slayer. Right now, White River City was the only location that could fend off the Mechanical Slayer. Thus, Shi Feng used space movement to arrive at the closest teleportation point, teleporting to White River City. After arriving at White River City, before Shi Feng even stepped out of the teleportation magic array, he discovered a commotion going on at the entrance of the teleportation hall. At this moment, there were many guild players surrounding the entrance of the teleportation hall, and every one of them acted overbearingly. 339 making an enemy out of everyone. What's going on in White River City? Shi Feng thought as he looked at the overbearing crowd blockading the entrance of the teleportation hall. Do they recognize me somehow? However, Shi Feng quickly rejected this idea, realizing that he should not be this crowd's target. In order to avoid attracting attention, Shi Feng donned the black cloak before he teleported to White River City, hiding both his appearance and ID. Moreover, he had not told anyone of his whereabouts, so why would anyone expect him? Furthermore, this was the teleportation hall of White River City. What reason was there to blockading this place? The White River City guards were not just for show, hence Shi Feng was sure that these guilds occupied the teleportation hall for some other purpose. Interesting. I wonder what sort of evil plan these guilds have this time. Shi Feng revealed a faint smile as he walked towards the entrance of the teleportation hall. Currently, Zero Wing was like the sun at noon. Naturally, many guilds would feel insecure about losing their position, so it was normal for them to take action. At this moment, the entrance of the teleportation hall was filled with noise. Several guilds had gathered, many of which were third-rate guilds. Even the members of Dark Star and World Dominators, 2 of the top 6 guilds of White River City, were present. What are you guilds trying to do here? Didn't we tell you already that we're not interested in joining you? A female guardian knight growled in annoyance. The woman was an extraordinary beauty with bright eyes. Lady, don't say that. Interest is something that can be nurtured. Your disinterest is simply because you don't fully understand us right now. I believe that as long as we spend some time together, your enthusiasm in joining us will grow, a level 18 male assassin insisted, laughing. The assassin was fully geared with mysterious iron equipment. After the male assassin spoke, the tens of players behind him tightened their blockade of the entrance with no intentions of letting anyone get past them. Are all guilds in White River City like you guys? The female guardian knight said as she wrinkled her brows. Ha ha ha, don't misunderstand us. We aren't forcing you to join any of the guilds present. If you aren't interested in joining any of us, you only need to pay a 5 silver coin service fee. After all, you can't expect us to make a trip here for nothing. The male assassin chuckled coldly. You all are going too far. In a fit of rage, the female guardian knight unsheathed her saber and shield. Although her equipment was a mix of common and bronze rank, her level of 17 was not to be underestimated. Currently, the majority of players were only level 13, and few among the average players had reached level 14. Those who managed to reach level 15 were all veteran players. As for those who were level 16 or above, such players were usually the elite members of guilds. The fact that an independent player like the female guardian knight had managed to reach level 17 showed that she possessed definite abilities. What? You want to challenge me? Come at me then. I'll even stand here and let you hit me. Hit me if you can. The male assassin laughed arrogantly. He even took the initiative to move closer towards the female guardian knight's saber. You shameless bastard. Although the female guardian knight was furious, she did not take action. They were in White River City. If she attacked first, the guards would capture or kill her. Yet, with so many people blocking the entrance, there was simply no way to leave the building. However, she was also unwilling to pay these bastards. To teleport to White River City, they had spent a lot of money. Now, these guilds wanted to charge them a passage fee of 5 silver coins per person. That was practically everything an average player would have. Turtledove, don't let them get to you, a tall and sturdy male berserker said, pulling back the female guardian knight. Big brother Shadowsword, they are simply too much. I need to teach them a lesson. At worst, the guards will just lock me up. The female guardian knight named Turtledove persisted, the expression on her face showing that she was not afraid of death. Even if you take action, you might not necessarily be able to deal with the problem at hand. We just arrived at White River City and we don't have any reputation here. However, they are different. They have already accumulated a certain amount of reputation in White River City. Even if they aren't nobles, they will still be citizens of White River City. If we attack them, they can retaliate without suffering any consequences, the berserker named Shadowsword warned. Oh, it seems that you still possess some insight, the male assassin sneered. We have earned enough reputation to become White River City citizens. Some of us here are even first-class citizens, which is only a rank behind nobles. I believe you should know what a first-class citizen signifies, right? In God's domain, citizens of any particular city would receive a special treatment. When a confrontation occurred between players inside a city, as long as no damage occurred, the guards of the city would not pay any attention. Meanwhile, when attacking a first-class citizen inside a city, if one were not a citizen of that particular city, then the punishment they received would double. If Turtledove dared to attack a first-class citizen of White River City, a very severe punishment would await her. Even if said first-class citizen killed her, she would still be arrested and jailed once she respawned. She would also have to pay a fine. If she did not possess sufficient funds to pay the fine, she would have to pawn the items she had on her to make up for it. At this moment, Turtledove came to a realization. She was inwardly relieved that she had not acted rashly just now. Otherwise, she would have truly played into those bastards' hands. Did you think that you could leave just because you didn't make a move? The male assassin laughed, glaring at Turtledove contemptuously. If first-class citizens strike, I wonder how you will respond. You shameless bastards. Turtledove understood what these guild players were trying to do. Suddenly, she said in a frosty tone, "We have come to White River City to join Zero Wing. Are you guys not afraid that Zero Wing will retaliate because of this despicable display?" "Ha ha ha, Zero Wing? So what? This daddy here is a member of Dark Star. Even if Zero Wing has great potential, it is still not a match for Dark Star right now. Those bastards from Zero Wing don't even dare to fight us out in the open," the male assassin said in disdain. "Moreover, haven't you noticed that there are other guilds present here as well? You guys are really foolish. You actually fell for the crap that some newly established guild like Zero Wing spews. Did you guys really think that White River City belongs entirely to Zero Wing? Just Dark Star alone is enough to send Zero Wing trembling in fear. Right now, there are 7 third-rate guilds and more than 10 unrated guilds with over 3,000 members present. Even if Zero Wing grew a spine, do you think they would dare to provoke all of us? Do you really think Zero Wing is willing to make an enemy out of everyone present?" Turtledove's composure wavered at the male assassin's words. Zero Wing was indeed a newly established guild. Moreover, although there were over 1 million guild players in White River City, only a fraction belonged to the top 6 guilds of White River City, whereas the majority belonged to normal unrated guilds. Although these unrated guilds only possessed 3,000 to 5,000 members on average, there was a large number of unrated guilds in White River City. If their numbers combined, the total members that these unrated guilds possessed far surpassed the top 6 guilds of White River City. If these unrated guilds allied with each other, not even the top 6 guilds of White River City would be a match for them. With so many guilds working together, how could Zero Wing possibly oppose them? Thinking up to this point, Turtledove started growing anxious. "Turtledove, my inconsideration has implicated you in this matter. In a moment, I'll hold them off while you take the chance to escape. As long as you leave the teleportation hall, none of these guilds can do anything to you," Shadowsword whispered to Turtledove. "No, at worst, we'll die together. Isn't it just losing some levels and equipment? It's not my first time suffering such a setback." Turtledove shook her head, tightening her grip on her saber. "I applaud you for your bravery. Unfortunately, you guys came at the wrong time. Brothers, go, show these folks our passion." The male assassin's lips curled up into a mocking sneer. He then motioned with his hand. Immediately, 3 players possessing the status of first-class citizens moved. However, before the 3 first-class citizen players arrived in front of Shadowsword and Turtledove, a black figure suddenly appeared, blocking them. This person hidden under a black cloak was none other than Shi Feng, making an enemy of everyone. Such a bold claim. Is Dark Star not afraid of biting its own tongue? Do you really think Dark Star is the overlord of White River City? 340 Major Noble Shi Feng's appearance stunned the guild players blocking the entrance. To think there was actually someone so foolish. "Brat, you must be a newcomer, right? In White River City, we are the sky. Even Zero Wing, which is in its heyday right now, has to bow before us. Since you are also new, I'll give you a piece of advice. Join us. Why bother with a guild that has no future like Zero Wing? Of course, it's also fine if you don't wish to join us. Just pay 5 silver coins and we'll let you be on your way." The various guild players laughed maniacally. Shi Feng paid no mind to the ridicule and laughter. Instead, he said, "So, it turns out that your guilds are such good-for-nothings. Instead of growing the courage to confront Zero Wing, you came here to target the players intending to join them. Don't you think you're ridiculous? Brat, you trying to challenge us?" The male assassin from Dark Star sneered disdainfully. As the male assassin spoke, the other guilds sent forward a few of their own first-class citizens. As first-class citizens, as long as they did not damage players without reputation, even if they manhandled the other party, they would not face any consequences. Hence, they could simply drag Shi Feng and the other 2 newcomers out of White River City. Kill them? Cut them? They could do whatever they wanted. It would be even better if the newcomers retaliated. As long as the newcomers retaliated, they could kill them. In other words, regardless of whether Shi Feng and the other 2 retaliated or not, they would not have a happy ending. At this moment, Shadowsword whispered to Shi Feng, saying, "Fellow brother, thank you for standing up for us. In a moment, I'll charge ahead, so take the chance to escape. As long as you leave the teleportation hall, you should be able to avoid them. If you hide in the high-class area of the city, they can't use force against you. There were differences between the areas in a city. In the common areas of the city, as long as no actual damage occurred, the NPC guards would not pay any attention to the friction between players. However, it was a different story if such a situation occurred in the high-class areas or trade area. The same applied to the restaurants and shops inside the city. Even first-class citizens would be arrested and jailed if they tried to create trouble in these areas. Shi Feng smiled in reply to Shadow Sword's words. However, he did not take them to heart as he continued advancing, walking step by step towards Drunken Maniac, the male assassin from Darkstar. What's wrong with this person? Originally, Turtledove had some goodwill towards Shi Feng. However, seeing that Shi Feng ignored Shadow Sword's words, her impression of him worsened slightly. Turtledove, Shadow Sword chided in a low tone. I want to see what he's going to do next, Turtledove snorted as she frowned Shi Feng's frail back. Shadow Sword remained silent, quietly watching Shi Feng. Shadow Sword felt that Shi Feng was not as simple as he appeared. Although the black cloak that Shi Feng wore hid his appearance, level, and name, it could not hide the air of an expert his body exuded. Moreover, looking at Shi Feng's unperturbed appearance, Shadow Sword's certainty that Shi Feng was a powerful expert grew, hence, he hindered Turtledove's actions. However, Shadow Sword had not expected anything to actually happen. After all, they were still within White River City. Even experts were not allowed to take action here. Oh? Since you want to die, we'll play with you. 6 players with statuses of first-class citizens immediately surrounded and grabbed at Shi Feng, intending to drag him away and out of the city. Huh? What's going on? One of the 6 first-class citizen players asked, astonished. Despite the 6 of them working together, no matter how much strength they used, Shi Feng did not even budge a single inch. What happened to you all? Isn't he just a newcomer? Why haven't you dragged him away yet? Drunken Maniac demanded, his brows wrinkling. Lone Tyrant had sent him to deal with players that came from other cities to join Zero Wing. Due to Zero Wing's growing popularity, many players on the forums had expressed their intentions to migrate to White River City to join the up-and-coming guild. Faced with such a situation, the various guilds in White River City were unable to sit still. It was especially true for Darkstar and World Dominators. Currently, Zero Wing was a huge headache for them. If they allowed experts from other cities to bolster Zero Wing's ranks, the guild would soon grow to become an unstoppable force in White River City. Hence, many guilds decided to cooperate with each other and sent a few of their members with high reputation to occupy the teleportation hall. With so many guilds working together, even Zero Wing would not dare create conflict casually. By doing so, not only could they reduce the numbers joining Zero Wing, but they could also reduce some of Zero Wing's prestige, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the only reply Drunken Maniac received was the flash of a sword, Earth Splitter. The players surrounding Shi Feng were only level 16. Their HP was only slightly over 2,000. They could not endure Shi Feng's sword at all. With a single attack, all 6 players surrounding Shi Feng fell like puppets who had their strings cut. You actually attacked us! Drunken Maniac gaped Shi Feng in disbelief. He could not understand why Shi Feng dared to attack them. They were still inside White River City. They also had so many players on their side. So, shouldn't Shi Feng be on his knees, begging for mercy and allowing them to trample him? Meanwhile, Turtledove, who stood behind Shi Feng, had her mouth open wide in shock. With her eyes fixed on Shi Feng's back, she couldn't help but mutter in a low tone, just who is he? At this moment, Shadow Sword's expression turned solemn. He was not surprised by the fact that Shi Feng had made a move. However, being able to kill 6 elite guild members with a single hit was simply unbelievable. Shi Feng's attack power was practically on the same level as a boss monster. After killing the 6 players who had surrounded him, Shi Feng turned to Drunken Maniac. With a faint smile, he asked, "So, what if I attacked you?" Shi Feng was a Viscount of White River City. He was a bona fide major noble. Yet, these players had dared to flaunt their slight skill before him. These players simply did not know their own place. First-class citizen was just a nice-sounding title. In reality, they were commoners in White River City. Meanwhile, a commoner that dared to make a move against a major noble was a commoner that did not know the meaning of the word death. Drunken Maniac felt a chill crawl down his body when Shi Feng had glanced at him. It was as if Shi Feng were a towering giant that could easily stomp him to death. Involuntarily, Drunken Maniac retreated a few steps. However, when he thought of the many allies behind him, courage filled his heart. He then pointed at Shi Feng with unflattering rage. "Brat, you're courting death. Since you dared to kill us within White River City, nobody in the entire city can save you now. It would be the same even if Black Flame were here right now. Brothers, kill him." Tens of Darkstar members charged at Shi Feng. In the distance, over a dozen mages had also begun to chant their spells. In the next moment, however, everyone discovered that they were actually unable to use any of their skills. Immediately, Shi Feng swung the Abyssal Blade and sent 3 arcs of lightning at the group charging at him, causing damages of over 1,000 points to appear 3 times over everyone's head. Under the lightning's might, none survived. At this moment, even a fool could tell that Shi Feng was not a simple character. Originally, the members of the various guilds present had laughed at Shi Feng for his foolishness. Now, however, no one laughed. Shi Feng's first strike had killed 6 players, while his second had killed tens of players. At this moment, nobody dared to make even the slightest movement, deeply afraid that the next person to die would be themselves. The only thing they could do right now was to wait for the arrival of the city guards. Only the city guards could deal with a monster like Shi Feng. You, just who are you? Drunken Maniac retreated, his body trembling uncontrollably. Shi Feng was simply too powerful. This was the first time Drunken Maniac had felt such an invisible power. Although there was nothing surrounding his body, Drunken Maniac felt as if his body were made of lead. Even his breath became extremely heavy. You said that it would be useless even if Black Flame were here. Well, I'm standing here right now. What you are going to do about it? Shi Feng removed the black cloak. He then smiled at Drunken Maniac once more, slowly advancing towards the assassin, step by step. Without the black cloak, everyone recognized him as Black Flame. 341. It has come. As long as one was from White River City, they would definitely recognize Black Flame. It's Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame. Why is he here? No wonder he's so strong. The various guild players present started panicking. If Shi Feng were simply an expert from another city, at most, they would feel a little nervous. After all, no matter how powerful Shi Feng was, he could not contend with the entire city. Not only did the man possess astonishing strength, but he also had a powerful guild backing him up. You, Drunken Maniac, retreated as he gaped at Shi Feng, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He had simply been sent here by his guild leader, Lone Tyrant, to harass some independent players. He would never have imagined that he would come across the famous, yet mysterious, Black Flame of White River City. Not long ago, Black Flame had killed Lone Tyrant while surrounded by an army of thousands. Meanwhile, he only had a few hundred men. Moreover, in terms of combat power, he was far inferior to Lone Tyrant. So, how was he going to survive? Guild leader, you've really brought a calamity down on me this time. Drunken Maniac laughed bitterly in his heart. As for escape, although Drunken Maniac was arrogant, he was not a fool. Shi Feng could have killed him with his previous strike, yet Shi Feng had not done so. Why? It was because, to Shi Feng, taking his life would be as easy as shooting fish in a barrel. I really did not expect Guild Leader Black Flame to pay us a visit. Although I know that I am certainly not strong enough to challenge you, if Guild Leader Black Flame wishes to kill me, I will not resist. However, I stand here today as not just the representative of Dark Star, but also the many guilds in White River City. Guild Leader Black Flame, you should know that by killing me Zero Wing will show its opposition to the many guilds present today. Drunken Maniac did not wish to die. Moreover, the support of so many guilds standing by him emboldened and strengthened the assassin. However, although Drunken Maniac's words sounded awe-inspiring and many guilds stood by as backup, Shi Feng's footsteps did not stop. Guild Leader Black Flame, our guilds have chosen Drunken Maniac as our representative here today. If you kill him, your actions will offend our guilds. So, I hope Guild Leader Black Flame will think things through. That's right. Although Zero Wing is powerful in White River City, we are not that easily bullied. Moreover, nobody will benefit from a life and death struggle. Guild Leader Black Flame, you have to think it through carefully. Guild Leader Black Flame, in my opinion, you should just let bygones be bygones. Wouldn't it be better if both sides take a step back? Why must you push the situation to an impasse? Neither party will benefit from such a situation. Zero Wing only has around 5,000 members. However, our guild's combined numbers exceed 100,000. Even if experts are aplenty in Zero Wing, could each of these experts take on 20 people by themselves? After one person stood up Shi Feng, the other guilds also started to voice their opinions. Although these guild players' persuasion attempts seemed gentle, in reality they were using another method to strike at Zero Wing. If Shi Feng did not retaliate today, it would mean that Zero Wing's invincible momentum had finally broken. To outsiders, it would look as if Black Flame had admitted defeat. At that time, even without their guilds hindering players from other cities from joining Zero Wing, those players might give up on Zero Wing due to their disappointment in the guild. At this moment, Turtledove and Shadowsword, who stood behind Shi Feng, still wore shocked expressions. They never thought that the stranger who willingly lent them a hand when they were in trouble would actually be the guild leader of Zero Wing. Meeting the mysterious guild leader of Zero Wing was more difficult than winning the lottery in reality. After all, there were simply too many players in White River City. Yet, they had actually encountered him. However, resentment began to fill their hearts as they listened to the many guilds. These people are just a bunch of trash. Turtledove did not originally have a positive opinion of these guilds. Now, that opinion had only grown worse. Shadowsword nodded his head in agreement. This was why he did not wish to join these guilds. These guilds only knew how to use underhanded tactics to reap the greatest benefits. To these guilds, today's enemies may be tomorrow's friends. In Shadowsword's eyes, these guilds were simply despicable. Although they were outsiders, they could easily tell what these guilds were trying to do. These guilds were clearly in the wrong. Hindering players from joining Zero Wing was already an affront to Zero Wing's reputation. Now, they shamelessly accused Shi Feng of bullying. However, Shadowsword could not help but admit that the current Zero Wing was not so powerful that it could afford to ignore the alliance of all these guilds. What will he do? Shadowsword paid closer attention to Shi Feng's every move. If Shi Feng allowed this situation, although Zero Wing would retain its current strength, it would become a laughingstock. Yet, if Shi Feng acted recklessly, he would have played directly into Dark Star's hands and become these guilds' enemy. However, Shi Feng's next action completely surprised Shadow Sword. Without saying a word, Shi Feng arrived before Drunken Maniac, a calm smile on his face. Guild leader Black Flame is as wise as expected. Drunken Maniac sighed in relief when he saw Shi Feng's smile. At least he would not die today. In the next second, however, Drunken Maniac saw a silver shimmer flash before his eyes. Suddenly, Drunken Maniac's vision turned gray, his legs turning limp and his body falling to the ground. Why? Drunken Maniac failed to understand. Everyone else was similarly puzzled. Why had Shi Feng dared to take action? Did he not understand how serious the consequences were? It seems that you still don't understand Zero Wing, Shi Feng chuckled. Although our guild isn't very impressive, it also isn't a guild that stands by in silence while others are bullied. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since you struck first, what's there to fuss about now that I'm striking back? Did you really think I would be so naive as to let you off? Although Shi Feng's voice was soft, everyone present could hear his words as clear as day. Every word was like a sledgehammer banging at their hearts. Wow! Turtledove was momentarily overwhelmed by the man before her. This was her ideal guild, a guild that would not falter even when surrounded by enemies. Ah, my trip was not wasted. Now that I see him in person, I am even more certain that I must join Zero Wing. Shadow Sword struggled to contain his excitement. Although Shi Feng's actions had delighted Shadow Sword and Turtledove, the various guilds blockading the teleportation hall were not pleased in the least. Lunatic. He's simply a lunatic. He actually dared to kill Drunken Maniac right in front of us. I hear that his entire body is filled with treasure. Now that he's a red name, we'll be rich if we can kill him. Even if his strength is absolute, with so many people on our side, he will not survive. At that time, we'll gain double the profits. Although Shi Feng's words had left the various guild players shaken, now that he had dropped all pretense, they would not let him go. After all, the fame and fortune they could gain by killing Shi Feng were extremely abundant. Not good. These bastards intend to slaughter him. Watching the guild players slowly advance, Turtledove grew worried for Shi Feng. Although Shi Feng had managed to kill Lone Tyrant within an army of thousands the last time, that did not mean Shi Feng was capable of exterminating an army of thousands. Moreover, there was no place for Shi Feng to run since this place was so crowded. If Shi Feng had to face several hundred players all at the same time, the result was obvious. Only death would await him. Considering the circumstances, Shadow Sword and Turtledove immediately stepped up to Shi Feng's sides. They were both prepared to enter battle with Shi Feng. Just as the battle was about to start, the sound of an explosion came from the outside of the teleportation hall, the massive boom echoing throughout the entire building. Before anybody realized what had happened, another series of explosions resounded. Moreover, the sounds were getting louder and louder, so much so that everyone in the teleportation hall could feel the ground tremble. It certainly arrived quickly. Shi Feng's lips slightly curled up as he watched the clouds of dust rise from the streets. Standing beside Shi Feng, both Shadow Sword and Turtledove grew curious as they looked at Shi Feng's calm demeanor. It was as if Shi Feng knew the cause of the explosions. However, compared to the turmoil happening outside, they now faced with hundreds of players. How could Shi Feng possibly smile at a moment like this? 30-40 monster attacking the city. Although the explosions from outside the teleportation hall grew increasingly louder, they had not dissuaded any of the various guild players from their opportunity for fame and fortune. Currently, the guild leader of Zero Wing stood before them. As long as they could kill Black Flame, they would become famous overnight. Whether it was for themselves or their guild, they would benefit greatly from killing Black Flame. Black Flame's reputation was simply too powerful. The prestige Zero Wing enjoyed today was largely due to Black Flame. Now that such a fortuitous opportunity lay before them, they simply could not pass it up. Black Flame had already taken the initiative to kill so many players inside the city, violating White River City's laws. Now, he was no longer protected by the city. In a moment, the guards would arrive to kill Black Flame, which was to say, even if they killed Black Flame, the guards of White River City would do nothing to them. Currently, they had the teleportation hall's only exit blocked off. They might never encounter such a godsend opportunity in the future. Ignore what's happening outside for now. Let's get rid of Black Flame first, then talk. If the guards arrive, we won't have the chance to kill him anymore. That's right, we can't let him get away. Black Flame, don't think that you are amazing just because you are an expert. Today, you will die. So what if you're an expert? Do you know what strength in numbers means? The various guild players all wore sneers on their faces. Obviously, they no longer held any respect for Shi Feng. There was only greed and highly inflated confidence in their eyes right now. Guild leader Black Flame, I'll attract their attention in a moment, so take the chance to escape, Shadow Sword said as he suddenly moved in front of Shi Feng. Shi Feng looked at Shadow Sword strangely. Previously, Shi Feng had not been too concerned about Shadow Sword as he had focused on the situation itself. Now that he took a closer look at Shadow Sword, he suddenly discovered that this person was not as simple as he seemed. Although Shadow Sword's equipment was nothing special, and he was only level 17, his every movement exuded the unique temperament that only martial arts practitioners possessed. Although I had never heard of an expert named Shadow Sword in the past, this person is still quite interesting. Shi Feng revealed a faint smile as he examined Shadow Sword's figure. Although Shi Feng had been the guild leader of Shadow in the past and had played God's Domain for over a decade, it was simply impossible for him to remember the names of every expert in God's Domain. After all, there were simply too many experts in this game. However, what Shi Feng admired about Shadow Sword was not his skills. Rather, it was Shadow Sword's behavior. In a situation where most people would hide and cower, Shadow Sword actively rushed forward instead. Even though he knew that this was a suicidal thing to do, he had still done it. It had been a long time since Shi Feng had encountered such a fool. Even while hundreds of players charged at Shi Feng, Turtledove discovered that Shi Feng had not moved an inch. Instead, he stood there quietly, watching the crowd. Inwardly, Turtledove was stunned, wondering what was going through Shi Feng's mind. Has he already given up? Oh, there really are a lot of guilds here. It seems that I'll have to use a little effort this time. Shi Feng looked around, memorizing all the guilds here today. If he did not give these guilds a taste of Zero Wing's might, their actions would only grow bolder in the future. Normally, he would not stand a chance against such a crowd. Now, however, the situation was different. It should be about time. You two, in a moment, distance yourselves. The farther the better. It would be unfortunate if I mistakenly injured you, Shi Feng whispered a reminder to Shadow Sword and Turtledove before slowly advancing on the crowd. At the same time, he activated the aura of space on the 7 luminaries ring, becoming immune to all control and restricting effects. Shi Feng's instructions confused the two independent players. Just what was he planning to do? Did he really intend to engage in a deathmatch with these hundreds of players? Presumptuous. Die. One of the level 16 berserkers who led the charge smiled disdainfully. Lifting his battle axe, he used charge and took the lead to hack at Shi Feng. The giant battle axe carried a strong wind with it as it descended. Originally, the berserker thought he could repel Shi Feng with a single attack. In the next moment, however, this level 16 berserker finally realized what true strength was. Making a casual swing with the abyssal blade, Shi Feng slashed at the steel battle axe, sending both the axe and the berserker flying, following which Shi Feng charged towards his incoming opponents like a bullet, crashing into and dispersing the crowd. Is he a monster? Turtledove was dumbfounded. The players from the various large guilds were also momentarily stunned. However, they quickly recovered their wits. Mages, kill him. Although the melee players who had charged at Shi Feng had scattered, the mages standing in the back had not stopped their chanting. Soon, spells flew at Shi Feng, one after another. Not daring to take all of those spells head-on, Shi Feng quickly carried out complex footwork, his dance becoming ethereal. Dodging one spell after another, Shi Feng charged towards the crowd. Not good, he's going for the healers. All melees, block him. A group of melee players immediately charged forward and blocked Shi Feng's path. However, their attempt was futile. Shi Feng was currently level 24, and most of the equipment he wore was fine gold rank or above. All of his attributes far surpassed these level 16 and level 17 melee players. With ease, Shi Feng plowed through all obstacles before him. Sword flashes enveloped these players. Even though these players had skills that could block attacks, their bodies could not keep up and react appropriately. Hence, Shi Feng eliminated them easily. Moreover, as Shi Feng weaved his way through the crowd, the ranged mages were unable to hit the swordsman. There was always someone Shi Feng could use as a shield, taking the hits for him. Even if some players used targeted control skills on him, Shi Feng possessed the aura of space's effect that made him immune to all control effects. You melees are too stupid. Don't you know how to get out of the way? Crap, you mages are the idiots. Why can't you aim properly? Fresh blood splashed through the air. After the death of over a dozen people, the various guild players grew fretful, and they began to bicker amongst themselves. Why are you so anxious? Can't you all see that Black Flame's HP has fallen by quite a bit? He doesn't have a healer. He won't last long. At this time, a sturdy and robust-looking guardian knight stepped out from within the teleportation hall. Several hundred guild players followed him as well. Guild leader Lone Tyrant, why are you here? Everyone present immediately recognized the guardian knight. At this moment, Lone Tyrant no longer possessed his previous calm. Now, as if possessed by a devil, both of his eyes glowed with a crimson light. When Lone Tyrant discovered Shi Feng's appearance in the teleportation hall, he immediately used a return scroll and rushed back to White River City. His previous death at Shi Feng's hands had been an utter disgrace. Afterward, he had been forced out of the ranking list. At this moment, Lone Tyrant's hatred for Shi Feng was deeper than an ocean. Black Flame, today you will die. Everyone, charge. Lone Tyrant laughed madly as he watched Shi Feng fight. Kill. Suddenly, several hundred Dark Star elite members charged at Shi Feng. This Lone Tyrant sure has good timing. Shi Feng could not help but wrinkle his brows. Currently, although he still had over 70% of his HP remaining, he would not last long if he had to face an additional mob of several hundred Dark Star elite members. It seems that I can only retreat for now. Just as Shi Feng charged towards the entrance, a huge explosion occurred in front of the teleportation hall. The hundreds of players blocking the entrance were instantly obliterated, and not even their corpses remained. Only the items these players had dropped were left behind. Shocked, everyone turned to look at the source of the explosion. What is that? Turtledove's eyes widened, a look of disbelief plastered on her face. A steel giant had appeared at the entrance of the teleportation hall. Just by standing there, the steel giant caused those who looked at it to feel chills down their spines. Simultaneously, all players in White River City received a notification. White River City system announcement: monsters have invaded White River City. Assist the guards of White River City to repel the attack. Players will receive bountiful rewards based on contributions. However, despite this system notification, this steel giant's contemptuous laughter petrified any player who heard it. "I finally found you." 34-3 slaughter time. The players in White River City grew excited when they heard the announcement. It was extremely rare for monsters to attack a city. Furthermore, they could obtain bountiful rewards and witness experts' techniques. These factors alone were reason enough for players to involve themselves. Let's head over to the city gates and have a look. We won't get any rewards if we let the guards wipe out all of the monsters. I heard that a monster has appeared at the teleportation hall. Hopefully, they haven't killed it already. Let's hurry to the teleportation hall then. Immediately, groups of players resting inside bars and hotels started running towards the teleportation hall, which was only a short distance away from White River City's gates. At this moment, silence filled the inside of the teleportation hall. The steel giant that had suddenly appeared currently captivated everyone's attention. Mechanical Slayer Mutant High Lord rank, level 50, HP 40,000. Compared to the first time Shi Feng had seen it, the Mechanical Slayer's current HP had undergone an earth-shattering change. Its HP of 40 million shook the players inside the hall, despair seeping through the crowd. Moreover, the Mechanical Slayer had killed over 100 players with a single attack. Any player who witnessed this scene would feel one thing: fear. However, what surprised everyone was that the Steel Giant's gaze was locked on Black Flame. It was clear that the Steel Giant's words, "finally found you," were meant for famed guild leader. But why was such a powerful monster looking for Black Flame? This question filled everyone's minds. Why would a level 50 High Lord appear here? Lone Tyrant looked at the Mechanical Slayer that had suddenly appeared, feeling greatly astonished. This was also the first time Lone Tyrant had heard of or seen the rank Mutant High Lord. There were hundreds of level 150 guards and level 150 Tier 2 guard generals in White River City. The Mechanical Slayer, a level 50 High Lord ranked monster, stood no chance against these NPCs. Yet, the Mechanical Slayer still chose to appear here. Such a situation was simply unbelievable. However, what was even more surprising was the Mechanical Slayer's performance and actions. Its speech, which carried a playful tone, was nothing like a monster. In Lone Tyrant's opinion, the Mechanical Slayer seemed more like a haughty and overbearing player than a monster. These factors revealed that this mutant High Lord was definitely more powerful than an ordinary High Lord ranked monster. "Boss Tyrant, what should we do about that monster? Should we escape?" The members of Darkstar struggled to swallow their fear when they thought about the Mechanical Slayer's level and frightening destructive power. "Escape?" Lone Tyrant sneered. "With such a God-given opportunity, why would we escape? Right now, the monster has the exit blocked. Meanwhile, Black Flame is clearly its target. Who else could be a better guard than that monster? First, we need to deal with Black Flame. After we get rid of him, we can deal with that monster. Everyone charge. We must not let Black Flame get away today." Since Lone Tyrant had given the command, as members of Darkstar, they could not disobey his orders. One after another, the Darkstar members charged towards Shi Feng. At the same time, Lone Tyrant had also mobilized members through the guild channel, instructing more to join him. Whether it was Black Flame or the Mechanical Slayer before him, Darkstar would be the one to take them both down. It was especially true for the monster before him. Despite it clearly being a High Lord, the Mechanical Slayer possessed intelligence that far surpassed that of an ordinary High Lord. Moreover, it was also frighteningly strong. If they could kill it— When the other guild players saw Darkstar's hundreds of members charging at Shi Feng, they too started contacting their respective guilds and rallied for more troops, not wanting to miss out on this opportunity. In addition to taking Black Flame's life, they all intended to fight over the contribution and drops of killing the Mechanical Slayer. It's over. There's a tiger at the front and a wolf at the back. I told him that he should have escaped earlier. It's too late now. Turtledove panicked when she saw their opponents surrounding Shi Feng. The steel giant also had the exit blocked off. She then suggested, "Why don't we rush over to help him now?" "Hold on." Shadowsword pulled back Turtledove. Softly, he said, "Let's listen to guild leader Black Flame and think of a way to escape." "Big brother Shadowsword, the situation has changed. He will die if we don't help him," Turtledove said. "Even if we try to help, what can we actually do?" Shadowsword shook his head. Although he wished to help Shi Feng as well, a dark feeling had surfaced in his heart. Meanwhile, this darkness told him that, if he stayed here, the situation might really conclude as Shi Feng had said. It would be better than doing nothing at all. Ignoring Shadowsword's words, Turtledove charged towards the crowd. However, before Turtledove made it too far, something unbelievable happened. A massive figure suddenly appeared above Shi Feng. The figure then landed heavily on the ground, easily crushing the stone floor into dust and sending tremors throughout the entire teleportation hall. More than 100 players who had charged at Shi Feng died instantly under the figure's descent. Only Shi Feng, who had activated Defensive Blade, had barely remained standing. You've finally taken action. I've been waiting for a long time now, Shi Feng smiled faintly. At this moment, he had less than 50% HP remaining. If he continued battling the sea of players, sooner or later he would have no choice but to run. However, now that the Mechanical Slayer had made its move against him, things were vastly different. Little ant, you sure are persistent. However, in front of us, only death awaits you. The Mechanical Slayer lifted its serrated greatsword, slashing the weapon down at Shi Feng. Countless air blades flew towards Shi Feng. Perfect. Faced with the countless air blades, Shi Feng's smile only widened. Using silent steps, Shi Feng dodged the air blades that assaulted him like a tsunami easily and appeared where the healers of the various guilds had gathered. Although Shi Feng had evaded the Mechanical Slayer's attacks, the Dark Star elites who had focused on Shi Feng were not as lucky. Under the assault of the countless air blades, these elite players were as weak as tofu, crumbling with just a touch. In an instant, over 100 elite players died. However, the battle was not over yet. Seeing that its attack had missed, the Mechanical Slayer sent another slash at Shi Feng. Shi Feng hurriedly activated the Aura of Wind in conjunction with Windwalk, his speed soaring. Shi Feng then jumped abruptly, barely dodging the second wave of air blades. Following which, the healers and mages of the various large guilds suffered a tragedy. Crap, Black Flame is trying to use that Mechanical Slayer's strength to deal with us. Everyone, move away from him. Everyone finally noticed that something was amiss. Although Shi Feng seemed to be evading the Mechanical Slayer's attacks, in reality he took advantage of the Mechanical Slayer's wide range to deal with them. Within a few seconds, the various large guilds had lost over 80% of the elites in the teleportation hall, while Darkstar had lost over half of the elites who had just arrived. If they continued to allow Shi Feng to have his way, they would face annihilation in just a moment. Black Flame. Looking at his subordinates that had died, Lone Tyrant clenched his jaw close to the point of shattering his teeth. Change of tactics. All ranged players restrict Black Flame's movements. Lone Tyrant immediately issued new orders. You only now noticed? Shi Feng simply smiled. Unfortunately, you're too late. Let me help you host a grand bloodfest. If Lone Tyrant and the others had prepared earlier and stolen the aggro of the Mechanical Slayer from Shi Feng before it appeared in front of him, Shi Feng would have been forced to flee. However, after the Mechanical Slayer had focused on him, it would be meaningless even if Lone Tyrant and the others managed to figure out his plan. Shi Feng had already seized control of the Mechanical Slayer's initiative. So long as Shi Feng did not die, he would have control of the giant's actions. Fortunately, nobody in White River City could surpass his survivability. 344 Unstoppable. Although Shi Feng's survivability was impressive, when faced with a level 50 mutant High Lord, not even he could last long. After all, the gap between them was simply too wide. I have no choice, I have to use it. Shi Feng reluctantly took a frost grenade from his bag. Immediately, the Mechanical Slayer slid to a halt, its glowing red eyes glaring at the frost grenade in Shi Feng's hand. The Mechanical Slayer was very familiar with the frost grenades. Shi Feng had once used these frost grenades to freeze it for a long period of time, rendering it helpless. Ha! It seems that it remembers, Shi Feng laughed when he saw the Mechanical Slayer's reaction. However, Shi Feng had no hope that the frost grenades would scare the Mechanical Slayer for too long. Taking advantage of the Mechanical Slayer's hesitation, Shi Feng took a step forward and dashed towards Darkstar's mages. Damn! All mages, fire everything you have at him. Don't let him get close, Lone Tyrant shouted. One after another, spells flew towards Shi Feng in quick succession. Frost arrows, ice spheres, ice walls, spiritual bondage, and other control skills aimed for Shi Feng. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Slayer behind Shi Feng had finally responded. Immediately, it threw the serrated greatsword in its hand at Shi Feng. The greatsword generated a sonic boom as it flew, punching a hole through the air. The sword was so fast that it was impossible for anyone to dodge it. On one side, there were the numerous spells players had cast, and on the other, there was the Mechanical Slayer's greatsword. Shi Feng could not afford to be careless. Immediately, he used Phantom Kill, creating a doppelganger of himself 10 yards away from his main body. Just as the serrated greatsword was about to skewer him, by the skin of his teeth, he swapped positions with his doppelganger. Shi Feng's doppelganger was utterly powerless against the serrated greatsword, dying instantly. However, even after killing Shi Feng's doppelganger, the greatsword did not slow and soared towards the Darkstar mages. Before the members of Darkstar could react, the greatsword plunged itself into the crowd. An explosion blossomed as the weapon crashed into the ground, creating a massive hole in the teleportation hall's floor. Following which, with the greatsword as the epicenter, shockwaves radiated throughout the surroundings. A single shockwave had decimated all players within a 30-yard radius. From this, Shi Feng once more witnessed just how terrifying a mutant was. Meanwhile, Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove, who now hid in a corner, were dumbfounded by what they saw. Big Brother Shadow Sword, are all High Lords so powerful? Turtle Dove asked in shock. According to my knowledge, there is not a single High Lord as powerful as this Mechanical Slayer. It seems that guild leader Black Flame's command to withdraw was not without reason. Shadow Sword watched Shi Feng in the distance, a hint of admiration appearing on his face. Although the Mechanical Slayer's combat power was horrific, it did not possess the techniques to utilize it fully. Shi Feng, on the other hand, was different. Not only did he possess a firm grasp of his surroundings, but he also possessed meticulous dodging techniques. It was precisely what he, Shadow Sword, aimed to learn. If I join Zero Wing in the future, won't I be able to learn many more techniques from him? An idea suddenly occurred to Shadow Sword, and his determination to attend Zero Wing's next recruitment increased. He must join Zero Wing. While Shadow Sword and Turtledove admired Shi Feng, Lone Tyrant's anger grew rampant. With a single attack, the Mechanical Slayer had slaughtered over 100 Dark Star elites. Damn that Black Flame, have the others not arrived yet? Lone Tyrant bellowed. Guild leader, the closest members number around 4,000, and they are rushing to join us. With some time, there should be no problems boosting that number to 10,000, one of Lone Tyrant's subordinate reported. Lone Tyrant nodded, wearing a satisfied smile as he said, Good. Tell the team to buy us some time. Also, send someone to Zero Wing's side to check for any movements. With so much commotion, they won't stand silently by. By the time everyone had gathered, whether it was Black Flame or the Mechanical Slayer, all would be his for the taking. At this moment, the members of Dark Star and the other guilds began to dart around. Wherever Shi Feng appeared, these players would run in the opposite direction, playing the mouse to Shi Feng's cat. Just as Shi Feng used the frost grenades to pin the Mechanical Slayer down and manipulate the monster's strength to kill the members of Dark Star and the various guilds, the level 150 guards of White River City had finally arrived at the teleportation hall. Over 100 guards stormed the teleportation hall. Among them, there was a level 150 Tier 2 guard general, as well as plenty of Tier 1 guard captains. These NPCs stood neatly in order, surrounding the teleportation hall. The guards are here, we're saved. The players present released a sigh of relief at the guards' arrival. Borrowing the Mechanical Slayer's strength, Shi Feng had killed countless of their allies. If they had not continuously avoided him, they would have long since died under Shi Feng's demonic claws. Good. Now that the guards are here, when they pin down this monster, they will attract its aggro. We'll see how arrogant you are then. When my men arrive, we'll introduce you to death. Lone Tyrant laughed coldly as he watched Shi Feng dodge the Mechanical Slayer's attacks. At this moment, however, Shi Feng also revealed a smile. Immediately, he dashed out of the teleportation hall, holding nothing back while doing so. Meanwhile, under the Tier 2 Guard General's command, the guards started their assault on the Mechanical Slayer. The NPCs were uniformly level 150. The ordinary guards possessed 800,000 HP, the Tier 1 guard captains possessed 1,600,000 HP, and the Tier 2 guard general possessed 20 million HP. To players, these guards were invincible. These guards only needed a single strike to kill a level 50 player instantly. Hence, in everyone's eyes, a level 50 monster stood no chance against these NPCs. The same went for the Mutant High Lord with 40 Mutant High Lord with 40 mils in HP. Unfortunately, mutants were different. When the level 150 ordinary guards attacked the Mechanical Slayer, the highest damage they had dealt was only around 1,000 points. Even the level 150 Tier 1 guard captains only managed to deal around 3,000 damage to the Mechanical Slayer. As for the most powerful level 150 Tier 2 guard general, he could only deal around 10,000 damage. Such damages were barely a scratch to the Mechanical Slayer's 40 million HP. Indeed, just like Lone Tyrant had predicted, the Mechanical Slayer's attention immediately switched towards the Tier 2 Guard General, following which, the Mechanical Slayer swung its serrated greatsword at the Guard General, while the Guard General responded quickly by raising his spear to defend against the attack. Boom. The attack threw the level 150 Guard General into a wall. The Mechanical Slayer then brandished its greatsword repeatedly, creating a storm that engulfed the entire teleportation hall. In retaliation, the other guards began a frenzied assault on the Mechanical Slayer. After a short moment, the entire teleportation hall had changed beyond recognition. Under the barrage of the countless sword auras, none of the level 150 guards survived. Even the 10 Tier 1 guard captains and the Tier 2 guard general died under the Mechanical Slayer's sword. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Slayer still had 91% of its HP remaining. Just what kind of monster is this? Lone Tyrant could not believe his own eyes. Before today, players had believed that these NPC guards were invulnerable, yet they had all been annihilated, while the Mechanical Slayer remained healthy. There had been over 100 level 150 guards. A Tier 2 NPC had even led the attack, but in the end, they all died. At this point, Lone Tyrant began to wonder if anyone could defeat the Mechanical Slayer. Seated on top of a roof, Shi Feng enjoyed a few refreshments while resting. Previously, to dodge the Mechanical Slayer's attacks, Shi Feng had exhausted himself, both mentally and physically. Meanwhile, the arrival of the guards had been the perfect chance to break away from the battle and rest. Only, he had not imagined that his break would be so short-lived. A mutant mutated from a High Lord is scary indeed. With this, I can safely proceed with the next part of the plan, Shi Feng smiled, shifting his gaze towards the tens of thousands of players in a distance who currently rush towards the battle. 345 Storm Domain. Look, there's a monster over there. It's massive. Wait, why does a level 50 High Lord possess 40 million HP? This is the most powerful High Lord I've ever seen. I wonder what items it will drop after it dies. At the very least, it should drop some fine gold items, right? Are all of you blind? That mutant High Lord is clearly stronger than ordinary High Lords. If a High Lord already drops fine gold items, then a mutant High Lord, which is a higher rank, should drop dark gold items. Dark gold items? There should only be a few items of such rank in Star Moon Kingdom, right? At this moment, the many players in White River City had started to gather at the teleportation hall. A sea of players covered the nearby streets, all of them watching the Mechanical Slayer with hungry gazes. These players considered the Mechanical Slayer to be a field boss that could be easily killed. Meanwhile, among this sea of players, there was actually not a single Zero Wing member to be found. Shi Feng had long since informed his guild that they were not allowed to participate in this battle. Shi Feng's reason was not due to lack of interest in the loot of the Mechanical Slayer. Instead, he understood that they would only throw away their lives by joining this battle. Guild Leader Tyrant, our men have arrived. Good. The Mechanical Slayer belongs to us. Tell everyone to spread out and take positions. None of the melees are allowed to approach the Mechanical Slayer. Ranged players should distance themselves from the Mechanical Slayer and attack from maximum range. Let the other players draw the aggro and die for us. As for the melee players, have them aim for Black Flame. We must not let him escape. Although Lone Tyrant was shocked by how powerful the Mechanical Slayer was, such a powerful monster also represented a ridiculous amount of valuable loot. Despite the fact that Darkstar only had several thousand members present, its main army was on its way. In addition to the other guilds and independent players of White River City, the final number of players they could gather would exceed 200,000. Currently, if the players present attack the Mechanical Slayer, most of their attacks would either deal 1 damage or miss. Even so, this Mechanical Slayer with 40 million HP would not survive for long under the continuous assault of 200,000 players. Moreover, there weren't just 100 or so guards in White River City. In time, the city would send more guards into the fray. In a way, the Mechanical Slayer's death was a guarantee. It was only a matter of who would obtain the loot of the Mechanical Slayer after it died. At the same time, Darkstar took action. The other guilds also initiated their assault. After witnessing the power of the Mechanical Slayer, only ranged players dared to attack it. As for those remaining, they all swarmed after Shi Feng. Only those who had just arrived and were unclear of the situation dared approach the frightening Mechanical Slayer. That Lone Tyrant sure is concerned about me. Even now, he still sends so many after me. Standing on top of a roof, Shi Feng had obtained a clear view of the battle. Since they wish to come, let's increase the violence. Immediately, Shi Feng dashed towards Darkstar's army. Although countless spells and arrows barraged the Mechanical Slayer, a majority of these attacks were a miss, and only a small number managed to deal a mandatory 1 damage. Hence, Shi Feng was still the Slayer's main target. Due to the large number of players standing in between it and Shi Feng, the Mechanical Slayer wielded its sword, massacring everything in its path. Every time the Mechanical Slayer swung its serrated greatsword, swaths of players died. This scene caused the witnessing players to shiver in fear. However, it was precisely because of these players that the Mechanical Slayer's speed was greatly reduced, allowing Shi Feng to have an easier time dodging. Meanwhile, when the members of Darkstar saw that Shi Feng quickly approached them, ridiculing sneers started appearing on their faces. This black flame must have damaged his head. Instead of running away from us, he actually dares to run in our direction. Is he that eager to die? Isn't that better? He's saving us the time of chasing after him. However, just as the members of Darkstar mocked Shi Feng for his stupidity, Lone Tyrant angrily bellowed in the guild channel, "You bunch of trash, run! Get away from Black Flame! Don't let him come close to any of you." The command confused Lone Tyrant's subordinates. Initially, Lone Tyrant had commanded them to surround Shi Feng, yet now he told them to run as soon as they saw Shi Feng. However, Lone Tyrant's reminder was useless. Shi Feng had already arrived before the members of Darkstar. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Slayer's greatsword descended toward Shi Feng. Using silent steps, Shi Feng reappeared beside a player 20 yards from his original position, deftly avoiding the mutant's fatal strike. After a series of dodges, almost 90% of the thousands of Darkstar members who had encircled Shi Feng died, and only a few with dazed expressions remained. Lone Tyrant trembled in anger. Thousands of members had died, just like that. Lone Tyrant was greatly confused. He could not understand why the Mechanical Slayer so vehemently chased Shi Feng. Just what had Shi Feng done to it before this? Right now, with Shi Feng's high-speed movements, it was simply impossible for any ranged players to land an attack on him. Yet, if the melee players approached Shi Feng, the shockwaves of the Slayer's attacks would slaughter them. With the Mechanical Slayer's aggro locked onto Shi Feng, he was practically a walking bomb. However, Lone Tyrant could not stop Shi Feng. Even with so many players, none of them could pin down Shi Feng. If someone could have pinned him down for just a moment, Shi Feng would have long since died. At this moment, Lone Tyrant finally realized the great importance of top-tier experts to a guild. Even if he had an army of thousands, the role they could play in this sort of battle was far inferior to top-tier experts. Damn, Damn Black Flame, Lone Tyrant cursed loudly as he watched his guild members die in waves. At this moment, Lone Tyrant no longer looked like the guild leader of a powerful guild. Instead, he looked more like a shrew, shouting abuse on the street. Lone Tyrant's performance left witnesses stupefied. It turned out that even the guild leader of Darkstar had such a side to him. One could just imagine how helpless and infuriated Lone Tyrant felt at this moment. As for the other guild leaders watching this, at this moment, rather than expressing ridicule, they all wore gloomy expressions. Their guilds were in the same boat as Darkstar. After Shi Feng finished dealing with Darkstar, he would certainly turn his blade in their directions. So, how could they possibly feel happy over Lone Tyrant's miserable fortune? Why don't we admit our mistakes and apologize to guild leader Black Flame? Are you kidding me? If all of our guilds lower our heads to Zero Wing, how are we supposed to succeed in White River City in the future? But, if we don't apologize, what will we do if he retaliates against us? Wait, look over there. More guards have shown up. While the guards deal with the Mechanical Slayer, we can work together to get rid of Black Flame. With so many on our side, Black Flame can't survive regardless of how powerful he may be. As long as he dies, Zero Wing will lose its momentum in becoming the overlord of White River City. At that time, we might still be able to thrive. Watching the hundreds of guards who had already surrounded the Mechanical Slayer, the guild leaders of the various large guilds agreed with the logic. Black Flame's death would be a huge blow to Zero Wing's prestige. If unrated guilds like them wished to thrive, they could not allow a single guild to obtain an absolute advantage in White River City. Currently, Zero Wing was like the sun at noon. If they allowed the guild to continue, sooner or later, they would stand no chance against Zero Wing at all. Hence, the various guild leaders instructed their members to focus all of their strength on killing Shi Feng. Shi Feng wrinkled his sharp brows when he saw the NPC guards charge at the Mechanical Slayer and the various guilds who took action. Knowing that his situation had become unstable, Shi Feng spun around and started running towards the Mechanical Slayer, no longer charging towards the members of the various guilds. Within a moment, everyone from the various guilds had surrounded both Shi Feng and the Mechanical Slayer. However, these guild players had finally wisened up. Instead of recklessly rushing forward to attack Shi Feng, they allowed the ranged players to attack him as they slowly tightened their circle around him, forcing Shi Feng into a constant retreat. Just as Shi Feng was about to enter the Mechanical Slayer's attack range of 30 yards, the Mechanical Slayer's HP fell to 80%. Suddenly, its eyes shone a bright red, and clasping its greatsword with both hands, the mutant slammed the weapon into the ground. Naturally, Shi Feng understood what the Mechanical Slayer intended to do. This was none other than the Mechanical Slayer's ultimate move, Storm Domain. The skill had a radius of over 100 yards, and even his level 50 Tier 1 guards had died from a single hit. Back then, if Shi Feng had not used Wind Rider, his speed skyrocketing, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, Shi Feng immediately switched to the 7 Luminaries Ring's Aura of Illusion, activating Fantasy World. 346 Great Wizard. As Shi Feng activated Fantasy World, a faint barrier of light formed around his body. Fantasy World immunity to all magic damage and 10% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. At this moment, the players surrounding Shi Feng had not yet noticed the Mechanical Slayer preparing its attack. They still foolishly charged at Shi Feng. Before anyone could react, cracks started appearing on the stone-paved road as the land trembled. In the next moment, countless blades of air shot up from the cracks. Regardless of whether it was a player or an NPC, all those struck by the air blades died. After the turbulent storm ended, the street outside the teleportation hall was beyond recognition. At this moment, this small section of the city had become a ruin. The players observing the battle from a distance fell silent. This was the first time they had ever seen such frightening, destructive power. With a single attack, the Mechanical Slayer killed thousands of players. A large empty patch suddenly appeared on the previously crowded street. Even the level 150 guards had not survived the attack. How were they, players, supposed to deal with such a monster? Powerlessness bloomed in the hearts of the players who were originally intent on killing the Slayer. No. At this moment, the guild leaders of the various guilds who had ordered their members to encircle Shi Feng no longer possessed the calm they had before. Only regret and anger filled them right now. The Mechanical Slayer's Storm Domain had instantly obliterated thousands of their members. Moreover, a majority of these members were elite players. As unrated guilds, they did not possess many elites. At most, each guild would have 600 to 700 elite players. Hence, even the death of a few dozen elite players was a huge blow. Now, however, each of these unrated guilds had lost over 100 elites. That single attack had dealt a fatal blow. Guild leader Black Flame's tactic was awesome. Turtledove giggled as she observed the carnage from afar. Let's see if those guilds dare to bully others in the future. Standing beside Turtledove, Shadowsword nodded in agreement. Although this matter appeared simple, in reality it was extremely difficult to carry out such a feat. While directing the Mechanical Slayer's attacks, Shi Feng also had to dodge the attacks from other players constantly. Shi Feng also had to know where he could and could not run. If Shi Feng did not have a perfect grasp of his surroundings, even the slightest mistake would result in his death. Following the disappearance of the storm domain, the momentary calm also shattered. When the Mechanical Slayer discovered that some people were still alive, especially Shi Feng, it was humiliated. Suddenly, the Mechanical Slayer jerked its serrated greatsword from the ground. The Mechanical Slayer then started spinning, transforming into a bladed tornado. This was one of the Mechanical Slayer's skills, Bladestorm. The tornado possessed a powerful suction, easily pulling players into its attack. Moreover, the tornado's movement speed was very fast. It can affect my movement even when I'm 30 yards away. If I stand closer, even I might get sucked in. Shi Feng hurriedly took out a speed scroll from his bag and used it. He then charged towards the gathering of the various guilds. Meanwhile, a level 150 Tier 2 guard general standing only half a dozen yards away from the tornado was immediately yanked into it, a series of damages over 10,000 points appearing above the guard general's head. In only a moment, the guard general died under the Mechanical Slayer's Bladestorm. The frightening damage caused everyone to break out in cold sweat. Now, all thoughts of killing this mutant vanished from the minds of these witnesses. Currently, they only had a single thought. Run. Suddenly, many players who stood closest to the Mechanical Slayer began to flee in a panic. Naturally, the members of the various guilds were no exception. When these guild players saw Shi Feng running towards them, each and every one of them immediately turned and fled, having completely forgotten about attacking Shi Feng. There were no fools here. Nobody wanted to gift themselves to death. This chase scene occupied the streets of White River City. Many players who had just arrived were dumbfounded. They had often seen a group of players chasing another group of players. But now, tens of thousands of players were actually running from a single player. Moreover, these players looked as if they had just seen a ghost. This was truly the first time they had seen such a miracle. Aren't those guys members of the third-rate guild, Angel's Crown? Why are they running away? A ranger who had just arrived asked in wonder. You think Angel's Crown is the only guild running away? Don't you see that there are members belonging to dozens of guilds running with their tails between their legs? A druid who knew more about the situation commented from the side. Now that you've mentioned it, that really does seem to be the case. Just what is going on here? The ranger was confused further after he realized the scope of the situation. Normally, the members of these guilds were extremely arrogant and overbearing. These guilds dominated the densely populated monster areas, and if independent players like them had an opinion about it, these guild players would kill them without hesitation. For a time now, many independent players harbored a great hatred for these guild players, though none of them had actually dared to voice that hatred. Now, a miracle had actually occurred. It turned out that even the mighty and arrogant guild players had times where they were afraid. In particular, the members of Dark Star could also be seen among the crowd of fleeing players. Dark Star was one of the top 6 guilds of White River City. Why were its members running away as well? Don't you recognize the player chasing them? The druid pointed towards Shi Feng, who was at the far end of the sea of fleeing players. That person looked somewhat familiar. Wait, isn't that Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing? That's right, Black Flame is the one chasing these guilds. I heard that Dark Star allied itself with many other guilds and sent their members to blockade the teleportation hall in an attempt to prevent players of other cities from joining Zero Wing. After Black Flame discovered their plot, well, this is the result. Listening to the druid's explanation, shock filled the ranger's heart. A single player was actually capable of facing dozens of guilds. Was Black Flame even still considered a player? The other players standing near the druid and ranger pair who had been clueless about the situation were also stupefied by this revelation. Although they had long since knew that Black Flame was strong, they had not known exactly how strong. He was actually capable of forcing tens of thousands of players to run for their lives frantically. Were they even playing the same VR game? Guild leader Black Flame, why don't we talk out our differences peacefully? Dark Star forced us to join their scheme. We really have no intentions of becoming enemies with Zero Wing. That's right, Guild leader Black Flame. We have our own difficulties as well. If you stop chasing us, we are willing to offer you an apology and compensate you for all your losses. Please forgive us. We won't cause Zero Wing trouble ever again. The fleeing guild leaders started yelling their offers of reconciliation. At this moment, they were truly afraid. In order to deal with the Mechanical Slayer, they had ordered most of their guild members to rush to the battle. If they all died here, the damage it would cause their guilds would be unimaginable. It was highly possible that they would never recover from this loss and would be forced to dissolve their guilds. Since you all have spoken, I'll forgive you, Shi Feng smiled. However, all of you need to die once first. Black Flame, we are sincerely trying to apologize. Judgment Hand, the guild leader of Angel's Crown bellowed. Guild leader Judgment Hand must be joking. I too am sincere. I want you to die once. Shi Feng smiled faintly as he increased his speed once more. Shi Feng's speed was much faster than the elite members of the various guilds. In just a moment, he had caught up with the fleeing crowd. As Shi Feng dove into the crowd, the Mechanical Slayer was like a meat grinder as it pulled one player after another with its powerful suction force, instantly turning these players into scattered light particles. In a short moment, the various guilds had already lost over 1,000 players. With the passage of time, the number of deaths soared. Even though there was a constant stream of NPC guards arriving at the scene of the battle, none of them could hinder the mechanical slayer. Instead, they all became a delicious meal for the mutant. Before a minute had passed since Shi Feng caught up with the fleeing crowd, the death count had exceeded 10,000. Among them, Darkstar's losses were the greatest, as Shi Feng's main target was the members of Darkstar. This horrifying scene caused all observers to grow cold. If these tens of thousands of players had not scattered and escaped from the very beginning, the number of deaths would be several times higher by now. However, after more than half of the guild players and over 1,000 NPC guards had died, a man in white robes suddenly appeared in the sky. This man's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people, including Shi Feng's. This man was no ordinary NPC. He was the magistrate of White River City, Weissman, a Tier 4 Great Wizard 1. 347 Tier 4 magic. Many players sighed in relief at Weissman's arrival. The mechanical slayer was too strong. Even though so many guards had attempted to slow its assault, over 50,000 players had died. Moreover, turned several White River City streets into ruins. If given more time, the slayer would have slaughtered every player in White River City. Meanwhile, the city itself would become nothing more than rubble. Despite being only a level 50 mutant High Lord, the mechanical slayer had caused so much damage. If dozens of such powerful monsters appeared, wouldn't they obliterate White River City? However, among all of the players present, only Shi Feng understood how powerful a mutant was. An ordinary High Lord could never be so strong. Mutants were considered natural disasters. I wonder which is stronger, a great wizard or a mutant. At this moment, Shi Feng stood far from the commotion, quietly observing Weissman and the Slayer's every action. Great Wizard was a Tier 4 class. Even in Starmoon Kingdom, Weissman was one of the heavyweights. Such a powerhouse would only offer protection to a major city like White River City. Smaller cities would only be guarded by Tier 3 NPCs at best. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Slayer was also unique. It was a mutant that had transformed from a High Lord. If classified as a tier, Shi Feng's initial judgment placed the Mechanical Slayer at Tier 3 upper rank. Otherwise, it could not have defeated a Tier 2 guard general so effortlessly. At this moment, the level 200 Weissman and the level 50 Mechanical Slayer were only 30 yards apart, staring each other down. The level gap between the two was very wide. No matter how one looked at it, they were not equals. Yet, when Weissman and the Slayer stood together, nobody felt any sense of disharmony from looking at them. A mutant? No wonder the guards could not defeat it. Weissman did not rush to attack the Mechanical Slayer. Instead, he carefully observed the mutant. He then shifted his gaze towards his surroundings. The spacious streets around him no longer possessed the splendor they had in the past. There were collapsed buildings everywhere, and this caused Weissman's gentle gaze to chill with anger. Suddenly, Weissman's body exuded an intimidating authority. Even while standing hundreds of yards away, everyone could feel their bodies grow heavy, their breath quickening. As this authority grew increasingly powerful, some ordinary players who had withstood the pressure suddenly crouched, their faces filled with fear while their bodies trembled. Authority was intangible, and it could not physically influence substantial change. This was closer to spiritual pressure. It was an instinctual warning for when living creatures faced an enemy that was far superior, alerting them to the danger. Humans had long since detached themselves from the various threats of Mother Nature, so their instincts were extremely weak. However, due to God's domain, players began to recover these instincts gradually. Although players had recovered these senses, they still sorely lacked spiritual training. As a result, many were unable to withstand Weissman's authority and had crouched in fear. Aside from exuding his frightening authority, Weissman had also enveloped an area 100 yards around him as his magic domain. As long as one were within this domain, the magic would suppress their strength unless they possessed equal or stronger magic. Simultaneously, this magic domain also strengthened Weissman. This was a frightening aspect of Tier 4 classes. As soon as a Tier 4 class used their domain, Tier 3 classes and below would be sheep for the slaughter. At this time, the Mechanical Slayer also began to move. Raising its serrated greatsword, it sent a powerful slash at Weissman. Just as countless air blades swept across the expanse, Weissman suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the other side of the Mechanical Slayer. Responding quickly, the Slayer swung its greatsword towards Weissman's new location. However, the result was the same. Weissman dodged the attack using instantaneous movement again. After over a dozen consecutive slashes, Weissman had yet to receive a single point of damage. Meanwhile, Weissman's consecutive usage of instantaneous movement stunned the watching players. It was common knowledge that the instantaneous movement that elementalists possessed had a cooldown of 25 seconds with a maximum moving distance of 20 yards. However, Weissman's instantaneous movement looked like it did not have a cooldown. Moreover, every time Weissman used instantaneous movement, he moved over 40 yards from his original position. It's as expected of a Tier 4 class. Even instantaneous movement has become far more powerful. If a Tier 4 assassin grasped this skill, the Slayer would have suffered over 100 attacks by now. Shi Feng had fought his fair share of Tier 4 classes in the past, so he knew just how powerful they were. Among the many Tier 4 classes he had fought, quite a few were Great Wizards, so Shi Feng had a general understanding of Great Wizards. From his knowledge, Shi Feng knew that there were differences between Tier 4 Great Wizards. As for Weissman, a Great Wizard capable of using instantaneous movement effortlessly over a dozen times in quick succession, at the very least, he should be an upper-rank Great Wizard. After a frenzied assault, scars around 4 meters deep and 40 meters long were visible throughout the street. However, no matter how the Mechanical Slayer attacked, it could not land a single hit on Weissman. The Slayer had also started to panic. Gripping its serrated greatsword with both hands tightly, it stabbed its weapon into the ground. It was obvious that the Mechanical Slayer intended to use Storm Domain once more. However, Weissman, who had continuously dodged the Slayer's attacks, had begun his attack. One of his hands currently held up his white jade staff, gathering a horrifying amount of magic power around it, while his mouth chanted complex incantations, and his other hand swiftly traced lines of runes. Such quick writing and complex runes. The incantation for an ordinary Tier 3 spell normally only has around a dozen lines or so, yet Weissman has already written at least 20. At the very least, he should be casting a Tier 4 spell. Shi Feng was shocked as he watched Weissman's casting. Ordinary Great Wizards would need at least 6 to 7 seconds to write over 20 lines of runes. Meanwhile, Weissman had only needed 4 seconds. This is bad. This distance is still too dangerous. Shi Feng knew how powerful a Tier 4 spell was. Such a spell possessed the destructive force of a missile. With his distance of 150 yards, he could easily be caught in the crossfire. Hence, Shi Feng turned and ran. As the ground started to fragment, blades of air shot up from the ground. Weissman suddenly flew upward and hovered in midair. The air blades exploded forth, shooting towards Weissman. At this moment, Weissman had also finished chanting his spell. He pointed the finger he had used to write the runes with towards the sky, and in the next instant, a gigantic blue magic array appeared above the city. Tier 4 magic, Sky Piercer. Weissman lightly waved his white jade staff, pointing it at the Mechanical Slayer. Blue-colored gas flowed out of the magic array, transforming into a sharp blue spear that came crashing down. When the air blades and blue spear collided, a violent shockwave swept through the area. Even houses over 100 yards away were blown away. Players who stood within a 200-yard radius died instantly, while players who stood 200 yards to 300 yards away suffered varying degrees of damage. After the brief collision between the two skills, Blue Spear pierced through the air blades and struck the Mechanical Slayer's body. The spear was like a meteorite crashing into the ground. In the wake of the impact, strong winds blew and dust rolled. A shockwave far more powerful than the one before also spread from the site of impact. It was as if a huge earthquake had just occurred. After the dust settled, everyone's gazes shifted towards where the Sky Piercer had fallen. Immediately, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. The spear's landing site had become a massive crater that was over 30 meters deep, 30-48 stealing food from the tiger's mouth. The Sky Piercer's destructive power had far surpassed everyone's imaginations. The entire street had been destroyed, and other than Weissman and the Mechanical Slayer, nothing remained. It was simply a spell, yet it carried the power to decimate the heaven and earth. Many of the players present even began to wonder whether they were still inside a game. The heavy air, the chilling wind, the pungent smell of blood, the vibrations from the ground, and the pain they felt were constant reminders of where they were. Suddenly, everyone realized that God's Domain was completely different from the virtual reality games they had played in the past. In their opinion, a virtual reality game was merely an accumulation of numbers and data. Even if they grew powerful inside a game, at most, they would deal higher amounts of damage. It wouldn't be surprising for a player to deal damage in the millions or tens of millions. After all, it was just a bunch of data. No matter how realistic God's Domain was, at the end of the day, it was still only a virtual reality game. Nothing inside the game was real. At this day and age, this belief was well rooted in players' minds, and they never strayed from it. However, they suddenly realized that they were wrong. So strong. Is this the strength of a Tier 4 class? If we can become Tier 4 classes, will we be that strong as well? Everyone gazed at Weissman, who was still hovering in midair. At this moment, excitement, fear, and longing filled their minds. There were no superheroes or espers in real life. No human was capable of flying freely in the sky. However, such feats could actually be achieved in this incomparably realistic world known as God's Domain. It was as if everyone had arrived in a world of miracles. Considering the current situation, people no longer thought of God's Domain as just another virtual reality game. Instead, God's Domain was a world where they could start their second life. I have underestimated Weissman to think he could actually cast Tier 4 magic with such ease. Relying on his astonishing speed, Shi Feng had managed to escape the effective range of Weissman's Sky Piercer, so he had not received any damage from the resulting shockwave. Normally, high-tiered spells required a very long casting time. During this period, others could easily interrupt the caster and inflict significant amounts of damage. Normally, when one fought an opponent of the same tier, very rarely did they have the chance to cast high-tiered spells. Instead, they would use low-tiered spells with shorter cast times. It was extremely difficult to cast a tier 4 spell in the midst of battle like Weissman had when faced with an equal opponent. Yet, even when facing a mutant like the Mechanical Slayer, Weissman had still managed to cast a tier 4 destructive spell effortlessly. It was apparent just how powerful Weissman was. While Shi Feng had focused on Weissman, the Mechanical Slayer had flown out from the crater the Sky Piercer had created. What? It's still alive, even after taking a hit from a tier 4 spell? Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the wounded Slayer. The effects of high-level magic weren't limited to HP damage alone. It could also damage the enemy's physical condition. In battles, HP only served as a reference. In certain cases, even when players only had 1 HP remaining, their combat power would not be affected in the slightest. They could still display 100% of their actual combat power. Yet sometimes, despite losing only a thread of their HP, players' combat power might be greatly affected, leaving them capable of displaying only 10%. High-tiered skills were so powerful because not only could they cause a frightening amount of damage, but they could also greatly affect the enemy's combat power. At this moment, although the Mechanical Slayer looked like a mess with many wounds covering its body and less than 50% of its HP remaining, the spell had not significantly damaged its combat power. What an enviable physique. Shi Feng had been a tier 3 Sword King in his past life, so he understood how important a strong physique was to a player. Although the Mechanical Slayer had less than 50% HP remaining right now, its remaining HP was not much different than the HP Weissman possessed. With its combat power unaffected, the Mechanical Slayer could still challenge Weissman. However, the Mechanical Slayer's next action had completely surpassed Shi Feng's imagination. After flying into the air, instead of launching an attack at Weissman, the Mechanical Slayer turned tail and ran. This scene stupefied every player present. Nobody could have imagined that the Mechanical Slayer would actually flee after realizing that it could not win against Weissman. The Mechanical Slayer's intelligence far surpassed any ordinary monster. Unfortunately for the Mechanical Slayer, Weissman had no intention of letting it escape. Using instantaneous movement, Weissman teleported to the Mechanical Slayer's side and immediately used Snowy Explosion. Countless frost arrows pelted the Mechanical Slayer's body. In the blink of an eye, the Mechanical Slayer had frozen into an ice sculpture. The Mechanical Slayer's frozen body then plummeted towards the ground, the impact creating a massive hole in the ground, following which, Weissman waved his staff. Suddenly, multiple aqua-blue magic arrays appeared around his body. Water dragons emerged from these magic arrays and shot towards the mutant. These water dragons wrapped around the Slayer and buried their vicious teeth in its flesh, restraining the Mechanical Slayer in a large ball of water. This was the Tier 2 spell, Water Binding. When used, it restricted the target's movements. Now unable to move, the Mechanical Slayer immediately used Bladestorm. Not only did the skill increase its movement speed, but it also made the Mechanical Slayer immune to all magical control effects. After breaking out of Weissman's water binding, the Mechanical Slayer spun towards the Great Wizard. Reacting quickly, Weissman immediately started chanting the incantation of another spell, his hand having already written 3 lines of runes. A moment later, an ice shield appeared, covering his body. The ice shield could absorb a massive amount of damage. At the same time, the shield would slow enemies who managed to land a hit. Even after the Mechanical Slayer's greatsword repeatedly struck Weissman's ice shield for 3 full seconds, the ice shield remained in one piece. At this moment, however, multiple scars had appeared on the ice shield, and from the looks of it, the layer of ice would not hold on for long. At this moment, Weissman had also readied the Tier 3 spell, Earthen Spear. Suddenly, brownish-yellow spears protruded and shot out of the ground, bombarding the spinning Mechanical Slayer. Not only did these spears cause significant damage, but they had also forced the Mechanical Slayer into a constant retreat. After being struck by a total of 21 earthen spears, the Mechanical Slayer had been forced back over 30 yards. In a fit of rage, the Mechanical Slayer threw its serrated greatsword at Weissman. Unperturbed, Weissman used instantaneous movement to dodge the simple attack. Immediately after, Weissman bombarded the Mechanical Slayer with dozens of lightning snakes. While Weissman and the Mechanical Slayer clashed, Shi Feng quietly snuck closer to them. After the battle had reached this point, Shi Feng could tell that the Mechanical Slayer was no match for Weissman. Although the Mechanical Slayer was not weak, mutants needed time to grow. Originally, the gap between the Mechanical Slayer and Weissman should not have been so wide. However, aside from having a severely lacking repertoire of skills, the Mechanical Slayer was also inexperienced with evading attacks and controlling its own body, resulting in such a wide gap between itself and its opponent. With the Mechanical Slayer's current combat power, it would have no problems dealing with Tier 3 upper-rank NPCs. If given more time to grow, even Weissman might not be a match for the Slayer. After all, a mutant transformed from a high Lord-ranked monster possessed extremely frightening potential. Meanwhile, if such a powerful mutant were killed, whether it was the EXP or loot, the rewards would be astonishing. Now that everyone had witnessed how powerful both the Mechanical Slayer and Weissman were, unless they wished to die, nobody would be so stupid as to move closer as these powerhouses faced off. So, the players present quietly observed the battle from a distance. The moment Weissman killed the Mechanical Slayer, they would rush forward to fight for the mutant's loot. Hence, Shi Feng intended to make his move first. If he waited until after the battle ended to make his move, he would not stand a chance against tens of thousands of players. Moreover, Shi Feng was not interested in the Mechanical Slayer's loot alone. He also desired the EXP the Mechanical Slayer would provide. Both the 7 Luminaries Ring and the Skill Flame Burst were of great use to Shi Feng. However, if he wanted to upgrade and increase their might, he needed a large amount of EXP. If he could steal the last hit of the Mechanical Slayer, he could obtain 60% of the Slayer's EXP for himself. This would not be a small number. 349 Skyrocketing Experience. While Shi Feng slowly approached the battlefield, the other players stared intently at the Mechanical Slayer's HP. As the battle grew more intense, the Mechanical Slayer's HP fell at an increasing rate. If they were a step ahead of others, they would have a higher chance of obtaining some of the Slayer's loot for themselves. Naturally, they all watched the mutant's HP intently, prepared to dash forward when it dropped to 0. At the same time, various guild leaders began issuing commands to surround the battlefield. Although Shi Feng had killed many of their members with the aid of the Mechanical Slayer, many were still alive. At this time, these guilds no longer paid attention to Shi Feng. Including Lone Tyrant, who hated Shi Feng down to the bone, they all focused on the Mechanical Slayer. Guild Leader Tyrant, we have people stationed as close to the Mechanical Slayer as possible. Our men will charge forward as soon as the Slayer dies, an assassin standing beside Lone Tyrant reported. Good. If someone steals the loot, kill them, Lone Tyrant ordered. According to his estimation, the loot of such a powerful monster like the Mechanical Slayer, at the very least, would be dark gold items. It might even drop epic items. As long as they could obtain these items, they could make up for some of the losses they had previously suffered. Right. Have there been any movements from Zero Wing and Ouroboros? Lone Tyrant asked. None at the moment. I don't know what happened with Zero Wing, but none of their members have arrived. It seems they're not interested in this situation. As for Ouroboros, they are still focused on raiding the 3 great dungeons. They only sent a small contingent. On the other hand, Emperor's Light and Assassin's Alliance have sent quite a few members, the assassin reported. He then added, if we had not lost so many members because of Black Flame, we could have contended with these guilds evenly. Ha ha ha, Gentle Snow, in your eagerness to conquer the 3 great dungeons, you have missed out on the chance to conquer the 3 great dungeons. Pass down my command. Have everyone focus on grabbing the most valuable items. Don't let any dark gold items or epic items fall into other guilds' hands. Lone Tyrant's excitement grew as he thought about the bountiful loot of the Mechanical Slayer. Before, Darkstar had lost many of their members and suffered massive losses due to Black Flame. It would take a long time for the guild to recover. Lone Tyrant swore that he would personally avenge his guild sooner or later. However, if they could obtain some dark gold and possibly epic items, it would massively assist the guild's recovery. It was especially true for dungeon raiding. If they could use dark gold and epic ranked weapons and equipment to fight the bosses in the 3 great dungeons, they would have a much easier time conquering these dungeons. By the time they obtained the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, Darkstar would take its place in the public eye once more, restoring its past glory. Time passed gradually. While everyone focused on the Mechanical Slayer's HP, the number of players in White River City who had gathered continuously increased. After all, it was the first time a monster attack had occurred in Starmoon Kingdom. Shortly after the White River City system announcement appeared, a report appeared on the God's Domain official forums. Even players from other cities rushed over to experience this rare event. However, the teleportation fee between cities was very expensive, so there weren't a lot of players from other cities. Meanwhile, the players from other cities were those who were well off in God's Domain. A majority of these players were the elite members of guilds. At one point, over 500,000 players had gathered around the battlefield between Weissman and the Mechanical Slayer. That was practically a third of the total population of White River City. I'm relieved. To see such a powerful monster, we have not wasted the trip. Only a few of us teleported here, and we haven't occupied any strategic locations. In a moment, if any of you manage to snatch some loot, escape immediately, understood? Don't stay behind to throw away your lives, a handsome man in black robes told the people standing around him. If Shi Feng could see this man's name, he would be shocked. This man was a famous expert in the virtual gaming world. His fame even surpassed Gentle Snow's. The man was also an individual ranked within the top 1,000 on the global experts list. This man was Red Feather, and he was one of the elders of the first-rate guild, Star Alliance. Boss Red Feather, rest assured, you should know our strengths the best. Not in another 100 years could these noobs of White River City compete with us. A level 20 assassin with tan skin said disdainfully as he observed the various guilds members of White River City. Big Brother Red, you're being overly cautious. We are the trump card of Star Alliance. Since we've arrived, how could we not walk away with all of the loot? Flourishing Willow, a female ranger with an enchanting body, chuckled. You guys? Red Feather helplessly shook his head, his companion's confident words. There are still plenty of experts in White River City. Although Gentle Snow is not participating, don't forget that there are still the branch leader of World Dominators, Blood Halberd, the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Cruel Sword, and the branch leader of Emperor's Light, 13th Swallow. There is also the expert that has recently appeared, Black Flame. In addition, experts from other cities have also come to take part in this event. No matter what, we have to act prudently. Unfortunately, Red Feather's reminder fell on deaf ears. None of his companions took his words to heart. After all, every one of them was above level 20, and a majority of the equipment they wore was secret silver rank. One of them even wore nothing but secret silver equipment. In addition, they were all veteran gamers who had fought in the virtual gaming industry for many years now. They were all top-tier experts. Their levels, techniques, and equipment were all first-rate, so how could they possibly lose to any other guild? Big Brother Red, that Mechanical Slayer's HP is about to bottom out. Should we rush over there? Flourishing Willow asked. In a moment. The more powerful a monster is, the more powerful its counterattack will be before it dies. You have all personally witnessed how powerful the Mechanical Slayer is for yourselves. Anywhere within a 200 yards is a danger zone. If we don't have any invulnerability skills, the splash damage will kill us before we get close. Red Feather stopped his companions. However, we can approach the 200-yard range. Just as Red Feather finished speaking, suddenly, a black figure charged towards the Mechanical Slayer so fast that it left observers tongue-tied. Ha ha ha, what a fool. The Mechanical Slayer still has 2% of its HP left, yet he dares to rush ahead. Based on his speed, that person should be an expert. Unfortunately, his greed has overpowered his judgment. If he waited until the Mechanical Slayer died, with his speed, he could have snatched 1 or 2 items. Many onlookers ridiculed the figure that had boldly charged into the fray. Nobody believed that the figure would survive to reach the Slayer. However, there was also a small number of players who rushed after him. Meanwhile, the black figure leading the charge was none other than Shi Feng. At this moment, the Mechanical Slayer was already on the verge of death. Weissman only needed 2 or 3 more skills to finish it off. Naturally, Shi Feng would not wait any longer. However, when Shi Feng was 100 yards from the battlefield, the Mechanical Slayer erupted. The Mechanical Slayer's body suddenly turned crimson, shrinking by half. The serrated greatsword also transformed into a blood-red scythe. A pitch-black aura of death surrounded the blade. Tightly gripping the scythe with both hands, the Slayer swung it at its surroundings. Suddenly, black streaks of light shot out in all directions. Why does it have the Tier 4 skill, Death's Sigh? Shi Feng panicked at the sight of this skill. Hurriedly, he activated Fantasy World. The instant the black lights collided with the barrier of light formed by the Fantasy World, although Shi Feng had not lost any HP, he felt as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer. Shi Feng had even wondered if Fantasy World could hold up against this Tier 4 skill. The black lights illuminated the surroundings for 6 full seconds, covering a range 200 yards in all directions. The area looked like it had been enclosed by a black dome. Everything within this dome was pitch black, and nobody outside the dome could see anything within it. After Death's Sigh ended, everything in the space was dead. Aside from Shi Feng, who was safe inside his light barrier, every player who charged forward had died. Meanwhile, the Ice Guard Weissman had summoned also shattered. At this moment, Weissman had lost a significant amount of his HP. He even spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Evidently, the Slayer's attack had severely injured him. However, this could not be helped. Nobody would have thought the Mechanical Slayer would use such a frightening skill as its dying counterattack. When caught unaware, even a Tier 4 Great Wizard would receive heavy damage from such an attack. However, after using Death's Sigh, the Mechanical Slayer was like an oil lamp exhausted of fuel. It only had a final thread of HP remaining. Weissman then used Ice Descent, a Tier 3 spell. Suddenly, ice and snow fell from the sky, landing on the Mechanical Slayer. Wave after wave of icy air enveloped on the Slayer, devouring the last of its HP. Your head is mine. At this moment, seeing as the Mechanical Slayer was about to die, Shi Feng had grown anxious. Immediately, he activated Windwalk and dashed at the mutant. The moment he was in range, he used Silent Steps to appear behind the Mechanical Slayer. As Weissman's spell was not yet over, Shi Feng had to endure Weissman's Ice Descends as well. Shi Feng then retrieved an intermediate Frost Grenade from his bag. After accurately gauging the Slayer's HP, Shi Feng threw the intermediate Frost Grenade and dealt 500 damage to the mutant. The Frost Grenade destroyed the Mechanical Slayer's remaining 300 HP before the next wave of icy air could. Shi Feng had pushed himself to his very limit to grasp the Mechanical Slayer's HP, and he very nearly lost the last hit to Weissman. After the Mechanical Slayer died, over 100 items burst forth from the mutant. Meanwhile, Shi Feng also received a series of system notifications. Before Shi Feng could check the notifications, his experience bar started to soar. In just a moment, Shi Feng's level 24 experience bar filled before breaking through to level 25. Even after reaching level 25, Shi Feng's experience bar did not stop. Level 26, level 27, level 28, level 29, golden light continuously flashed over Shi Feng's body, only gradually fading after Shi Feng reached level 34. In the end, Shi Feng rose to 74% of level 34. Shi Feng had leveled up 10 times consecutively. The EXP he had obtained had completely surpassed his imagination. Even in his previous life, never once had he managed to level up 10 times in a row. It was clear how bountiful the EXP provided by the Mechanical Slayer was. If he had obtained 100% of it, he would have leveled up further. 350 Sword. In the stone, before Shi Feng could celebrate his success of stealing the last hit, he felt deep-seated malice directed at him from all directions. Although Shi Feng was wearing the black cloak, and nobody had yet recognized Shi Feng, the system notification that appeared after the Mechanical Slayer died had betrayed Shi Feng. Star Moon Kingdom System announcement: congratulations to Black Flame for being the first player to kill a mutant. Rewarding 50 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 30 free mastery points, and 30 gold coins. White River City System announcement: player Black Flame has killed the Mechanical Slayer that invaded White River City. Rewarding 50 reputation points in White River City, 10,000 merit points in Star Moon Kingdom, and 20 gold coins. These two notifications popped up 3 times. After reading these notifications, even a fool could tell that the cloaked figure covered in a golden glow was none other than Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame. Now, not only Shi Feng had obtained a wealth of EXP by killing the Mechanical Slayer, but he also received a bountiful reward from the system. How could others not be envious? Sure enough, his reputation is well deserved. He actually stole the last hit while Weissman and the Mechanical Slayer fought. After watching Shi Feng's previous performance, Red Feather could not help but compare himself to Shi Feng. Suddenly, Red Feather discovered that, regarding timing, he was inferior. Black Flame is quite good. However, at the end of the day, he still can't make it onto the Secret Pavilion's experts list. How powerful could he possibly be? On the other hand, Big Brother Red Feather is an expert ranked within the top 900 on the experts list. Flourishing Willow giggled, smiling faintly. The Secret Pavilion's experts list contained the names of 1008 great experts in God's domain, and it was extremely hard to place on that list. After all, there were too many players in God's domain. Moreover, that number continued to increase. Hence, even if it were the 1008th ranked player on the experts list, that expert would be a monster-like existence. In the virtual gaming world, players took pride in ranking on the experts list. Not only was it a symbol of strength, but it was also a symbol of honor. Since Red Feather ranked in the top 900, it sufficed to say that he was very powerful. On the other hand, Black Flame's absence from the experts list showed that the Secret Pavilion judged him as inferior to Red Feather. However, Shi Feng did not care what others thought about him. Without hesitation, he started picking up the items the Mechanical Slayer had dropped. After the Mechanical Slayer died, over 100 items had scattered around its body. Needless to say, everyone present knew that if one could take all of these items for themselves, it would massively assist guild's development. Being as the Mechanical Slayer had been such a powerful monster, even the worst items it dropped should be fine gold rank. At this stage of the game, fine gold ranked weapons and equipment were extremely rare. With over 100 weapons and equipment of such quality, they could either fully arm a 20-man team, qualitative improve a 50-man team, or significantly upgrade a 100-man team. Damn, all of you, go! Those drops are mine, Lone Tyrant shouted in rage. Clenching his fists, Lone Tyrant's eyes resembled a poisonous snake's as he glared at Shi Feng. The Darkstar members who had been on standby all this time charged forward. Naturally, the players from other guilds did not lag behind. They all simultaneously dashed towards the dropped items. Of course, Shi Feng would not let anyone have any of the drops. However, due to time constraints, he could only take a limited number before the tide of players crashed down on him. 1, 2, 5 pieces. The moment Shi Feng's hands reached an item, he would immediately throw the item into his bag, not even bothering to look at what he had picked up. No, get rid of him. All mages, bombard him with AoE spells. Lone Tyrant's heart bled as he watched Shi Feng claim items one after another. This was his biggest chance to recuperate Darkstar's losses. At this moment, however, Shi Feng was destroying that chance right before his very eyes. As for the others, they too realized that they could not leave Shi Feng alone. They needed to kill him immediately. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be scraps left. They sure are fast. Shi Feng wrinkled his brows, his hands moving even faster than before. Unlike the items dropped by dungeon bosses, there was an additional rule for the loot from field bosses. Even if a player obtained an item from field boss, if someone killed them within 2 hours, that item would drop from their dead body with 100% certainty. It was the same for players who picked up the item later on. Only after 2 hours would this item not fall from the player's bag. Due to this reason, even if it was at the cost of their lives, the players charging forward wanted to destroy Shi Feng. After all, Shi Feng had already picked up over 30 items. The Mechanical Slayer had dropped over 100 items. Yet, Shi Feng had already claimed over a fifth of them for himself. How could anybody accept such a situation? Shi Feng's anxiety grew at the sight of the approaching crowd. Suddenly, however, he noticed an inconspicuous-looking item among the many drops. To be precise, this item was a sword fully encased in a crystal. Although this sword appeared ordinary, Shi Feng could not help his attention shifting towards this ordinary-looking sword. At the moment, Shi Feng was 8 yards away from this sword. If he used the time to run there instead of picking up the items around him, he could still claim at least 2 or 3 items. Moreover, the approaching players were only 40 yards away right now. Some rangers had even begun to aim and fire at Shi Feng. Should I go for it or not? Shi Feng hesitated. If he went for the sword, he would definitely lose the other items. Moreover, before the item was firmly in his hands, he could not confirm the quality of the sword. If he darted for it only to find out that he had picked up a common item, he would have missed out on obtaining items of better quality. As Shi Feng hesitated, an arrow flew towards his head. Shi Feng responded quickly. With the wave of the abyssal blade, he slashed this arrow in half. In the next moment, however, dozens more flew at him. After Shi Feng reached level 34, his various attributes had improved immensely. Taking a step forward, he brandished his two swords. While dodging the incoming arrows, Shi Feng sliced apart those that he could not dodge. I'm running out of time. Shi Feng decided to make the gamble. Immediately, he charged towards the sword in the stone 1-1. Even with so many items surrounding him, only this sword attracted his attention. There must definitely be a reason for this. Thus, Shi Feng decided to trust his instincts this time. After Shi Feng picked up the sword in the stone, the crowd arrived and surrounded him. Every one of them was like a hungry wolf as they glowered at Shi Feng, malice flashing in their eyes. They only wished they could swallow Shi Feng whole. Black Flame, don't even think about escaping this time. Know your place and hand over the drops and all of your equipment. Lone Tyrant laughed as he smirked at Shi Feng. The encirclement around Shi Feng was different this time. There was no forest for him to hide in. Moreover, players had him surrounded. Shi Feng had no hope of escape. At this moment, Red Feather, who swiftly approached the scene, sent a whisper to Shi Feng. Guild leader Black Flame, you are a red name at the moment. You have killed so many players inside White River City. If you die, the penalty you will receive will be extremely heavy. Why don't you hand all the drops over to me, and I'll help you leave safely. Shi Feng sent a contemptuous gaze at Red Feather, looking at Red Feather as if he was a fool. Now that there were thousands of players simultaneously casting their skills at Shi Feng, only a fool would believe that Red Feather could help Shi Feng escape safely. Red Feather only made such an offer to convince Shi Feng to approach him before taking the opportunity to end his life, obtaining an easier time collecting the drops. This sort of trickery might deceive a child, but to deceive him, maybe in another decade.